Hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the live broadcast of the second leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025, live from Shymkent, Kazakhstan. Over the next 10 days, we'll witness a thrilling chess battles as 10 of the world's top female players will compete for glory. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and I'm calling all the action alongside my co-commentator, Grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko. Evgenij, good to have you here.
Thank you very much
How
for
are you today?
pronouncing my name in such a nice way, but let's go with Miro.
Let's go for
the
Miro.
rest of the tournament. It's been a long time since I've covered FIDE Grand Prix, Women's Grand Prix. Well, I've done a couple of events, like I think pre-COVID, 2017-18. It's always, it's always unpredictable and therefore exciting. So I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward. I do not know what to expect from the younger players. Okay, we'll talk about this in detail, but
Obviously.
It's unpredictable field, very strong players. Exciting tournament.
Yeah, and actually this is one of my FIDE favorites, this is my favorite event because as you mentioned, it is totally unpredictable, and on the first rounds, usually in the top class events, we can expect like lots of draws, but in women's events, usually it's the other way around. Miro, what do you think?
In general, higher, let's say higher number of wins, players are very aggressive from the start,
exactly.
and it very much affects the outcome of the entire tournament. You start well, you win a couple of games, and then you get this boost of confidence, but also your opponents, they feel, this player, they're on the kind of on a winning streak, so with a little bit of that'd be very interesting to witness. First round is about to start, so why don't we get into pairings and so on?
Yes, and on the first round we see the players are already arriving on the table, and we'll see quite a matchup here. We'll have Kateryna Lagno playing against Aleksandra Goryachkina, and we'll have also a clash of generation between Divya Deshmukh playing against Humpy, and we also see Tan Zhongyi playing against Elisabeth Paehtz, Batkhuyag Munguntuul playing against Stavroula Tsolakidou, and also the first timers in the Women Grand Prix, Nurgyul Salimova, will be playing with the local heroine Bibisara Assaubayeva.
I believe Bibisara has a lot of supporters here.
Yes, definitely.
Kazakhstan. So, that'd be interesting to witness her debut in Women's Grand Prix.
But also today she's gonna play against Salimova. Well, if you remember, Salimova got her way to the Women Grand Prix because she was the runner-up of the World Cup in Baku last year. So she is already in that level, and she's quite an unpredictable player because she is here with her coach and second Grandmaster Nijat Abbasov, and obviously Bibisara has a lot of coaches behind her too. So I think this is going to be quite an exciting match to witness.
Right. So let's pick, the game of the day, the game of the round, and I'm saying this and then I understand, it will be hard. It will be hard because, a lot of stuff is exciting, like Lagno, Goryachkina, for example. Once again, per regulations, the players representing the same federation have to play in round one. Unless you have more than two players. Right, in our case, we have two players representing FIDE, Lagno and Goryachkina, and same goes for India, Divya and Humpy, they're playing each other. And that one is a real clash of generations, as you've mentioned. Right before the start of the broadcast, we had a discussion that I happened to be a coach in one of the Women's Grand Prix series back in 2012 with Anna Muzichuk, and I remember Humpy being one of our main rivals, so to speak. So already back then, she was one of the strongest in the world.
Definitely, yes. And before this broadcast, also we discussed, right? A few of the players, they're quite experienced of the Women Grand Prix. A few other players had played the Grand Prix for a few times, and I think they're also first timers here. Salimova, Assaubayeva, and also Tsolakidou. Although technically Tsolakidou played the first leg of this cycle Grand Prix, but yeah, I think we can also call her that she's getting the experience of playing in this type of event.
Right, but once again, maybe I'm not following her closely enough, but I'm thinking like for her rating, which is 24, I don't remember exactly, 24 plus.
2440, something like that.
Right. So she perhaps is least experienced playing against the leading female players in the world. So I remember her being named a few years back as like a very talented, promising young player from Greece and everything. But right, for instance, Bibisara, for quite a few years already, she's on kind of playing on the very top. Now she also followed it up, increasing her rating very close to 2500.
And before this, I took a pic of the players' games. I mean, not only the repertoire, but also how many times a year are they playing the tournaments. And the most active of them all, not surprising there, is Bibisara and Divya, the two youngsters of this event.
Yeah, so playing the most.
Almost every month. Like almost every month they play very important tournament, you know. Like before this they played in the European Club Cup. And by the way, 6 of the players in the Women Grand Prix in Shymkent, they just came from the European Club Cup in Serbia.
Right, so our players have quite a busy schedule, but this tournament will be, of course, very different from European Club Cup, when even if you represent the very high class team, everything, it's more of a festival. This one, the Grand Prix, is a very important. It's part of the World Championship cycle.
Exactly.
You really, if there is a tournament you want to do well, and you have to pick like one tournament or one series in a year, that's this one.
Yeah.
So of course everybody is very, very motivated to do well in the Grand Prix series.
Also, it's mentally different when you're playing in a team event like European Club Cup, right? You're not really pressured to win your game. Like, let's say
your team wins, that's enough.
Yeah, you can just take a draw because your team already wins. But here you're playing for yourself. It is an individual event, so everything is obviously different.
Right. Shall we talk a bit about the system of the Grand Prix? Because I believe like viewers, when they hear Grand Prix, they understand it's a series of tournaments, but the rules change from time to time, and this year this series is actually quite a huge one. 6 tournaments, you told me.
Yes, 6 legs are planned for the 2024-2025 Grand Prix cycle, and we have 20 female players for the Women Grand Prix, and each of them will only play 3 legs.
Yeah, so 3 tournaments out of 6.
Yes.
So as the player, you pretty much you don't care how many tournaments there are. You only play 3, and your best interest is to do as good as you can. In those 3, all 3 tournaments will count towards the aggregate result.
Yes, and every result it will give you the Women Grand Prix points, which you have to accumulate, and then whoever gets the highest points in the end, the top 2 finishers will qualify for the Women's Candidate.
The tournament, yeah. And we can see Arkady Dvorkovich making a first ceremonial move for Salimova in her game against Assaubayeva, and it is
a D4.
D2, D4. And yeah, FIDE president, as we know, he's avid and quite strong player himself.
Yeah.
So what I want to say, like sometimes you have celebrities making the first ceremonial move and then players taking it back.
Right.
Right. So this is not the case, I believe, in our situation. So I believe he consulted what move exactly has to be played.
Exactly, and we have a lift off. Yes, and the players just shook hands, and Salimova stayed with D4. Not very trivial, because usually, in the ceremonial moves, like I see, like for example, Richard Rapport just played something else, and then he changed his mind and then totally played a different move. Okay, so we'll be having the moves soon on our boards, but meanwhile, Assaubayeva, Bibisara played knight f6. I think her repertoire is a little bit too predictable. I believe if you go for the main d4 c4, she goes only for the king's Indian. But now Salimova played second move knight f3, so we never know what opening that Salimova is trying to play in this game.
Yeah. So, well, there is not a lot of reason to be scared of a king's Indian, right? But at the same time, if you're, let's say, if you're not comfortable playing the king's Indian as white, you can go with, like, specifically with second knight f3. Maybe you're opting for bishop f4 and London system setups. Maybe you can go bishop g5, knight b to d2, these kind of things. So remains to be seen. We are not yet getting the moves on a live broadcast, but we are working on it.
We can stick to the video, yes. I remember Salimova is actually a huge player of Catalan. She employed this opening a lot of times in a very important event. But of course, if you're playing in world-class events such as this, you cannot just stick to one opening. And second move g6, I think it should be pretty much predictable because that is the main repertoire of Bibisara's. And g3, third move g3 is already on the board.
Yeah, when you mentioned the Catalan, I thought, yeah, Catalan players usually, they go g3 against anything. And yeah, so g2, g3 was just played. That's well, too early to talk about. So the only problem, g3 is a fantastic system against the king's Indian, very solid, like you never get checkmated and everything. The only problem there is, if you're, let's say, if you're playing these systems with white, is that black's going to go d5 and play the symmetrical Grunfeld after c4. Yeah, okay, we'll just show like d5, bishop g2, bishop g7, and eventually c4 happens, c6 happens. Very solid and very hard to get any kind of advantage with white. Well, however, it could be that Assaubayeva has more aggressive intentions.
Yes.
And, you know, because also, like, if you're playing the king's Indian, that means you want more of a fighting position. And then, because, let's say you wanted to draw with black, you would play, I don't know, Queen's Gambit or something, right? So you play the king's Indian. And so there is a part of kind of psychological implication from both sides. So g3, white says, I want to be solid. I give you an option of playing d5 and also be solid. But if you want the king's Indian, you will have to look for another move.
And after g3, she chooses to play c5.
C5?
Yeah, c5 is already on the board.
C5 is also an interesting move. So inviting white to go d5, and then we would have...
like some Benoni structure.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking it can be indeed a Benoni. It can be even some Benko-like stuff, because I'm not sure in this particular position. Can you go b5 here?
I think a4. I would like to go for a4 and then have c4
honestly,
for the knight or something.
I'm getting confused because there was this stupid line. Remember, like e4, knight e4, but it was different. I think the pawn has to be like on g2 and g7.
No, it doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, now it's weird, and bishop b5 would actually
Queen a5
would actually be a terrible mistake because it's a check, knight c3,
exactly.
knight c3, winning a piece. Yeah, c5. Let me think. Can we? Well, white can do what? White can play c4 and steer it towards English opening setups. There is also, if white wants to be annoying, if white wants to play the symmetrical Grunfeld, believe it or not, white can play c3. And it seems like, you know, you're not fighting for advantage very much, but I'm not sure if black has anything better but to trade, and then once again we will have this symmetrical position with white. I mean, maybe not trade immediately, but after some moves you will have to trade, and it'll be the same symmetrical position with white having an extra tempo.
So are you saying that Salimova's next move determines the characteristic of the game, whether she
Well,
goes
a
for
lot, yeah.
whether she goes for equalization or whether she's going to be quite ambitious on this game, right?
Right. So the most ambitious should be
D5,
D5.
yes.
Then you have, I don't know, you have C4, which is so-so, kind of flexible, let's say, and C3 is like, I want to be as solid as possible. I don't think it's C3. It's like, you know, it's somewhat of a pensioner's move, and we are talking young, ambitious players here. Shall we check what are the other opponents?
Okay, before we do,
Right.
I have a few things on the menu for you before we move to any of the games. Would you like to have the old Italian, like Giuoco piano, or do you want to see some sort of a Scotch, or would you like to see some close Moscow variation, or what do we have here? Some Ruy Lopez. Which one would you like to see?
I don't know. So you are telling me that everything else is E4.
Everything else is Ivor. Yes, only this game is first move D to D4. So probably let's take a look Divya versus Koneru, because I just wanna see how they play in the Scotch.
Yeah. All right. So that's a Scotch game. Okay, maybe you should go through the opening moves very
Yes.
quickly. So it was E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight F6, D4, which
Yep.
defines the Scotch game, or rather capturing on D4, because you can go for a so-called Scotch gambit by going Bishop C4. So captures, and then interestingly, the main line nowadays is considered to be Knight
Knight
F6,
F6, yeah.
right? And Bishop C5, and recently I was thinking about this because Knight F6, it's perhaps the best, like black equalizer and everything, but it requires a lot of knowledge. And Bishop C5 was once considered to be like a very solid system,
Is it
very
old- the
kind of
old classical
positional
main line,
sound, positionally very sound. So there was no problem seemingly with Bishop C5. And I remember Humpy playing Bishop C5. I sure do. Yeah, she did play Bishop C5. Knight B3 is a relatively rare move. It's a relatively rare move. So Bishop B6, Knight C3, Queen F6. I think I've played something like that some 25 years ago. Queen E2, Knight G7, H4. H4 in order to play Bishop G5.
Yeah.
It is a very, very sharp position. Now, black has to know stuff, and I'm not sure if I do know stuff here. If I'm not mistaken, the move is H6, which looks to be a blunder because it seemingly still allows Bishop G5, and then the queen is attacked, the rook is attacked, but black has a counter trick, Queen F2 check, then Bishop takes with a check, and eventually takes the rook on H1. So I think the theoretical move here is, in fact, H7, H6. And otherwise, I'm not sure. Well,
I'm just gonna check.
you can
because
probably castle here as well.
I think this summer I played this position as white against Ganguly, so I don't know whether it is something to do with like, well, they probably have some national camp for chess openings or something, because the approach is kind of similar, although okay, it's different order of moves, but yeah, this Bishop C5 has been quite the main approach of some of the Indian players.
Right, and also I've noticed that it's a bit of a trend that people are revisiting like old sharp lines, checking it with modern computers, and it turns out a lot of sharp lines which we've forgotten, they are actually playable and they're very interesting. And this is where you see the reappears sometimes of a king's gambit rather. Nepo has played a king's gambit in a tournament game, right, which you would never expect. And some sharp lines like this can be playable.
Yes, totally. So H4 is already there, and now Koneru is thinking H6 is obviously the candidate move.
Yeah, I'm thinking, could it be that it's a false memory? Because let me reevaluate. I think the line I was talking about was knight d5, knight takes, pawn takes, discovered check, and so black has to play knight e7, and then after h4 you had to go h6 because you cannot castle. Because bishop g5 wins a piece.
What about d6, bishop g5, queen e5?
Yeah, this is perhaps playable. I'm not sure. Could it be that white is kind of I honestly, I don't know. Like, could it be that white is slightly more
Probably
happy
white is
with
better,
this endgame? Maybe not. So anyway,
Mm-hmm.
all I'm saying, h4 is in fact something new. I haven't seen it. It could be
It could
a
be.
transposition after h6.
Yes.
Yeah, it could be a transposition after h6. All right, so there is this one, quite an original. And Humpy did play something, and it is not h7, h6. The pawn is on
It's
h7.
d6.
It's d6.
Okay, I was just pulling out my database here. h6 is the main approach on the position. d6 comes as a second move. So Humpy chose to play d6, and it's been played by quite a lot of good players. And notably here, Praggnanandhaa played FIDE just beginning of this month, actually. And
So
then
you're right. So it's sort of
Yeah.
they had a national camp. They all
something like
analyzed
that,
it,
yeah.
and then
then
they're
they shared the
playing it
files
against
right?
each other.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, the game went with bishop g5, which I think Divya just did it on the board because
Yep,
I think
bishop
it's like
g5 played.
an automatic
Right.
reply. Okay, so queen e6 here. So instead of queen g6, queen e6 is the main move. A little bit unnatural for me, to be honest. I mean, for the first timer to see this position, because I would naturally like to go bishop e6, for example, right? Putting the bishop on e6 instead of the queen.
Or maybe you have to kind of fight with knight d5 ideas. Maybe that's the point. So she
that's
puts
the
the queen on
point,
e6, so she doesn't have to worry much about knight d5. I'm wondering if knight d5 is still possible to play. It's
Knight
probably not a
d5,
good move, but
Not as good, yeah. Not knight d5 just takes on d5, takes on e2.
yeah, we can show it. Like
Yep.
takes here, trade the queens.
Yeah.
And I was thinking knight b4,
Knight b4,
could
yeah.
be dangerous, in fact, because white castles long. That's what I thought. I don't know. Knight a2. Maybe white gets some initiative, some bishop b5 checks later, and so on. But black doesn't have to do it. If it's, oh, sorry, I've returned too far. Bishop g5, queen e6. If all this happens, I think one of the safer ways for black would be to go knight e5 or even knight d4 to exchange this knight. And
Yeah, I think safer just to exchange it, yeah? And then
yeah,
black should be fine
black
here.
should be absolutely safe in this one. So, yeah, bishop g5, Humpy thinking. By the way, we never mentioned this, but the time control for this tournament is 1 hour 30 for first 40 moves, with the addition of half hour. So this is like unofficially, we between ourselves, we call 5 hours time control, right? Because usually, like for the commentators especially, the round lasts around 5 hours.
Yeah.
So the longer games would last around 5 hours.
And also there is a special rule in this Women Grand Prix that there is
draw
no
offers.
draw.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no draw offer before black's 40th move, because usually it's 30th move, but now it is black's 40th moves. Okay, of course, unless there is some repetition, there is some perpetual, right?
Right, but so that's done for you spectators and for us commentators, so they do not agree on a draw in a time trouble. We want to witness as many time troubles as possible. Well, truth being told, I do not remember, like in women's events, I do not remember this so-called boring grandmaster draws. No. The fighting
always
spirit
fight. They
is
always
absolutely
fight, yeah.
amazing. Wait a second. So something being played, I guess. No. Yeah.
Bishop g5
So
is still the
Humpy
last
thinking after
move.
bishop g5.
Yes. So she has to recall all this memory. Then queen g6 looks natural, but queen e6 you have to challenge the knight d5 idea, which is looking a bit unnatural. And then if you have to find this out on the board without prior knowledge about it, then it's gonna be quite tricky for her.
So queen g6 works, right? Knight d5 is not a big problem. Maybe you just don't take on d5, right?
But what do you do?
That's a good question.
Also,
Can you go f6 or something? It looks a bit ugly, but
f6, then probably bishop e3 now, and then on c7 is hanging.
Ah, yeah, bishop e3, but then it means black can take, go, I guess, knight e7 or something?
I think you have to go, yeah, knight e7.
Knight e7.
Uh-huh.
Ah, it's tricky, yeah, like at some point you
Yeah,
have
h5,
h5, you can
h6.
castle long.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe white's getting somewhere in this case. So it could be that queen e6, and which I agree with you, somewhat unnatural, and you would prefer the queen to be on g6, but maybe queen e6 needs to be played to take care of this knight d5 business.
Yep. All right. So while the players are still thinking, let us go to the other game. Probably let's see some Sicilian. Tan Zhongyi versus Elisabeth Paehtz.
Yeah, I was thinking of looking at this one. So, in terms of the most titled players in this tournament, right? Tan Zhongyi has been the world champion.
Yes.
Right. So, well, at least so we have, let's say, Lagno, who is a multiple times world champion in blitz and like
And
once
rapid,
in rapid.
maybe, yeah.
But for the classical, Tan Zhongyi is the only ex-world champion that we have in the tournament.
And she is the challenger of the 2025 Women's
last
World
cycle's
Championship.
challenger. Yep. Okay, so well, that's a lovely line. c3, knight to f6, bishop e2.
Yep.
What does a white do? He blunders a pawn, right?
Yeah, that's a cheesy trick.
One
Yeah.
shouldn't be so naive, right? And speaking of kind of all the lines which getting re-evaluated, because I've played this one quite a few times in blitz chess, in online blitz. So bishop e2, of course, like, yeah, people rarely fall for this, but back in the day, knight c6 used to be, okay, that's the main line, but now, if you check it with modern engines, these positions, okay, once again, you cannot move the knight because white wins with queen a4,
Yeah.
so the theory would be black first
Yeah.
has to give this check, knight c3, knight takes c3, pawn takes c3, and I'm not sure, like knight e5 used to be the move, knight d8, I'm not even sure what's better. But now you check with the strong engines and it, like, white's never wars.
I think it was knight e5, knight takes e5, queen c3, king f1, and then queen takes e5, the three...
King f1?
Yeah.
I could go
Or
bishop
bishop d2,
d2.
bishop
No,
d2.
bishop d2, castle. What I know, because I had blitz games like this, after queen d5, if I'm not mistaken, rook b1, white is winning.
Yeah.
Just winning, you know, like +3, despite being 3 pawns down. So all I'm saying, it is quite a dangerous line to enter for black, especially if you did not expect it, which comes as a surprise usually, like c3, bishop e2 comes as a surprise. So no wonders white played black played bishop to d7, which is another way of covering this diagonal, once again threatening the pawn. d3. Now there was an option of going c4. There is such position that to go c4, say d4, knight takes, bishop takes. It's absolutely different structure. But black decided to simply develop the pieces. Knight d2, d4, c takes, castle. So white does get the pawn center. However, it comes at a price. First of all, the knight's on d2, not on c3. You would much rather have it on c3, of course, which would be much more active. And also, white had to spend like 2 tempi to get the pawn on d4.
Right.
Had to play d3, defend the pawn, and then later go to d4. So black, in my feeling, is like black usually gets enough contemplate by doing something reasonable, like, I don't know, a6, moving the queen away. Like, what I would really love to do is put this rook on c8 and then maybe return the queen back. So even queen b6 can be considered, but queen b6 now, there is always like knight c4 jumps. So I'm not quite sure what's black's next move, but like if black simply does something reasonable, should be good enough.
Yes.
So not the sharpest Sicilian out there. Not the sharpest Sicilian. And I'm looking at the clock situation at the time, and it's actually Tan Zhongyi who spent more time than Elisabeth Paehtz. So I am a bit surprised.
Well, it is actually very interesting. I have to go back to the first move actually,
Uh-huh.
because Tan Zhongyi is a big player of D to D4, and it is quite a surprise to me that she plays the first move E4, because knowing Elisabeth Paehtz, she is also a very unpredictable player due to her wide repertoire. She plays literally anything against any openings, like against E4 she can play anything too. And of course Najdov is her main repertoire, and I think this explains it why Tan Zhongyi chose to play this bishop E2 line, because she doesn't want to go into the mainline Najdov, because she knows if she competes in knowledge of Najdov, I believe Paehtz has more
Yeah,
experience in it.
Paehtz will be very well prepared.
Yep.
Right, but in a way, I'm surprised with the way how well Elizabeth knows her lines, right? So we could argue that, first of all, as you said, one e4 is already the move you normally do not expect from Tan Zhongyi. Then you play your usual stuff, and I guess I would already spend some 5 minutes thinking, should I play the Sicilian? Because it's clear the preparation against my Sicilian, right? And White goes for the sideline, c2, c3, and once again she plays relatively fast, and she's the one having more time, which is, well, not a big deal as of now, but inevitably at some point time becomes a factor in these games.
Exactly, yes. And probably also since she's gonna play against Giuoco next year for the women's title, right? Probably she just wants to also have some experience with E4, because, well, playing against Giuoco you have to have lots of variations on your sleeve. So I think she tries this
Tries
game as a practice. Yeah.
different lines, and yeah, right you are. And June does play the Najdov, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. So 2 more games we have to visit. I don't know where you want to go first.
Let's go for Lagno and
Lagno
Goryachkina.
and Goryachkina. And this one, let me guess, is the Giuoco piano one.
Exactly.
Right. It is a Giuoco piano, and this is where I have to, to simply give up and say I have no idea about the theory of this line. I don't understand anything, and let me try to explain why, right? So c3, knight to f6, d3 this is what you call Giuoco piano, which translates as a quiet game. So Giuoco piano Italian, unlike d4, which used to be the main line some mere 300 years ago. Right, so d3, d6, and the very next move, h3, is once again a little bit of a twist on the most popular lines. I'm not sure what exactly it's supposed to mean, because you are not afraid of like knight g4 or bishop g4 yet. So the most straightforward move, of course, would be to castle short. h2, h3, it's almost like you're waiting for black to speak up. And then if black castles short, I imagine nowadays they try various systems with early bishop g5.
Okay.
And maybe that's kind of the point. So you're waiting for black to castle, because an immediate bishop g5 is not great, because among other things, black can go for g5 in such positions before he castled short. So in this case, yeah, after h3, black decides to go a5, and this is once again mysterious to me. Sometimes they play a6.
Sometimes they
So
play
you move,
A5.
yeah, you move the a pawn in order to have bishop a7, right, to hide the bishop away from d4 tempo and so on, which we will see in our game. But sometimes they go a5, sometimes they go a6. a6, once again, more flexible, keeps b5 under control, but allows white to expand on the queen side. a5 is a bit more straightforward, stops b4 for good. So knight b to d2, black castled, white castled, and bishop went to a7. And I think we are back to something very normal. So, like if you check the number of games, I think it all of a sudden increased once again. So there should be more games like that. So white's plan, once again, like my understanding of this position is very basic. So what I know, so white wants to go rook e1, knight f1, knight g3, eventually go d4. But it is a lot of stuff you have to avoid. You have to avoid the black playing d5 in the right moment, right? You have to avoid sometimes like this bishop is in a bit of a danger. Sometimes black can even play bishop e6 and just take with the pawn.
But after bishop e6, since the pawn is already on a5, you also have this option to play bishop b5.
Yeah, right you are. So rook e1. I suppose one of the moves would be just to go bishop e6. And what I was told that when black has a pawn on a5, this type of structure is acceptable for black. If you have the pawn on a6 and white gets b4, a4, then it's known to be slightly better for white. Okay, and there is like not an easy explanation to this, but there is some explanation. And you're absolutely right that after bishop e6 there is bishop b5, and it's tricky. It's not that white really wants to take, but sometimes he does. Sometimes later on bishop goes to a4, c2, so like seemingly using a lot of tempi. But also what black is doing is not very productive. The bishop on e6 is not doing much, and if white eventually goes d4, it's a mysterious system. Seriously, like if you look at each white's move individually, it seems like how can you fight for advantage with these moves, right? I mean, you're hovering around. You play like 5 moves with the bishops. You go with knight to d2, f1, g3, and yet very often white gets some slight advantage in these systems, mainly I guess because the knight on c6 is not a great piece, restricted by the c3 pawn.
I guess this opening is a really perfect mixture of when you want to get a game, but also when you want to play the theory. Because it's a mixture of both. You can get a game out of the opening, doesn't matter what the order of moves is, but also if you know the theory and you have a deeper understanding about it, sometimes you can actually outplay your opponent right after the opening. So that's why I think this opening has been played even for how many centuries already?
Yeah, so that's hard to tell because, of course, as I mentioned, like if you open the mega database in ChessBase and you look for like what are the first games that you find there will be some King's Gambits, and so there will be some Italians, but with d4, I'm thinking, not with d3, but with d4. And the Giuoco Piano one is also, yeah, of course, very old. So it must be like at least 300 or even 400 years ago. They've already figured it out. Yeah, and it's still popular because, as you said, like there is no way for black to force matters to simplify. So white always gets, or at least attempts to get, like some complex position with a lot of pieces on the board. And partially the spike in the popularity can be explained. It's not because Giuoco Piano is so great, but also we have a bit of a crisis for white in the Ruy Lopez.
Right.
And our last game of which we did not cover yet is exactly Ruy Lopez. We can visit this one as well. So it's like white would really love to play the Spanish, the Ruy Lopez, but black has the Berlin defense, black has the Marshall, and that's why people try to alternate and play more of a bishop c4.
Right. I think it's a good time for us to switch to the other game. While you were explaining about this Giuoco Piano, how many times have we seen this one and then we still are trying to understand the position, right? Let's switch to the game between Munguntuul versus Tsolakidou, because I think I might have some insight. Okay.
This one is,
This one is the unusual third move by black with knight g7.
I love when I see castle long on the board. I mean, it makes every position look so, so pleasant, so interesting. Well, in fact, it was forced knight g7. You can go knight g7 and it would transpose, but she started with a6,
yes.
bishop a4, knight g7.
Okay, we can stop there because I think this is the thing. nowadays you cannot really work alone, right? Okay, you can have engine, but also I think it's better to work with somebody else. Like for example, we were discussing, and probably we are assuming there are many chess files shared between the Indian national team, right? And so is this game. Tsolakidou Stavroula is this. I think she's still a student or already graduated from the St. Louis University, and Nicholas Theodorou, a grandmaster from Greece, he is the expert of this opening.
So
This
you
is what I know.
have a suspicion that he helped her
Of this particular opening.
prepare either
Yes.
for the entire tournament or for this
I don't
particular
know.
opening.
Maybe they
Yeah.
already shared files before, and then Stavroula just tried to use this file for this specific game. But what I noticed is usually Nico would go for knight g7 immediately without a6. So there might be some similarities in this variation, but there also should be some differences, because now we can continue the position.
Right, so she clearly is prepared. So castles, and I'm wondering, what was the move after castle? Knight g7, knight g6 is one of the moves, of course. Right, there was, I think g6 they were
Yeah,
trying
but then
to
it's going to
play.
transpose to the main, some sort
Right.
of Ruy Lopez,
Knight
yeah?
g6 is very
Yep.
kind of very independent, very fresh idea. White goes c2, c3.
A standard reaction to this position.
Right,
Yes.
d5, and d5 is very ambitious.
Yeah, this is also what I also know on this position. Whenever you don't play knight c3, d5 is always there. So black will always aim to play d5. So if you want to stop it, you just have to play knight c3. But of course, in Ruy Lopez, c3 is kind of very natural to play.
Yeah, you want to play c3, d4 and build the center. And that's what kind of inspired white to play c3. But then you have to have a reaction to d5. E d5, queen d5, d4 seems very logical, because black plays in ambitious way, but also delays the development. Right? White has already castled, black king is still in the center, black queen is in the center, which will allow white to win some tempi, so d4 looks very logical.
There's one very important difference though with this pawn a6. I just realized it. So if you move it back to the
say over here,
Yeah, so
and
without-
we do the same
exactly,
thing.
and this
we
is
go
the
knight
idea of d5.
d7,
And then if you go c3, d5 is gonna come,
so
and then
d7, c3,
and d5.
and d5.
Yeah, and then
e
if you take d5, queen d5 hits
then
the bishop immediately.
is- The
Yeah.
bishop is hanging. Yeah,
So this
you
is
cannot
why-
play like this.
This is why if you are actually aiming to play knight g7, knight g7 and knight g6, usually you kind of like skipping a6. So I'm actually very curious on what Staffy has in store here, because she played a6 with confidence. So she might, she should prepare something on this, because she keeps playing all the moves rather quickly.
Yeah, so it is clearly a preparation if we pay attention to her clock time, which is 1 hour 30. Bishop g4, de5, and
a long castle.
castle long. So it's a pawn sacrifice, but seems like a temporary pawn sacrifice. And the question is, can white really get anything in this position? So the queens, I guess, will be traded off, as much as I would like to do something like which keeps the queens on the board, but I don't see how to do it with white.
Yeah, the pawn on e5 will fall eventually, so it's just a matter of time. Is there any way to keep the pawn on e5? I don't think so.
I was thinking like, okay, so
You have
couple
to
of
take.
ideas. I can do this, say try to take c6 and pretend that double pawn matters, or the other option is this one, bishop b3. I'm not very optimistic about this line, but at least it's the most ambitious. So bishop takes f3, bishop defends the rook, so white has to take the bishop. Rook e5, bishop f7. So I'm claiming I want a pawn, but perhaps it is very dangerous.
It is very
the way it looks, well,
Bishop d6, knight h4.
yeah, like
something like
probably
that.
we should say without the queens, it's like it's not very dangerous for white. If white all of a sudden decides, okay, let's not get checkmated, he probably will not. But it's also like you would not call this one being ambitious. It's clear that black has at the very least like equal game. So this idea does not look promising. Honestly, I don't know what does. Honestly, I don't know what does look promising. It could be that White's d4. Oh, where White could improve. Seriously, I'm not sure. Like c3 is still a theoretical move, right?
Yeah. C3 is a theoretical move, but again, like what I mentioned earlier, knight c3, you should just prevent this d5 idea on the board.
So knight c3 could be more to the point.
Yeah.
Maybe, now that I'm thinking, maybe you have like a d4 option immediately after d5. I have no idea. Then say takes here. No, still doesn't look anything. Yeah, knight takes, pawn takes. You trade on d1,
and now even bishop d7.
You can even go bishop d7.
And then e5 hangs maybe, yeah, and then.
Yeah. So it refutes the Ruy Lopez then.
Exactly.
There's nothing. Anyway, so Munguntuul is thinking here. Stavroula is very well prepared. So what do? Shall we check Salimova with Assaubayeva?
Yes, let's do it.
We started with this game, but we've only seen like a couple of moves, right?
Yeah, on the diagram that I have on my computer, it looks like a very interesting game right now.
What is going on?
Exactly. The pawn h7 goes to h5, and then there's some trade on h5. What's going on, Miro?
Well, a lot. And what I see, Bibisara barely spent any time.
Yep.
So after c5, the move that was played was bishop g2, bishop g7. White eventually goes c4, so switching to play kind of the English opening type of thing.
Yes.
cd4, knight d4, knight to c6, short castle, all known. And then black all of a sudden goes h5. And after knight c3, black goes h4. So very, very, very aggressive. So Salimova spent some time here and decided to go c5. H takes g3, h takes g3, and rook h5. It's such a provocative play by black. Look, says, you know what, I don't need to develop my pieces, I'll take your pawn with my rook. So rook h5, one would think, and actually when I've seen this rook on h5 first, I thought it's the idea to somehow, I have no idea how, but somehow double on the h file, so this is very common. And then you realize, you know what, this rook actually attacks the pawn on c5. And it could be that it's not so easy to defend it in a comfortable way, because say knight b3, white is no longer pressing on c6 enough, and black is allowed to go, you know, to go b6, I'm guessing.
Yeah, b6
b6 or a5 is probably too ambitious. a5 would be met with knight a4.
Oh, what about knight a5?
A knight a5, yeah, it's a good one as well. So insisting on
the attack on c5,
the c5 pawn. It's tricky because usually we say you shouldn't spend too much time like moving, you know, the flank pawns when your king is in the center. But how do you make use of black's king being on e8? It's very safe there, right? So as in like say Stavroula's game, when we said, okay, you open the center because the king is stuck here on e8. Here, how do you open a center at all with white? It's not clear. So it could be that it's just a clever way of playing it with black.
I don't really like the move c5. Maybe we can move a little bit.
Yeah, like if you go back here.
There should be some other moves that I don't know, some developing moves, but not c5. I understand c5 you want to prevent d6 from happening, but could we be playing something else here? Like, I don't know, bishop g5, for example. Is it even a move?
Oh, well, why not? Yeah, I go bishop g5. I presume black still captures. Well, sometimes what I realized, computers like to put the pawn on h3 even in this position. So it's not impossible that h3 is the move here, like h3. And by the way, where do you go? Like bishop h1 is somewhat awkward, right? Bishop f3 allows knight e5. Bishop
h1. Let's do the
bishop h1. So black, the only kind of worry black has, it's not easy to move the d pawn because c6 is hanging, right? But I guess now you can think of moves like knight to g4. The knight is stable on g4. Once again, putting some pressure here.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's very hard. It's very hard to analyze without like thinking for too long, because some positions are typical trapezoidal, and I just can go on and say, okay, here's the open file. You put the rook on the open file. This one, I see it for the first time, and it's so original. You know, it's so, well, a thing in itself, so to speak. Yeah, c5 is perhaps the ambitious move White wants to try, but then has to face the consequences. Yes, takes here, rook h5, and now how do you defend the pawn if you do it at all?
I think the move like rook h5, it can easily be missed by Salimova because, well, usually you would like to, let's say you castle or you develop other pieces, but Bibisara just straight going for the pawn, and I think a move just happened, and it is knight b3.
No b3. There's one more idea that I currently have. Not sure if it's any good, but you know, like kind of inspired by Bibisara's, you know, ambitious play. Can I just go d5? And ideally, I want you to forget how en passant works, but if you do not, if you take on d6, in fact, my plan is, of course, not to take on d6 and have, you know, an isolated weak pawn, but to try to go for bishop h3. I have no idea what it is, but, like, at least it seems a logical follow-up to what I was doing.
Well, this is gonna be crazy if it happens.
Well, yeah, like let's say if White just kind of cooperates, takes on e7, I'm planning to take on e7 with the queen, and then maybe rook d8, maybe if I'm allowed even like castle long in some cases. If I manage to trade and then go queen e6, we are talking checkmate here. So even a move like this, which I think is quite speculative, to be honest, like I don't think d5 is great, but the fact that idea of d5 exists in this position suggests that, yeah, Black perhaps has just a very, very promising position already. It's move 11.
Yeah, I think Bibisara is definitely thinking about it because she's already in the mood of attacking. So move like d7, d5 should come to mind because you just want to continue attacking the king. And I think, to be honest, there's a similar structure in the English as well, where you actually just sack your pawn like that, with not d5 though, but d6 takes, and then somehow
d6.
you gain access to the king side, and then you attack the king, and so on. So it's definitely a move to calculate, and it's gonna complicate the position a lot.
Yeah, your knight a5 is still not out of the equation, and there could be other moves. It is a very interesting position. It is a very interesting position for sure. Maybe the most original, if we are trying to kind of sum things up at the end of the first hour of play. Perhaps this one, I'd say this one, and also Humpy's
Scotch.
Humpy's Scotch are the most original positions of the round so far.
Yeah. Wow. I think today we have a treat. I mean, all the games are interesting and very unique as well. So let's do another round of visit to the game of Humpy, because I'd like to see how the game goes in this Scotch.
Yeah, so it's slowed down a little bit after bishop g5. Humpy spent quite some time before she ended up playing queen e6, which was the top recommendation of the engine, I'm guessing. Yeah, White castled long, so a lot of long castles today. A lot being two, though, so not a lot. Bishop d7 and g to g3, intending
to play bishop
h3,
h3,
I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's quite an idea. Yeah, bishop h3.
And interestingly, yeah, this queen on e6 is a little bit uncomfortable here. It's a little bit uncomfortable.
But after, let's say, you play long castle now, and then bishop h3, queen g6, you over the trade
like
of the
the
bishops.
The question is, can we somehow exploit, right, the fact that the queen went there?
Is knight d5 even a move here?
Yeah, could be.
Or even like f2, f4. Yeah, there's so many
Yeah,
things
there's,
going
there's a
on.
lot of options. Like normally, I think we just kind of stop here. Maybe bishop takes d7 followed by f4, and well, technically you are threatening to win the game in one move by going f5. Okay, how do I undo the arrow? Yeah, f5.
But there's f6.
There's
And the queen
f6. You're
saves.
trapping the bishop, and I go f5, let's say, and the queen goes to f7. Bishop goes to f4.
And knight can jump to e5 happily,
Right.
if necessary.
That's that's an interesting one. Once again, like I don't know about dynamics in these positions, but like statically, it's interesting. Like one would say black has the square on e5, and that's why the structure is not great. But the square on e5 can only, locate. You can only put one knight on e5. Yeah. The big question is what the other knight's doing. On e7, it's passive. The moment it goes to c6, white's very happy to go knight d5.
It is just an option, but black could also play d6, d5 on that position.
Wait a second. So g3 castles long, which was just played by
Yeah,
the
we
way.
just.
Yeah. So over here and over here.
f4,
And this,
f6,
and
queen
this,
f7.
and this.
Yeah,
this,
f5.
and queen f7. And yeah, and black could go d5
Yes.
immediately. Right. And then it feels like black's probably
The f5 pawn now
better.
feels
Yeah,
weak.
better. It's got a readier for opening. For opening the center.
Oh my gosh. I mean, this game is very interesting, of course, but Bibisara just played your move. Instead of d5, though, she played d6.
She played d6.
Yes.
But, the same kind of implying the same
Yes.
idea. So Bibisara is going for it.
But I think the difference is she just wants to force this exchange for some reason, right? Because, okay, d5 looks like kind of like forcing too, because if you don't do the
If you
unpassant,
don't
where are you going to
take,
go?
yeah,
right?
yeah, like well, black has a
Yeah.
huge center. Strangely, I've actually thought that it could be that d5 is more forcing, because now I'm almost tempted to say develop, and when you take to capture d8, and then if you take with the king, you lose the castle, right? If you take with the knight, I don't know. I'm hoping for some sort of compensation. Maybe it's a false hope, but who knows? Like knight b5 and. Yeah, maybe I'm just a pawn down, though.
But Salimova just took the pawn now, so we'll see.
So d6,
what's the continuation?
d6.
Yes.
Yeah, now this is serious.
Bishop
This is
h3 looks
serious.
very interesting.
And she does
just
it.
did it.
She
yes.
does it. Bishop h3.
Amazing.
Wow.
This is. I don't know how this is gonna go down, but yeah, this is my favorite game of the round so far.
Right. So what you can do, I guess, with white, if you're scared, if you want kind of the plan B type of thing, maybe you take and you go king g2 quickly and get like rook h1, and you say, I don't want an extra pawn. I just want to be safe with the king. It could be that it's over ambitious, to be honest, now that I'm looking at it. But anyway, we, as as commentators, as spectators, we are more than welcoming this type of chess. So we love it when it's like very sharp, very tense, straight from the start.
Exactly, and I think this position it's a true result game. It's not over for Salimova for sure, because I also love to play this as white, because I just want to see if my opponent can prove the pawn can be sacrificed, because now bishop h3, of course, this looks natural. It is a very common thing to continue how to attack the king, but also now we have d7. What else do we have? Like what you said, takes on h3, king g2, and then rook h1. Just try to simplify the position by doing some trades. And what else do we have here? Maybe not reacting to bishop h3 at all, and probably just get our bishop on c1 out.
Yeah, maybe go like bishop f4 or something.
Or what about this? Bishop takes h3 and then knight b5, or even knight b5 immediately, because the rook is kind of overloaded.
Can you go knight b5 immediately?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to go knight c7. And if rook takes b5, then of course you'd be very happy to take on h3, and then as we know, At least we pretend that it works 100% of the time, but with the g2 bishop being alive, the king is not getting checkmated. This is the belief, right? Yeah, so it could be this, knight b5. Let's say black takes on g2 first,
You give a
forces
check
us to go knight
first.
c7, king f8,
And now
and we
takes.
take g2. But then our knight could be hanging a little bit.
Yeah.
Like rook c8.
But I think it buys us some time to think about something.
Bishop f4 or something.
Bishop f4 is there, yes, and then in the worst case scenario, I don't know, maybe a4 and put the knight back on b5. But there's also what else
Yeah,
is
like
there?
bishop f4 is not bad, right? And in some cases we are threatening to take.
And we're not worried about e5 because then our pawn on d6
the
is safe.
d6 pawn survives. Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I was thinking. Like e5, I go say bishop e3.
And whenever there's queen d7, you have rook h1 just in time.
Yep, rook h1, and once again, wait a second, and then look, and
you
they
can
take, and now if the king takes, black deploys the queen nonetheless.
But you can take with the queen.
Yeah.
But after queen d6, bishop c5 is there. There's always some
so
tactic.
it's there, and if the queen takes, and you cannot take on d6 because bishop ups. No, sorry. Here, yeah, of course I meant if white
Queen
recaptures with the
it's just a
queen,
mouse slip, yeah.
you cannot take d6 because bishop c5, and we can go on and on and on about this position. But I suggest we stop speculating and wait for Salimova to decide on her next move. Yeah. So, but to sum it up, you are absolutely right when you're saying like it's not like black plays for initiative, but
Yes.
it doesn't mean that it always works.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
It's just a very ambitious play and perhaps a risky one.
Yeah, let's see which player plays the most accurate chess in this complicated game. And meanwhile, while Salimova is thinking on how to play against this bishop h3, I think this is the perfect time for us to take our first break. And don't go anywhere because all the 5 games are still going on and they are very, very interesting. And they're just going to get even more interesting in the coming hours. So
Yeah, we'll be back shortly.
we'll be back shortly.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, and this is the second leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025, live from Shymkent, Kazakhstan. And I'm still with the one and only, sorry, Grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko. Oh my gosh, I'm
Yeah,
still
you're
trying.
getting better and
I'm
better
getting better
at
and better, right? Yes,
Yeah.
trying to make it perfect. All right, Miro, which one are we going to see now?
So, yeah, a reminder, it's a first round, it's a second hour of play, and we are, believe it or not, but all the games are on move 13, move 12, move 13. Either like white is thinking about
12 and
his move 13,
yes.
or black. Yeah, that's fantastic. So everything develops at the same pace. We will take a look at Tan Zhongyi, our ex-world champion, and also the world
challenger,
the challenger, and her game against Elisabeth Paehtz. We left it somewhere around here,
Yes.
I think, and yeah. So h2, h3 was the next move. Black played rook to c8, a3. Okay. I just realized. I was thinking, like, why do you play a3? And then I realized it's actually quite awkward for white to continue.
Exactly, because the knight is tied on d2, because you have to keep
This knight has to
protecting-
defend this one.
Yeah, the other one also has to defend e4, and the bishop on c1, on the other hand, it has to
It's a set
develop.
bishop. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
set bishop. It wants to get developer also. So h3. Okay. Black goes rook c8. Now white goes a3. Maybe to stop knight b4 and to be able to play bishop d3 to defend this, and this will free the knight, and then the knight will move. So it's a little bit awkward situation. Elisabeth goes queen to b6, attacking d4. Knight c4 with the tempo, queen goes to c7, d5, and knight to a5.
Okay, now the question is, do you trade the knight or do you retreat? But if you retreat, then you're going to kind of waste a tempo. And
Yeah.
e4 pawn also is hanging.
e4 pawn is hanging. So I would be like kind of much happier, say, playing knight e3, at least pretending that I've done something, something constructive, right? Going back to d2, while could be a decent move because maybe we are threatening, b4 and stuff. But you're absolutely right. It has like a very strange feeling. What I'm doing with my position. I played a3, a3, almost like skipped 4 moves in a row. Yeah, went to c4 and back. Could it be though? Yeah, like I don't like knight d2, but if you ask me, okay, but what move do you like? It could be that I don't like the position at all, because taking on a5 also doesn't seem to be very attractive. Now I will have to defend the pawn.
And she moves it back to d2.
She does play knight d2, yeah. So that's ambitious, but also very, very risky, or even, should I say, provocative.
I think I have a feeling that this move could be punished very soon.
Yeah. So black kind of has to take care of this knight sooner or later, right? So I don't think before is a threat, right? Because some stuff can happen on the diagonal, but eventually you'll have to take care. You have to have a plan. How do we stop b4? How do we react to b4? Queen c2.
I think queen c2, queen takes, and bishop d3.
Then then in fact it's a very relic move. You have the possession of the c file, and maybe you want to invade, but it leads nowhere, it seems. Yes, queen c2. I'm not very happy about queen c2. What move would I like to play with white? It's a big question.
What about b5?
Yeah, b5. Oh, sorry, no, not b6. b5 is possible. However, let's say if I manage to go b4, and for now let's pretend that nothing of this works, right? So on a structure level, I would kind of presume that this has to be, like, again, if the rook is not handy, right? So the structure is probably good for white in the long run, because like knight d4 and b5 and knight gets to c6. But again, that's like not reality, that's my fantasy, because over here black is just winning with knight d5 or knight d4.
Yeah.
Right, so that means after b5 I'm not yet able to play b4. I need to prepare it somehow. And the big question is, how do I prepare it? And let's say if I go rook b1, then maybe go knight c4 immediately. And if I take, instead of having the pawn on b4, now it's on b2, which makes it absolutely different, right?
But Elisabeth went the other way. Knight h5.
Knight h5. And wait a second.
Directly stopping b4.
I like it. So it stops b4. It prepares
Knight f4.
some knight f4 stuff. Not only that, like f5 at some point can be considered.
I think it's a very clever way of Elisabeth playing this move, because she is a big King's Indian player herself. So she approaches this game, even though it comes as a Sicilian opening, but she approaches it as if it was a King's Indian opening.
As if it was a King's Indian. So now, what's the move for white at all?
Yeah. I'm not liking white's position at all, unfortunately. This looks cramped, yeah?
Yeah, like knight f4 is a very annoying idea. Okay, let's just get this out of the way. So knight b1, I thought like covering f4, but at the very least, yeah, I know it's a silly tactic, but just to just to demonstrate that this is like black would be very happy to have.
Or if you want, maybe knight b3 also works, yeah? And then you preserve your bishop.
Yes, and knight h5. Knight h5 is a clever attempt.
Wow, Tan Zhongyi is really in trouble now.
What's interesting, computer doesn't really, or the evaluation bar doesn't really think that it's that
black is way better.
That black is better. Yes, it could be that there is a move for white that we don't see.
What about knight? Okay, sorry. I was thinking knight b3, but there's bishop a4.
I thought of it, yes, but then bishop a4 is so unpleasant. I also thought knight b3, but then like bishop a4. Okay, what happens if I say go rook somewhere to, well, this is terrible. Now wait a second. So this
knight f4, let's say.
Knight f4, yeah, and I was thinking b4. And you know what I don't like? I don't like this one.
Wow.
Because it's actually getting white queen trapped. And if you take c1, it's obviously
Hang
knight
on.
e2.
Take f5, rook d1, bishop d1. But you always have some tactics. I don't know, bishop b5, knight d3 is coming.
Why should I be unhappy? It's equal material, right?
And it's a very bad
It's equal material, and it's like two bishops.
Yes.
So white should be close to losing this one. I don't know. Seriously, I don't know what the move is for white.
Or probably just approach it quietly, like rook e1, bishop f1.
Maybe.
Or even knight, I don't know,
so
giving up
here,
the bishop, knight f1.
Knight f4 here, and then we say, okay, you know what, now your knight on f4 will be hanging in some cases. Yeah, could be this.
But this takes quite of patience for white to play this type of moves, because naturally speaking, you would like to do something on this position, but instead, I think you have to be really patient.
Yeah, it's pretty much like you're saying, you know what, I don't need to develop the bishop from c1, I can play it as is.
Yeah.
After rook e1, by the way, you can consider other stuff. Well, f5 could be,
looks dangerous
or even once again, back to your idea, b5, knight c4. So it looks very promising, and even if computer gives this type of evaluation, from the flow of the game, you already get this vibe that white's not very happy with the way the opening went. And Elisabeth, she's known to be like, she's a very principled player, and if she's getting like kind of on a roll in one game, and then okay, here is like one active move, knight a5, knight h5, so you feel like she's getting into this rhythm of playing or fighting for initiative in a very serious manner.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much experience matters, because I'm pretty sure Elisabeth has played lots of Sicilian games in her life, while Tan Zhongyi is not a naturally e4 player, and I think the way how she plays this, she could really get the punishment right away.
Yeah, you're right. Perhaps white has to play rook e1. maybe we should look at this one a little bit more serious. So after bishop f1, so white is not threatening anything just yet, but rook b1 with the idea to go b4 now becomes unpleasant.
So probably, yeah, after here, maybe play b5 then.
Maybe now you go b5, yeah, so white goes rook b1. So the problem is like this knight on f4, it's active, but it's also... and maybe now you play f5.
But
So that if white takes... I mean, I want the tempo over the b1 rook, yeah.
Right.
Once again, I do not know if it does enough, the whole setup, because b4...
Or now I think you can play knight b3 since b5 is already played. There is no more bishop a4.
Ah, white could play knight b3.
Yeah, instead of rook b1, in fact.
And rook e1 is played, yeah,
Rook
right.
e1 is played,
yeah,
okay.
So good of you to identify the right move. Rook e1 is played, and again, I have the same feeling as in Salimova Assaubayeva. So first we like black's aggressive idea, and then we look close at it, and yeah, like you make all the active moves with black, and if you get nothing, then maybe white actually does more than fine. Yeah, rook e1, clever move. Let's see what's gonna happen. The time situation in this game is
quite similar.
roughly even time. Yeah, so it's move 15 for black to play.
And Elisabeth actually just got back from the European Club Cup, while Tan Zhongyi, I think her last event was the Global Chess League, but it was rapid. It was not even rapid. Yeah, it was blitz time control. So, or probably with rapid as well. So. In the hindsight, Elisabeth is more warmed up with the standard time control, but we'll see whether our former women's world champion and the current challenger is able to kind of save this game, because now, objectively speaking, probably black is a bit better.
Yeah, well, we feel like black has at least, like, you know, the initiative, in a sense, like the playing initiative. So while black is playing aggressive moves, I'm not sure what's the objective valuation is. It could be that
it could be nothing.
Yeah, it could be white just like solidifies and because no, seriously, like at some point this knight will be, it's kind of, it's either you get somewhere like knight f4 and let's say you jump to d3 in some imaginary situation, or all these things gonna go back. And again, and if you like at some point, let's say knight f4, bishop f1. If you end up, let's say, playing b6 before knight b7 somewhere, that means like a very bad position, right? So, of course, looks attractive, black's initiative, but one has to find the most precise moves to keep it up.
Yep. All right. I've been following the other game as well. There's still no move after bishop h3. Actually, bishop h3, bishop takes actually in the game between Salimova versus
Assaubayeva.
But let's go to the game between Lagno versus Goryachkina, because there have been some moves happened on that game. And now
something has changed.
Yeah, something has totally changed here. Like,
so we've seen rook e1. I think it was the last time we visited it. Knight to h5. So black takes a completely different approach to what you usually see in such positions, because, like, I don't know if you'd agree with me, but knight e7, knight g6 is like what's very often done in these positions, right? So white gets the knight on g3 and black gets the knight on g6. Instead, Goryachkina decides to move the other knight. So knight to h5, knight f1, queen f6. So knight g3 is stopped with this knight on h5. You don't have any kind of tactics because the knight on f3 is pinned among other things. White goes knight e3, aims at d5, but then Aleksandra Goryachkina captures it. So bishop e3, and here, why I'm stopping, I'm actually thinking that all three captures, strangely, make some sense.
Yeah.
Even the unnatural,
Even the rook,
the unnatural rook takes, because in some cases you would love the rook to be on the third rank to defend h3 and stuff.
Yeah, for example, if rook takes e3 now, knight f4, and then you just move the f3 knight, so that probably
Let's
knight
say
h2.
h2 to g4, and yeah, well,
whenever there's queen g6, you have rook g3
rook
right
g3,
away.
right. So what happened was the most natural recapture, bishop e3, knight f4, and white just played d4.
So whenever there is queen g6, white is ready to capture the knight on f4.
Yeah, and rightly
Is
so.
there any like funny business with all the sacrifice on h3 or g2, because this looks for it.
Yeah, well, the question is how exactly do we
Probably not
manage it?
not enough pieces to do that anyway.
Yeah. That's a good point, in fact. Like after d4, black got this knight on f4, but what's the next? Precisely the next move is what I'm struggling with. Like bishop e6, there'll be d5.
d5, yeah.
There'll be d5. Bishop d7, it'll be hanging on d7. So you can't move the bishop. Or maybe rook to like e8 or d8. Because if you think of it, like white has a lot of useful moves, like king h2.
Even a4.
Yeah, a4. Regrettably, queen cannot be moved, but yeah, I'm guessing king h2, a4, right, and at some point. And for black, it's really tricky. Because the one that I was saying, like rook d8, it's weird. It's like white's not forced to take. And ideally, I would like to go other rook to d8, right? So say, let's pretend, like here, let's pretend white doesn't take. So what I want to do, if I'm going to go bishop d7, rook to d8, and bishop, in fact, is the best on c8, right? So you want to return back.
So the problem is because the bishop doesn't have a good square to go. But let me get a spot for the bishop, Miro. Let's play g5.
Ooh.
And then what I want to do is g4.
That's
put
a good
the
one.
bishop on g4, and then you get what you want. You get the rooks in the center.
You go here, right?
Or maybe, I don't know, is h5 a good inclusion? I mean,
maybe king h8, rook g8.
Yeah, that's something like that too.
No, the moment I see g5, I actually like black's position. Yeah. No, you're on the roll today. Yeah, so g5. How about g5? And also knowing a bit about, say, Kateryna's style, of course, like if it's completely unsound, she will refute g5. But if it's a playable move, she will not like to face it. She's a very classical player,
very solid,
very solid positional and so on and so on. And there is something that I realized doesn't matter the level. It can be like, top 10, and it can be like club amateur players. Positional players, they don't like when the king is getting involved.
Attacked,
Yes. So g5.
Probably you have to play knight h2 in this position.
Yeah, well, perhaps. Yeah. But knight h2, it's like, a moral victory for black already. Because one of the things I can do... Oh, well, I should probably go h5 if it ever works.
It's a sacrifice, though.
It is a pawn sacrifice. Yeah, it is a pawn sacrifice. But I would love to stop knight g4, right?
Or probably just queen g6 or something.
Queen g6, right. Waiting for the knight to go to g6 and then go
and
h5.
then h5.
Yeah, so it's kind of an eternal knight on f4. It's impossible to go g3 because h3 will always be hanging. So if you go here now, it's h5. I don't know if this pawn is hanging, but
I was
white
not looking
also
to
has
get
to has to keep in mind that
because
one day
it's made in 1-2, right? After that,
it's like white has to keep in mind that in some cases, that there'll be. Okay, let's go. No,
you don't want to play d5. You don't want to close
d5.
This.
Maybe we
knight
have
e7, anything actually.
Have to explain that. Yeah, d5.
And she played it. g5 is on the board.
She did.
She did it. Yes.
Right. So now one more position. because honestly, during the first hour, I was a bit skeptical. Like we kept saying, okay, it's entertaining. I see Giuoco piano, and I'm thinking, okay, this one will never get entertaining, and it does. And it does, and move 13 after G5.
Yep.
It is a very, very rich, very promising position, where the fight for initiative is pretty much on.
Yeah, this is another another game that is very interesting. But okay, G5 is going to be taking Kateryna quite a while to think. Let's switch to the game between Salimova versus Assaubayeva, because that's also like our first pick of the day.
I do not understand what the last move means. I think Salimova done something very, very strange.
Yeah.
Wait, first of all, she spent a lot of time and she decided to play D7 check.
Okay,
Oh,
so technically you have 3 moves to play on this one.
yeah.
Uh,
So King F8.
King F8, I think I'm the more I'm looking at it, the more I was like, okay, maybe that's the right
King
way to
F8
go.
is a move. Well, I'm here to advocate for surprisingly the simplest solution.
Yeah, it just takes,
To
yeah.
take with the queen.
And
I
then-
presume the whole thing with D7 is intended to trade the queen. So queen D7 and knight D7. And I'm looking at this position, and black definitely has no problem because he's much better developed. But also in some cases I'm threatening to take and have a better structure, and as a white develops, for instance, like just to illustrate, like you can castle long, of course, there is no problem, but one of the things to do, you can take here, you can go F6, king on F7, F7, knight on E5,
Yep.
and yeah, these are not that great pawns. Knight D7 would be kind of an ambitious way of keeping the queens on the board, but maybe you're right. If I want to keep the queens on the board, maybe I go
Just
king
play king
F8, so that if this queen leaves somewhere, then
you take it with the
I'll take
queen,
with the
yeah.
queen.
Yeah, I think Salimova overacts a bit in this position because I can understand. I mean, well, I took a pick with engine during the break, and then it is actually not very easy. But your move, Miro, bishop takes h2, rook takes h3, and then just play king g2,
King G2.
is one of the top choices. And the other choice, apart from king g2, is to play bishop f4.
Over here.
Yes, which is more ambitious.
So to develop,
Yeah.
or to take care of the king safety
Yep.
first. Yeah, and D7 is really, it's kind of, it gives you this feeling that white's position was already not great. Like you play D7 with, not light-hearted. You just play D7 trying to please exchange the queens. I'm
Yes,
afraid of
yes.
getting checkmated, which she had no reason to think of like that. Her position was promising, and now, like, considering that black has at least a couple of like easy to play moves, both queen d7 and knight d7 are normal. King f8 could be like even more ambitious, Yeah, so you get an idea to get probably black is better here.
Yeah, I think the mathematics of this is actually pretty easy because all black wants to do is the initiative around the king, and then white has some sort of like kind of like an advantage or compensation with the d pawn, and once she gets rid of this pawn, she doesn't have this equalizer anymore.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you're right. So it's like black pieces are more active, white king is a little bit more vulnerable.
Yep.
And you had a pawn for this as your kind of factor in your favor. And one could argue that that's kind of the fight was like, I have an extra pawn,
Yep.
you have the attack. If I defend, I keep the pawn. So now you take the pawn back, and the
And
attack
then-
is still somewhere around. By the way, I just thought, like, if you go here and white tries to
Ah.
keep this one, knight c5, can we do some crazy stuff like this? And of course, I'm welcoming this in order to go queen h5. I have no idea if I'm threatening anything.
Or even like, I was thinking queen c7, but probably there's bishop f4. But what I meant is after queen c7, I mean, this is perfect.
Here,
This is
yeah.
like queen c7 here. Maybe at some point I'd like to take on
Queen c7,
g3.
rook d8.
Yes.
The rook d3 as well. Yeah, but there
Bishop,
could be
yeah,
there could
bishop
be bishop
f4. There is
f4,
e5, and then the
and
knight
so
on
bishop
c5 kind of a bit
g5.
hanging there.
Yeah, but after bishop g5, like strangely, I would prefer not to play e5 if I can, because now, like, the bishop is no longer that great. And
What about knight d4 now?
Wow. You are asking
And then queen
some
c6 is coming,
unpleasant
something like
questions.
that.
You're
Yeah.
asking some unpleasant questions. Yeah, like if I take here,
I think I can take.
you can take the knight, I was thinking, no? Or it's too much.
Okay, take the bishop is fine. Knight
No,
d5,
take the knight, it's d8.
queen
yeah,
c5,
yeah.
yeah.
Take here. Ah, I thought I go like knight e4, and I was hoping to be in time to play e3. But you know what? You can do this maybe, king f8 to double
Yes.
on the h file with the rook.
That's
Now,
possible too.
it is getting very, very scary. We already passed this time when it was like just dangerous for white. Now it actually looks quite scary.
Yeah. So if Bibisara wants to just play a game like in the end game, queen d7
Yeah,
should
queen
be
d7 is perfectly
sufficient,
fine,
yeah.
and I would not be surprised if queen d7 is the strongest move, to
Exactly.
be honest. Like the most natural, you know. But yeah, king f8 could be like the most ambitious and very, you know, inventive, adventurous move. And the game went in such an adventurous way straight from the start. So she was the one to push h5,
Right.
h4 to to find this funny rook h5 move. So I will not be surprised if she kind of, you know, continues playing in this. In a way, you could describe as, you know, a contrarian style, right? So she was like, I don't want any symmetrical, I want to attack your king. And then she was the one to sacrifice the pawn. And now if your opponent gives you the pawn back, what does contrarian do? He said, no, I don't want this pawn back. I go king f8, I want to checkmate you. Yeah.
Okay, I took a pic of the engine here. Yeah, d7, the best move is queen takes d7. But it is one of the most difficult things in chess, I guess, because in the first few moves, you already set your mind to attack your opponent's king, and then it's going to be very hard to somehow change your approach midway. But it is actually the necessary thing to do. So probably here, yeah, Bibisara should be thinking, oh, should I go for, you know, the continuous attack of king f8, keeping the queens on the board, or should I just clarify the position? Queen d7 is enough, and then black will enjoy quite like a slightly
slight
better
advantage
endgame.
in the endgame, yeah. Which is like a great result if you think,
Yep.
like 14 moves after the opening. Yeah, opening is done, and I'm slightly better with black. Can you ask for more than that? Not really.
Okay, we have also some other.
Well, some
let's go.
development, right?
Let's go for Divya versus Koneru Humpy, because this looks like exactly what we talk about.
Some moves, and yeah, bishop
Yeah.
h3.
Bishop
Wait a second,
h3.
I think Divya was, like, she spent a lot of time over here after bishop h3, queen g6. So I'm wondering what were kind of the alternatives, because that's the line that we've mentioned.
Yep.
Like first thing, okay, let's take and
And
now
f4.
go from here. Yeah, our line was f4. I'm not sure if it's
and
any
she
good.
played it. She played f4.
She did play
yes.
f4.
So we.
I'm still not sure if it's any good.
Yeah, to be honest, after what we saw, I think f4 was not really a good move. But okay, let's see. Maybe we missed something because she clearly spent some time on this variation. So she must have found something that is suitable for white. So
Can you do this?
But queen f7?
Yeah, queen f7 and
Bishop?
logically, yeah, like to go bishop h4.
And
I'm
I can
not
still do
saying-
d5 here, right? And I don't
yes,
know
you
what the
can.
bishop on h4 is doing there.
Not much. No, the plan was kind of that you won't be able to go d5 and maybe, let's say if you have to react with h6, right, then I'm just in time to go knight d5 and maybe g4 later, so the bishop is not trapped forever, can go g4. But right you are, there's d5. So Humpy has a chance.
f6,
and if
f5, only
f5
move.
queen here, bishop.
Okay,
I
maybe
don't know,
now.
maybe I have to change my mind. Maybe I have to
Maybe,
go like
yeah.
bishop e3, because this, you're right. f5 could be hanging at some point. Wait a second, but you're not, on the other hand, you're not threatening to take on e4. I don't think you do, because rook d7, king d7 doesn't feel right. So can white use this moment, this tempo, for something, once again, something aggressive? Don't know which one.
Probably knight a4, going to c5 and e6.
This to go here.
Yeah, because I don't think you can take e4 now and then let the king out to d7, yeah? Like, you can just take there, or now, even in this position, you can just play queen takes e4 first, probably. I mean, or rook d1. I think those moves are
many options.
pretty good ideas, yeah.
Many options. The fact that, like, one of the things to do is just to trade the bishop, and yeah, like c7's weak in some cases. And wait a second, so Humpy thinking, so that means there could be some alternative to what we thought was an obvious f7, f6. Well, h6 is not great, I feel like. h6, f5, right?
There is a great drawing line. I mean, I'm just dreaming. I don't know whether it is queen e6. Queen e6, and then you go f5, and then queen e5, bishop f4, queen f6, bishop g5.
I mean, if you wanted a draw, you can repeat it like this, right?
Yeah.
But it requires an effort from both players, right?
But
that's
not really a bad idea, you know? Like, if black just wants to equalize the game, like, how do you continue after queen e6 if black just wants to play for a draw?
Because you want to play f6, there is no f5, you'll take on f5, so you're threatening the bishop. So that's what you're saying, yeah, threatening the bishop. If I move the queen, say, to f3, so that I still have f5.
At least there's queen c4 at the very least.
Yeah, you've gotten the square on c4, right? If I move this queen to d3, there could be like some knight b4.
Yeah, so it's tricky, queen e6.
Yeah,
okay.
It is.
How much would you like to bet if this is going to come on the board?
So really, a draw like this? No, I don't think so.
But okay, apart from f6 and queen e6, is there any other move to continue this position?
Yeah, like
h6.
I thought about h6, but I'm not very
f5 and
not
then
very
goes
optimistic
to
with my queen on h7.
Right.
I don't know why would it be better than just going f6 and playing normal. So on kind of on a conceptual level, f5 is another option, of course, to kind of stop white's f5. But I don't think it's a good move.
Because e5 maybe?
e5.
Yeah, and
yeah, e5 looks interesting. I was thinking g4 also could be interesting. Like if you take either of the pawns, I go f5 anyway.
Yes.
Like you go here,
like
f5, queen e5, or knight e4, queen e4, knight e4. Yeah, this looks promising for white. So f6 solid. Queen e6 is tricky and also looks playable.
Playable, totally.
And I just realized it's also quite forcing because, because f6 is
also f5 on this position. I think f5 is also playable now. I mean, as for black, like the next move.
Wait a second. Well, what was our draw? Our draw
queen e5.
was like that. Yes. And can black take? I just realized.
No, the queen is protected.
The queen is protected. Wait a second. Yeah. So f5, queen e5. Wait, f6 doesn't make any sense. Then you get back the square on e6. Bishop f4.
Okay, let's try g4, yeah?
Yeah. And queen actually is in trouble.
Queen might be trapped. But what else to play here? Yeah, g5 is coming.
I guess yeah,
okay,
G4,
so we found a solution
much.
then. Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
G4 is too much. Well, same as in Salimova's game. I think the natural move is the strongest move. Like after all, we didn't find any argument against black playing f6. So we wanted to be original, but sometimes you just have to play what's the most
f6,
natural and looks good. Yeah, so f6 should be fine for Humpy. Yes, some developments in Lagno, Goryachkina. Queen is on g6.
Yes,
I
but
guess,
let's
like
quickly take a look at Munguntuul versus Tsolakidou, because we haven't touched it for a
Yeah,
while
we
there.
haven't touched it for a long while because there was not much to touch it. I think the
think-
conclusion was that here black has equalized, right?
Or even
After
slightly
castle
better
long.
position, probably.
Right, so we can just like check what has happened.
Mhm.
So white traded on d5 and went for a very modest move, knight d2, knight e5, the knights traded, bishop b3, knight e4, f6, bishop e3, knight on d3, rook a d1.
Mm.
So now,
So is b2 takeable?
I guess the problem is, okay, or rather, we
And then the knight might be
expect-
trapped, yeah?
we expect this one to work.
Okay, let's go bishop a3.
Bishop to a3.
Or probably just
No,
bishop
I mean,
c1.
we probably should explain that knight
Okay,
d3, there is rook
rook
d1,
d1 and yeah,
and
the
we
pin.
lose this knight to a pin. And bishop a3, yes, bishop c1 was something that I was not happy with. And wait a second. Wait a second. There is bishop c5 check now.
Yeah, but you can take
you can take
yeah, if you want you take the knight first on
right.
e4.
You take the knight first. You're absolutely right. Ups again. I'm just getting used to this software. Bishop e4 first. You're absolutely right. And then bishop c5, and the king goes. And then you go knight d3, and there is no rook d1.
Right.
There's a little problem. Rook d1 is illegal. It would win the game, but it's illegal.
Okay,
So that means
how-
b2 can be taken.
yeah, how to punish knight b2 then? Because of course Munguntuul will not let that pawn for free. So if knight takes b2, I think rook takes d8 is kind of automatic. But what to do
Yeah.
next? Yeah.
So the rook takes, king takes. Yeah.
Aha.
You can go bishop c1.
Bishop c1.
But then what?
If the same thing happens, bishop a3.
Bishop a3. I had this
Rook
idea.
f2. If takes, yeah, you go for two bishops versus rook, yeah.
Yeah. I think
Oh,
that
knight c4.
knight
What
c4
about that?
now. Knight c4, right. Yes, it works.
Somehow.
Surprisingly, somehow it works. It's a knight b2.
Okay, put knight b2 and then let's think on that note. I think rook d8 has to be the move anyway. And then what is the way to trap? Oh, what about knight f2? Just play a solid chess like that. And then you just trap the knight. You don't have to take it immediately, but just, put
Yeah.
some cage around it.
Bishop
Like bishop
here,
c1 and then
bishop
you-
c1, and
Oh, but
I'm
there's
ready
knight
to go knight
d3.
d3.
Or probably,
Ready to go knight d3.
yeah.
Yeah, but now we're like fighting with white to win the pawn back. So that's like, it doesn't explain why we had to sacrifice it in the first place. Maybe there was no good move here. Because b2 is hanging. But moreover, if you don't take on b2 with black, it's like not clear what black is. Okay, you can always play bishop e7, I guess, right? Because like one way to blunder with black would be to try to go for something like this, which
Yeah.
looks very comfortable, but there is rook d3, of course, eliminating the knight on d3, and then the bishop is hanging. Because like if you force this exchange, if white has to take on c5, then black's very happy, right?
Right.
It's a pleasant structure. The knight's gonna get on e5, but yeah, there is a tactical flaw in this line. Yeah, knight takes b2.
Yeah, it is the question now whether that pawn is takeable or not.
Knight takes b2 is what you want to do. How do you continue at all? It's a tricky
Yeah, it's a tricky
position.
line here. Or, what do we do after bishop c1? Bishop a3?
Bishop a3.
And now knight f2.
Knight f2.
I mean, at the very least, the bishop is tight on a3, that you cannot move anywhere, and also the knight.
Yeah. Guess something like
Yeah, something like that for
that
sure.
too. And interestingly, like
Oh,
white pieces
knight.
are also not so mobile either, right?
But after knight d1, there's bishop c5 first.
Yeah, knight d1 doesn't really
Otherwise, it would be
really
if the king was on
impress me.
h1 though. Like in this position, if the king was on h1, knight d1 might be the best move. But
Oh, you still take and get to c3, right?
no,
It's
it's
a
a check. It's a
The
check.
bishop d6.
Ah, then bishop
No,
d6.
it's like
Okay.
you're not winning much. Like, that's the
Yes,
problem.
yes. I think
That's
this
the
is what Stavroula is thinking. You know, she must be
Oh,
tempted.
she has to take on b2.
She has to take, yeah?
She has to take on b2, I believe. Like that's her chance. That's her chance.
All right, and
So what do? We check Paehtz, Salimova,
sure.
Paehtz.
Which one?
Tan Zhongyi with Paehtz, because I see last move was queen to c2.
Ooh, the queens are exchanged. Okay.
Queens are getting exchanged. So, Lizzie, after
rook
knight
e1,
h5,
yeah.
rook e1, she went b5.
Okay, we talk about it too.
And yes, and
now
you
it's-
mentioned the best
yeah.
move, which is knight b3.
Because now bishop a4 is no longer there.
Bishop a4, no possible. Take here, and queen to c2.
Mm-hmm.
So now white gets a chance to trade, go bishop d3. Oh, wait a second. She captures and she did not play bishop d3. Interesting.
Oh, I think because she worries about the positional sacrifice, or just this one.
Maybe you just win the pawn like
Just
that.
win the
Because
pawn.
it's why I'm
Hang
stopping
on,
here.
but
I'm
there's-
surprised.
Okay, yeah, rook b1, then rook takes c1, right?
Yeah, you can take
yeah.
on c1. Yeah. Perhaps.
But is this winning though? I mean, because white has the c file on that position, like rook b1 now, you have to take it with the rook. Okay, just keep taking on c1, and then now rook c7 is coming. You cannot play rook c8 because b5 is hanging. If you want to go knight f4, maybe bishop f1, and rook c7 is still there. Is it really winning for black?
It's not winning for black, no.
But how do you defend rook c7?
Ah, you mean like you think black could be worse? I mean, I can always play rook c8, right?
Oh yeah. I mean,
paying the pawn back and just equalizing.
I mean, if black is playing for win, then
yeah, you're right in a sense that if black plays for the win, so it's not there, and you're saying it could be that
it could
you
be
have
that.
to yeah, but how
Although it's
how
quite a
real is
stretch.
it?
Yeah, it's quite a stretch.
How
It's not.
real is it? Okay, technically you can.
But bishop b5
You
is
can
there.
go knight f4. Yeah, bishop b5 is there. Very tricky. No, okay. So, what? Rook c2.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like bishop d3 is a very natural move, but she rejected it. So rook b1 is there.
It's a very, very
A curious
strange
thing, right?
glitch. No, look, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the PGN text, and it's a very strange glitch which showcases. Oh, now it's like rook to c7, queen c3, rook c3, b1. What's that? It can't be right.
It cannot be right. I think it should be.
No, I think she
queen
traded
c2,
on
yes,
c2
yes.
and went rook b1. So now it's black to move. So for some time we won't be able to. Oh no, wait, we will be able to analyze what I'm talking about. Rook c2, rook b1. So defending this, now intending either d3 or you know what? You know what? I'm blind. I thought, yeah. So knight f4 stopped. White wants bishop d3. Can it be that we are back to this discussion, white being better in this position?
Yeah.
Realized, because
No, I'm not too hopeful since the queens are off of the board. Because,
black has another problematic
Yes,
nine, this
yeah.
time on h5.
yeah, the knight is a bit offside now.
If you will have to go back to f6, that means once again lost some time. And also, you know what, I'm not seeing the change with the clock situation. So Lizzie was like she had more time, and so this last couple of moves she really invested a lot of time in, and that usually happens when
you're not sure what to
you're
do,
not very
right?
happy about your
Yes.
moves you're playing.
Also, sometimes it's because you have many options, but then you realize you end up choosing the worst one, probably, and then you kind of cursing your own self. But okay, they are on move 20, so 20 more moves until the next time control.
Yeah, so there is not like a big danger of going to a time trouble of any sort. So maybe let's once again take a little tour of each individual game. So we've seen this one, we've seen, I think, okay, just to show once again, yeah, no changes here.
Yep.
Munguntuul against Tsolakidou. Still, knight takes b2 is an option.
Let's see,
For-
Lagno Goryachkina first.
Okay,
this one is also
I just clicked on this one,
Sure, no
sorry.
worries.
After d7, knight takes d7 was played. The option we kind of didn't look for too serious, but yeah, bishop f4, queen c8. Like still wants
something on
something
that.
on this side. But Salimova goes king g2.
All right. So now it doesn't matter where black moves, I guess. Like the knight on d7 moves away so that the queen can protect the rook, or if the rook moves away, it's gonna be rook h1 next move. Yeah.
Feels like it's gonna be rook h1, and it started very exciting, but now the more I look at it, I think, strangely, this game has a very serious potential of kind of fizzle out. Because I was thinking, okay, this king is stuck in the center, but in the way you can just march king f8, king g8, and pretend you always castled short. There was no such thing as like kingside attack. White is probably kind of doesn't have a plan of getting checkmated, so king g2, as you said, like rook h1 to follow.
But be careful, maybe not rook h1 now, maybe knight b5 even, because there's no more matting attack there.
Yeah, but can you go like king f8?
And then knight c7.
Because like these things, I suspect it can be dangerous. Or wait a second, not even e5, not even e4. Once again, I'm clicking the wrong button. Knight c7. There's also knight h5, right?
Oh.
There's also knight h5.
Interesting, yeah.
So now the problem here is that you actually do get checkmated, right?
Right.
Check and queen g4 checkmate, or rook h1 and queen h3.
Or king f3. There should be some checkmate after king f3. Probably knight e5, yeah? Knight e5 and something like that. Not
What's
on this
happening?
position.
No. Wait a second. Again, I have to, delete this. That's that line. And then, how did I get to this one? Knight f6,
Knight f6,
knight b5. I said king f8.
No.
Knight b5 first.
Knight b5 first, yeah.
King f8.
Knight c7.
Sidestepping the double attack. Yes, knight to c7. And now instead of going rook b8, knight to h5. And we said, okay, if you take here, knight f4, king f3. Well,
where's the mate? Knight e5.
In a worst case scenario, you can say I'm taking the knight. You don't have to, in fact. I mean, you can move away.
Or queen f5.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a checkmate. It's just like
queen f5,
I'm lazy to look for it. Let's go here. And
queen g4.
Queen g4.
And then bishop h6. Yeah, f4.
I don't think it has to be analyzed. Yeah, I mean, black is winning. If not a checkmate, black is surely winning.
Okay.
So this is too much. This is too much. Yeah. So knight f6 is perhaps a chance, because if you move, if you go knight b5, then probably there is. Now, I feel like it's time for white, to take care of the king.
Also, there is knight d5. You're trying to exchange this. And then the knight is centralized.
And to take with the queen,
yeah.
That's fair enough, that you can do this. I guess black can still do king f8.
Okay, then there's so many trades, like knight f6 is there, or rook c1. I don't know whether you care about your development. I think it's also fine for white to play rook c1.
Yeah, like rook c1 is possible.
I mean, rook h1 is always there, but I just want to try to find some other
rook
moves.
h5.
Is this even a mate? If I just take on f6, queen h3, and then king f3,
You can do it.
and next move
Yeah.
I'll play rook h1, because the bishop on f4 is so strong that it stops knight e5.
Yeah, could be this.
Also, rook c5 is there if you don't want to exchange the other way. I mean, I think white should be fine.
Still the king on f3 is
But
something out.
rook h1 is better, of
I'd
course.
prefer not to have, but yeah, well, rook h1 at the very least, black
Yeah,
can
yeah.
trade everything, take b2 and
And
the
then
upper
rook
pawn.
b1, knight c5. I think it's with compensation.
It's with compensation
Like,
or without the pawn?
No,
you
here,
want to
takes
follow
takes
all the
everything.
long line.
Yes. And then bishop
But-
b2, rook b1.
Yes, and bishop f6.
Oh, I think you have to go bishop a3, yeah?
No.
The west knight c5 is there.
And I mean,
Oh,
I
okay,
see I
just
have an extra pawn. I don't
yeah.
know, like, yeah. I mean, you have some compensation, but again, it's not a kind of not a favorable line for white. And to me, it doesn't look like the reason to be inventive. And why don't we just like
Yeah, rook
play
h1.
rook h1 and say, okay, I'm not getting checkmated. Maybe I keep more pieces on the board. Yeah, so there is that, and we were supposed to look at this one quickly, by the way. We completely forgot it. That's what happens to commentators when the round is exciting.
Yeah.
We are forgetting about like taking a break. We are forgetting about everything. We are getting carried away with exciting variations, and we hope that you guys at home, you enjoyed us analyzing and struggling to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, we actually have interesting developments on other games, but let's take our second break, Miro. And
Yeah.
just don't go anywhere because we'll come back after a few minutes, so stay tuned.
So that will be a particularly short one, because after the break we are coming back to this game, Lagno with Goryachkina. Very exciting game where tension is building up. So stay with us, we'll be back shortly.
“我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。”
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I've got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset, be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we're mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Hello everyone, welcome back. And all the 5 games are still ongoing, and we just keep being surprised by all the moves that the players have chosen in their games. And Miro,
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. Like, there's so many games right now. It's not only Salimova versus Assaubayeva, but also the game between Lagno versus Goryachkina and Divya versus Koneru. I mean, I don't know
Everything
which
is
one
very
to
sharp.
pick now.
Yeah. Well, we promised Goryachkina and Lagno, right? After g5, we guessed the next move. Knight h2
Yep.
was white's reaction. Queen went to g6, as you suggested. f2, f3. So white defends the e4 pawn and, yeah, fights against g4 for now. King h8, queen d2, and f7, f6. Solidifying the center. Rook a d ac1. That's an interesting move.
Yeah.
Rook a to c1, somewhat of a mysterious move. It doesn't do much now, but if black would ever take on d4, then after cd4, then the rook is playing, and knight to e7. That's, it's interesting because a lot of pieces on the board, but no clear plans as of now in terms of pawn pushes.
Right.
You don't really know what structure you want with white here, right? Do you want to take? Sometimes you probably don't want to go d5, as you pointed out. Yeah, so both sides are playing this kind of waiting game where each of them plays the moves that they think will be useful in the future. So now knight goes to e7. I guess queen will be moved. The other knight is going to go to g6. As white here, I would pretty much like to organize g3 somehow.
But how?
It could be that I'm dropping the bishop back for now, but then still
It's still
g3 is
dropping
not
h3.
possible because h3 is hanging.
Or probably the bishop can be trapped, or maybe there is h5. Like, let's say g3 takes and then g4, but
Bishop
there's
f1,
h5.
but first of all, it's like black to move, so say queen g7.
Yep.
And if g3, knight takes, bishop takes, and you go g4, h5.
Queen f2, queen g3.
Queen f2, and that's exactly what I was thinking. Imagine black goes h4, and it's a funny situation because the bishop is trapped, but also you don't have a piece to win the bishop.
And the knight cannot go anywhere without being captured.
Like, let's say you go to h1 with the rook, somehow you organize this, and even then, the moment you move the knight, the only square you have is f1. So that could be a funny line. I don't know if it's like fully correct. If black is somewhat afraid of it, there is like queen h5 as an option to kind of attack h3 one more time. Maybe just go h5 though. h5, h4, securing knight's position on f4. I'm guessing bishop f1 deserves to be played, and now I think I found an explanation for rook c1. It could be that white actually wants c4, c5.
Another King's Indian approach then.
Yeah, opening the files.
Opening the C file while your king is getting attacked. It is similar now to King's Indian ideas. Yeah,
it's not it's tricky because like black got some initiative, but is it really an attack? It remains to be seen because white pieces are not that bad organized in terms of protecting the king. You do not have enough open files for black as of now, and like if you start going like h5, g4, it's very double-edged. It's hard to organize this because the knight's gonna be hanging on f4.
Right.
I'm starting to get kind of warmer towards white's position, thinking kind of in terms of if you play sort of a slower game, if white is allowed to go bishop c1 and like carry out this c4, c5, I like white's position.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand this position, but probably after bishop f1, is knight e6 a move?
Dropping the...
Kateryna just played b4. This is actually what I had in mind, like why you played rook c1.
So that's the other reason to play rook c1, to play b4. Yeah, fair enough. So now if black exchanges, then once again the c file's getting open, so that seems to be a bit too cooperative. From black's perspective, you don't want to be capturing b4.
So if a4 or maybe black doesn't do anything.
Not react at all.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure where this knight is headed. Like knight e7. the previous move, knight e7. Clearly she wants it to say to g6, but then where the let's pretend like queen g7.
Could we try c6 d5 maybe? In this position?
c6 d5. I feel like we are playing with fire, like by doing this, like even like a capture now, so because d6 is weak if you take with the f pawn, right? So you probably take d5, then queen d6 or bishop c5 starts happening. I feel like black is pretty much limited to play on the king side and king side only.
Ooh, and h5 is on the board.
h5, yeah.
Wow, this
H5,
is a
so
very dynamic approach now.
Pushing the pawns.
White is playing on the queen side, black is playing on the king side.
Yeah, I guess move the queen, go knight
Yes.
g6, and then go g4 is one plan. The other one could be just put the pawn on h4 and say at least I'm securing that this knight is...
I don't think so though, because I think you're just allowing at some point knight g4 and all the attacks stopped. So probably you are actually planning to play
You're trying to
g4.
organize g4.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm still looking at bishop f1, I don't know. Anyway, the tension is clearly building up in this game. So let's check what else do we have. Divya Deshmukh with Humpy Koneru. And here, well, it's not the first instance. I think we have to congratulate each other on being in a good form. We are guessing the moves correctly. So over here, think...
After f4,
After
yeah?
f4, yeah, black
F6.
spent some time, but eventually settled for f6.
f5
Queen
is
f7,
force,
bishop f4, d5,
and then at a4.
and knight a4.
Yes.
Rook to d8, and white says, you know what, I'm not in a hurry myself. I go king b1, d takes e4, and queen takes e4. So what do we play now? Like this rook to e8, or trade the rooks, go rook d8?
Because the next move could be knight b c5. You want to take on b6 next
right,
move?
you don't want to take...
Not now, but knight
you
b
want to
c5.
go here, then take the
then
bishop,
knight
then go
e6.
knight e6.
Yep.
And this would be, of course, a great achievement. So I have to fight with this idea. And that allows me to find a move like rook d5. Oh, maybe I should do this. So look, I go rook d5. Now, among other things, I'm attacking this pawn and I want to double.
What's wrong with just the knight goes to d5 so that the other rook can go to e8 and attacking the queen?
Nothing wrong, you can do this as well. Yeah, I just thought that this is a clever move, but if you don't like it, we can always go knight d5 here. But maybe, as you said, there's still like knight c5. Not sure which one. Maybe that one. So rook e8, I'll have knight e6. Right? Moreover,
Just take on.
I'm not sure if it's any good, but I'm considering taking with the pawn here to cover e5 and to put the knight on e6. Maybe even like go queen e6, knight e6. So it's tricky because in some cases I can see white's knight on b3 being a bit cut off from the game. Let's say if you just naively exchange on b6, a b6 happens and then the knight on b3 is not doing much. Or alternatively, if this line with knight's appearance on e6 happens, and especially like that, then I'm looking at the c6 knight. It's also not doing much, right? I mean, this will end up on e6, this will be traded for the bishop.
Right.
The knight on c6 is not great. It's still, like, the feeling is it should be around equal with precise play.
But it's not easy for black on playing the next move.
Yeah, it stands. You have, well, you have options. You have rook d5.
Rook d5 is
you
still
can,
there.
You can try to simplify as well. I feel like
And rook d8,
this
yeah?
could be not bad as well. Because if white takes d8, knight d8 is passive for a bit, but also it defends e6. And again, maybe you coming back to these plans with knight d5 and so on.
Or maybe now c4.
Wow.
Where does the bishop go?
Doesn't go too far. Yeah.
Doesn't look good for black now.
Yeah, well, I guess you'll have to play c6, but this is already...
Yeah, just takes and
This is already
knight
like
d4.
playing with fire.
Yeah.
Knight d4, because queen takes,
Queen
queen
e7.
e7, queen d4 has a little problem in this line. Yeah.
And Koneru played knight d5.
Yep, your move, knight d5.
So yeah, I was curious on the analysis that you made. Like it is very playable for white to do it, and I like such an idea too. So let's put the knight on c5. So
Knight on
maybe
c5.
there is another move in this position. Knight e6 is coming. So how do we do?
So I'm thinking like you can go this, knight e6, and my secret hope was that something like this is gonna work, like knight f4, then trade the rooks, go g6, try to undermine the knight. But I kind of cannot really understand what is that.
Ooh, what is this?
I have no idea. I mean, something's happening. Knight d8, I'm attacking the queen as well. So if rook e4, it's knight f7. If rook a4, it's gf4.
And is
I
the
think
knight
white
trapped?
is just winning. Yeah, I think white's just winning,
Yeah.
right? It's kind of is getting trapped, but also there is no piece to take it. So
Okay, so
that
knight
means,
d5. Rook
like
is
knight
coming.
here.
So knight c5, yes.
Maybe you need to take this one and then to take this one,
Okay.
and then you can play rook e8.
Then I'll be happy to play this, I guess, with knight e6.
But yeah, but then g6, and I'm not sure if you can keep the knight on e6 alive.
What about knight b6 and then queen a4?
Somewhere. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen a4, and if g takes here,
And knight goes, yeah.
yeah, like there's a funny
Or knight
there's a
d8, yeah? Knight d8.
knight d8.
Knight
Oh.
d8. Oh, actually, that's a better move, knight d8. Because you're also attacking b7 at the same time. You have to...
No, I wanted to show this line, but I don't know if it's any good.
But there's king d7.
Queen d5. No.
Queen d5, right.
Queen d5.
So you have to take
You
and
have
then...
to take, but then... wait a second. In my calculation, I thought king c6, knight f7, king d5. And I
the
wanted to
knight
make
is
an argument that the king is very active. Again, a little problem with this line is king c6 is illegal.
So king c8
here,
and f5 is
here,
hanging later.
King d7 and knight h6, e6. So it's a huge... maybe there is no huge debate. Maybe the knight is in trouble. It won't be... What's interesting, it's kind of not getting trapped, really. It's getting immobilized. It cannot move.
Yeah.
But, well, it looks like black has to have like an absolutely...
No, f4 should hang.
Yeah,
f4 should hang.
At some point, like so black has to have no trouble whatsoever. Again, very tense position.
Knight c5 has been played.
Move 19.
Knight
b
c5,
to c5.
yes.
Yeah, knight b to c5. Right. I don't know. Maybe one doesn't have to be so inventive. Maybe you don't take with the pawn. Maybe you just take with the queen. And white has the knight on e6. Black has the knight on e5. And somehow, yeah, like maybe knight on e6 is a little bit more annoying than a knight on e5.
Yeah.
On the other hand, like it's not impossible that I just do something really boring like this and say I go, well, b6 is probably asking for trouble. I wanted to say like you go knight d6, I go knight d8, which is, I say go here, go here, go here, and just say, okay, let's exchange everything.
Oh, but there's rook d8, queen b7.
Now queen's on f4.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're right. It would be
Mine
the
is
same
still on.
trick. It
Yeah,
would be
yeah.
the same trick. But anyway, so that's the current position. Knight went to c5. Humpy has to decide on what to do next.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, this looks very comfortable for white, but black should be able to defend this. But how?
Wait a second.
You want to go knight b4?
No, but that's stupid. Knight e6
Yeah.
shuts down the diagonal. It shuts down the diagonal. It's not as simple. I'm tempted, like, it's a few times in this game that I'm tempted to say, okay, and now the simplification is going to start, but it's actually not easy for either side.
She
to
took the
start.
bishop on f4.
She took
And
the bishop on
now
f4.
The question is how to take it back with the queen or with the pawn. Both look very possible.
Yeah, like pawn is more ambitious, but also, like, long term, you of course compromise the structure. Taking with the queen, kind of less pressing, and maybe one of the things to do would be to try to trade all the rooks. And so again, maybe it's not as exciting as it originally seemed. Knight c5, knight f4 played, and Divya is thinking over this move and how to recapture. Something that we didn't check for some time would be done with Elisabeth Paehtz.
Yes.
Tan Zhongyi with Elisabeth Paehtz, where Elisabeth found
a way to kind of
a way.
save the position now, I guess.
Wait a second, what's happening?
So-
Rook c7, bishop d3, a6, bishop g5, knight f6, rook d1, rook c8. It's good that she ended up playing back to f6, because sometimes, I have this problem myself very often, that if I come up with the idea and part of me understand, okay, that was a silly idea, but I want to prove everybody that to prove to everyone that I knew what I was doing. Knight h5 was a clever move. I insist on keeping the knight on h5, which leads to more trouble if I would admit, okay, it was dumb, and just
Let's move it back,
return the move. Yeah, that's gotta go back. I don't know how dumb knight h5 was. Maybe it wasn't dumb at all. But all I'm saying, like black should not insist on keeping the knight on h5, which Elisabeth clearly understood. Rook c8. So white's a bit more active, has a bit more space, but black possesses the c file, which should make this position roughly equal.
Yeah, I guess so too. But also, who's actually have more initiative in this position? Because looks like now I prefer black's position again. It was white before, but now black kind of having some idea, especially with the diagonal of the bishop on g7.
Yeah, it really depends on pretty much white's next move. Because one of the things to do is, well, perhaps defend the b2 in advance, so say you go rook e2, and say, you know what, you also don't have that many active plans.
What about h6? Just kick this bishop away.
Bishop
Where does it
goes,
go?
say, to e3,
All
and
right.
the d4 eventually.
I have this one idea which it might be weird, but it's like bishop e8, knight d7.
No, it's not weird at all. Like, the bishop is sort of misplaced on d7, and moreover, like if we come back to the position which is currently on the board, you would prefer. By the way, bishop b1 was
Something
played.
just happened.
Yeah.
What was that?
Bishop b1.
Bishop e1. Okay.
Defending d5, preparing e5.
Ah.
I guess that's the point of bishop e5, b1. Yeah, but I was saying that, like, the bishop on d7, you would prefer it kind of not to be on the board at all, to be exchanged for something, so that you have knight d7, then knight usually jumps somewhere to like d7, and then c5 a4, be it c5 a4, and sometimes b6 c4.
Yep, that's possible.
Yeah, so you need d7 square for the knight to reroute it to kind of better squares. I don't know if
Sacrificing
b4
the pawn.
is an actual move.
Probably just take, and then at the very least there is rook c1.
Bishop here. You do have rook c1.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, even this one's not yet over, because, like, black can get a little bit annoying in a way. Like, you know what, I'm playing for compensation. But yeah, I don't really trust this position. It's not the best black has. But yes, black has to take care of e4, e5 break, because otherwise it can be somewhat nasty. So pretty much what it does, let's say we go bishop e8 and e5 and takes and knight e5. Right, what it does, it opens more files in the position, and therefore black's possession of the c file becomes less relevant, because
Is knight d5 working? And then f6?
Don't know. It works to an extent. Let's say it doesn't win for black, right?
But just to equalize everything in the center.
I guess.
Oh,
Can I go bishop a2?
Yeah, that looks really
But
good.
yeah, you just move the king somewhere. Let's say you go to h8, and I will still have to.
Probably f8 is better.
Maybe f8 if you can. If you can go to f8, it's even better.
Yeah, and then take on e5, exchange everything, probably. It should be equal, yeah?
I guess so.
Or even now, like bishop f7, and what else is there?
Yeah,
Just-
I'm debating if black can kind of hope to play for advantage, but probably not. I mean, in order to equalize, like very often
rook
this
c1.
would be enough, because yes, you sacrifice the pawn.
But then rook c2 is
But
coming.
then rook c2, yeah, white has to play rook b1, and I mean, if you want to make a draw, like even bishop f7, I know it's not, not very attractive way of making a draw, but with such an active rook, you will not lose 3 versus 2.
Right.
Or g5, bishop g6, also, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So black has sufficient counterplay in that line. Well, Elisabeth just played
H6,
h7, h6,
yeah.
your idea of kicking the bishop out. Yeah, perfectly sound, it seems. They have to clarify where the bishop goes. I guess goes to e3, d4
Yeah.
to neutralize black's bishop. And maybe then is the moment when you know what? Maybe you go g5. And if bishop d4, you once
You're gonna play that
again
h5
return
again.
it to h5. I don't know what it does, but yeah, right here, like the more you look at it, the simpler it becomes. Somehow we are less worried for black. Yep.
Yeah, I think black is back on the wheel now. It's yeah, there's nothing to worry about in this position anymore. And meanwhile, let's take a look at the game between. I think I'd like to go back to Salimova versus Assaubayeva
Yeah.
because
Well,
the
something
rooks
has
have
changed.
changed. Yeah.
Something has changed here. So after knight f6, white played rook to h1. Rook takes, queen takes, knight h5. Bishop went to e3, and also Salimova is down to 9 minutes. It's the first game where
Oh,
we actually
wow.
see a time trouble. So back to e3.
But
knight
this
e5.
is one of her weaknesses that I noticed, that even during the World Cup, Baku, we watch her very closely because, well, she kept
Of
playing
course,
until
yeah.
the end of the tournament, right? Until the final. And then she kept running out of time. But somehow at some point she just played better when the time is almost out. So
Yes,
there's this type of players too sometimes, right?
course,
When
yeah.
you're actually thinking and playing better, when you're forced to think fast because you don't have much time on the clock anymore.
Yeah, so knight c4, bishop f2. And again, the question is, can you take
On
the
B2.
b2 pawn? Because, a spoiler alert, in the other game it was not captured.
It was not
Stavroula
captured.
decided not to
Ah.
capture on b2, and we will come back to that one. But for now, well, computer... I don't have computer suggestions, but the evaluation bar, it says black is better in this position, and I presume black being better than much better, like 0.6. I presume it means black can take b2. Because again, there is like a positional approach, which would be take c3, say I have a very strong knight on c4, right? Like go f6, put the king on f7, maybe go b6, restrict this knight. But it's not much. It's if anything, black gets comfortable position, but it's not a real fight for advantage. While knight takes b2, it's it's an extra pawn.
So now maybe rook ac1, rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1 is of course something you would like to do. And the question is,
What's after this?
what's
yeah.
after this? Because it's, it's a piece sacrifice after all. Bishop d4, which I've originally, first of all, this exists, which I had no idea it does. There is also a problem that
But
queen b8 is possible, and you attack g3, so you're
g3 is
sidestepping the
hanging.
pin.
Right.
Yeah, so
that's
bishop
clever.
d4 is not, it's kind of out of discussion.
Okay.
So knight b2, rook c1, bishop c3. You have a strange looking and kind of, I don't know if it works, like strange looking move like this. Bishop e1.
But there's always like queen e6 because
Ah,
e2
yeah,
is
yeah,
hanging.
attacking e2.
Or
yeah.
queen c4.
Queen
which-
c4.
Maybe queen e6.
Queen
You're
e6
stepping away from the
unpinning,
pin. Yeah.
So that's all stupid. So that means after knight b2,
The knight has to move.
you probably have to go like knight d5 or e4. Maybe knight d5.
Knight d5 looks good to me.
So
Rook c1 is coming.
You're kind of threatening rook c1.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or there is also knight c4 and then b5. So in a way, maybe your knight is having an outpost on c4.
No, it's seriously, it's a crazy looking position.
But also white has a move like queen h4, threatening for a mate. Oh, it's all over. It's all over the place now. It's a mess. King f8.
Yeah,
But there's
strangely.
bishop c5. Or queen
Bishops-
h4. I don't know which one is the best move in this position.
yeah, attacking e7
E7.
too many times. Right, so knight b2, knight d5, we are not sure, right?
But there's so many cases. Being b2 is the poison pawn. Yeah, even in the opening. Now we see two games
Why it
in
is
this
opposing pawn,
in this
opposing-
round.
Yeah. But wait a sec. So after knight c4, what do we do? Rook c1,
Okay, and b5.
b5, and we can go like queen
Yeah.
h4. You said
Yes.
it's a threat.
Yeah, and how to deal with it.
Queen d7.
There's knight c5.
No,
Oh, no,
th-
oh,
this
the knight
guy's
is hanging.
hanging.
Oh,
This
queen
guy's
e4
hanging.
then.
Queen e4,
Another
yes, but again,
knight
it's
f6, knight
like you have
c7.
only one threat, right? So it's rook d8. That's tricky.
When
it's like-
bishop c5, what about that?
e6. No, it's weird. It's not as easy. Like I don't think white is winning. It's just if you take on b2, it's 180
Yeah.
switch happens. So white sacrifices the pawn and gets the initiative. How, let's say, how convincing it is, you never know. So for Bibisara, the option is like to capture the pawn, be a pawn up, but also be under some sort of an attack, or option B,
Just takes
very
queen
solid,
e6 and
takes
then
takes, yeah,
long
queen
castle,
e6.
something like
You
that.
didn't move the king.
No, I don't think so. I think
Yeah,
black
but
still
that-
has the right to
that's
castle.
that's a great point, by the way, because I've shown this line and I thought you had to go like f6, king f7, these kind of things, because I thought we've already, like, past move 20 in my brain, like we lost castle right somehow. I don't remember.
Naturally, right?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
remember. However, yes, black is still able to castle long if he wants to. So queen e6, well,
But
queen
there's
e6
knight
runs into knight
d4.
d4. Can you be even more ambitious? Can you go e5 to control this? And I understand it's postponing potential castle even for one moment.
No, I like it. This e5 is looking really good.
E5, yeah, like
But rook d1. Let's
this queen
get that.
h4 as well, rook d1, yeah.
Yeah, let's get that rook moving. b5. I have a
No, b6.
b6.
I
Okay.
wanted to restrict this guy for whatever reason. Just want to. Maybe it's too slow, and maybe now
Queen h4
stuff's
now,
gonna
yes.
start hanging. So kind of building a beautiful position in my head with black, like b6, f6, king f7. But I'm spending too much time, and I
Right.
guess white will come up with some sort of tricks of his own. So anyway, turning point for Bibisara for sure, because round one she plays the black pieces, and I think that already we can say that she has a chance to start with a win. Not only
Yeah.
the position, right, but the fact that Salimova was down to 10 minutes or
Yeah.
9 minutes, that
Yeah.
is, yeah.
And how many moves do they have still?
Let's
Okay, 20
move
moves.
20,
19
21,
moves.
yeah.
19 moves for Salimova to make for the next time control. Yeah, it's not an easy task, but definitely still possible.
So, shall we check Munguntuul? The game where knight b2 was not played.
I checked actually. Knight b2 was totally possible, but it's only giving.
Over here.
Yes, knight b2 was possible.
Knight b2 was
Yeah.
possible, which we figured out, but probably not winning.
No,
Yeah,
it's
so
not
it
winning.
was-
It's not winning. It's just equal.
So black instead went bishop e7, rook d2, swapped here, knight to c5, traded the rooks, bishop d6, h5, knight d7. Black is so solid,
So solid. Yeah.
incredibly solid, knight e5 and so on. But in order to be, like, to say that black is really better, you have to exchange these guys, right? Because
Right.
now, like, if white wants to come up with defensive idea, one of the defensive ideas would be whenever the knight appears here, you go bishop f4. Okay, you
But-
don't blunder the fork, yeah, but you go
But
bishop f4 and
h4
pretty
is
much go
coming now.
for opposite colored bishops, yeah.
h4 is coming, and actually that bishop
h4
on d6 is an attacker.
Yeah. Say I have to go king g2, I feel like. Have to go king g2. After h4, I'm guessing.
Bishop
This
b3, bishop
could
e6
be-
with that idea.
Yeah. Bishop here.
Knight
Yeah, like I wanted
e5.
to say that this one should be acceptable
Knight
for
d3.
white. Knight d3. Ah, now you will take my pawn. I thought rook f1, but now you will take my pawn here. Even this one's not 100% clear. Knight b2. The knight still kind of has some issues. All of a sudden, there's rook g1. The black always has some tricks.
Probably, okay.
White always has some tricks.
I'd like to argue after rook f1, probably I'd like to play, I don't know if h3 is any good,
To include h3.
and then if you play king
if I
f3,
kill here.
now at least the king is exposed, and
But it's an endgame. I don't know. Like, why would you think of it as exposed? I would rather think that it's active. Because we don't have that many
That's
pieces
true.
that
That's true,
that many
actually.
pieces to attack it, right? So I was much more worried, like, if the king has to go to h1 or g1.
Yeah,
then
yeah,
it's,
yeah.
Then it's in trouble. Yeah. But you're right. Maybe we just have to find the proper moment
to play
to
h3.
play h3, because now where do you go? Like, you cannot go here.
Yes.
You probably have to go to the. You definitely have to go to the first rank, and also
Also,
to h1.
additionally, if you go to f1, there is knight f3 instead of knight d3. But of course, I mean, we have to
There's
calculate
rook
which one is
e2,
better.
Yeah. Well, all we are saying that this is completely different, right?
Yeah.
This and now perhaps like taking b2 or taking f4 and b2,
And then rook
like with the king
h4.
on h1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And rook h4 as well.
Again, so what does it leave us with? Stavroula might not only have an equal position, but also
But a better
chances.
position.
Yeah, also some chances. And you're right. Like, somehow, I think that's my problem as a chess player. I tend to underestimate like how annoying this type of. It's not even an attack, because white king is not getting checkmated like in any of these lines, but how annoying it can be, like this pawn tension, this idea of h3 in the endgame. Because, like, in my brain, queens off the board, there is no such thing as an attack. Okay, with some exceptions, of course, but yeah, like here, I would not take it too serious until I realize that it actually is annoying. King g2, h4. What did I do after h4? I don't remember.
Should we play... Okay, if g4 then h3. And the king has to be on the first rank.
And did we try this one?
Okay.
I think... yeah, I've done this move, which was stupid. I should probably play bishop f4 immediately. This is more to the point, I guess. Once again, black has like pretty much zero risk. Knight e5. If you want to take it.
Yeah, I think you have to take it and go for the opposite color bishop, yeah?
Yeah, because otherwise, yeah, the same h3 tricks.
Okay, Stavroula has moved h4 actually.
Yeah.
Yep, it's according to the characteristic of the game.
H4.
Yeah, bishop f4 has to be played. You have to challenge this bishop on d6. It's a very strong bishop.
It's not much,
But-
not much else that I can think of. Like sometimes, funny enough, like a move like e5 would be not a bad move, just to get like some access to some squares, but not here. I don't really see enough justification. Yes, you do get some new diagonals for the bishop, but at what cost? Yeah, so bishop f4
Yeah,
seems
bishop f4 should be
reasonable,
enough.
and we'll see how it goes from there.
Yep. And before we go back to the game between Tan Zhongyi versus Elisabeth Paehtz, which bishop e8 was, by the way, played, let's update ourselves on the game between Lagno versus Goryachkina.
Yeah, Lagno Goryachkina. Well. So last time we've seen was before h5, and we
yes.
said, okay, now it's clarified. Black attacks the king side, white tries to develop, to find some sources of initiative on the queen side. And it went bishop to f1, rook g8, ba5. So now if you take rook a5, I guess this is where c5, c4 happening. So that's why queen h6, preparing g4, king h1. Huh.
Is g4 is not a move now, yeah?
G4 somehow.
You can actually play g3 maybe.
Well, you can, yeah. I'm thinking, could it be one of those positions where, like, judging by King's Indian standards, you did what you could, so you brought all of your pieces to the king side, and it still doesn't work? Because sometimes I've seen this. I've played a lot of King's Indians, and like the fact that not only the queen side is getting open, but also the center. Like if you compare to King's Indian, when there is like d5, the center is not as stable, so you never can play, pretty much never can play f5, right? Because de, you get yourself a bunch of weaknesses. White's plan is still like c4, c5, pretty straightforward. And I'm yet to understand like under what circumstances g4 is going to be good. Like here g4, I'm almost sure g3 works.
Yeah, I think so too.
Almost sure g3 works and white just wins material. So you definitely need preparation, but also not clear what type of preparation.
But why did black play queen h6 though? Because the queen was on h7 before, right? Or
No, g6.
no.
Queen was
Yeah, but
she
But
had-
there's I think there's a moment when the queen was on h file.
No.
No?
No, there was.
Oh, the
No,
queen
it
was
wa-
from g6. Okay.
Yeah, g6, queen h6. I guess she had this idea of defending the knight so that g4 can be played, because say if you went queen h7, king h1, g4, I'm guessing this one's
Just takes, yeah.
just hanging. So you take it in, you take twice, and then f6 is hanging. And again, very hard to justify. It could be one of those King's Indian attacks that is not an attack, really. And I think the argument you had about Paehtz being more experienced than Tan Zhongyi pretty much applies here, because I don't think Aleksandra Goryachkina has a lot of experience as the King's Indian player. So she does something which is, well, very much King's Indian-like. But does she have like enough
Experience
feeling for this position? Yeah, because these are very tricky. And you're absolutely right. Like somehow magically you get like g4, g3, and then it's a checkmate, right? But it's
yeah,
very hard.
This position, I think we have to approach it quite concretely, move by move, right? Because there's so many things, you cannot just understand, but also have to calculate precisely.
Right. But again, for now, I'm struggling to find a move for black even. Like, what is the move that you say, okay, I'm satisfied with this move, I play it and I see what happens. I don't see such move. Well, bishop e6, but it's kind of non-move. It doesn't improve much, and white just does his thing, goes c4, and d5, c5, opens more files.
If the only problem with g4 is g3, probably black can try to plan double up the rooks on the g file, because then there might be some checkmating idea on g1.
Takes, yeah, but you need like
you need to move the bishop first. Three tempi.
3 moves.
And then 4
and
with
then
the g4.
g4, yeah.
And Goryachkina just played something. Rook g6 is on the board.
Could be too slow. Okay, rook to g6. Oh wait, maybe queen goes to g7 is a faster way of doubling on the g file. I don't know if it does anything, but at least, yeah, let's say white goes c4.
Yep. Queen g7.
White goes c5, and you go g4. And if, let's say, white takes everything over here,
Takes h3.
you take h3, and I don't know what it is. I can see that this is not possible because checkmate in 1. But on the other hand, something along the lines of rook c2. Because white is strange. Like, I want to say, like, if we get a position like this, I'm ready to argue that white has already won if he's not checkmate. Like, positional battle on the queen side, like opening the files, white succeeded in everything.
Or even like
just
g3
that, like,
here.
The point is like
Yeah.
not to get checkmated.
g3, rook takes g3, and bishop
And then
c4,
move the
something
bishop.
like that.
Yeah, it could
and then
be
rook
this.
g1 is coming.
Could be this. Right, so Kateryna has played c4. The evaluation bar went in white's favor, so means it likes white a lot. It thinks there is no checkmating attack.
Yeah.
Goryachkina,
They
she
have
did
played a few
play-
moves there. Yeah,
she
queen,
did play
queen
something
g7.
Yeah, she does get queen g7.
c4, queen g7. Yeah, she really aims to play g4 now.
There's also various thoughts of I think if
You
you
want to play queen
take
d8?
if you take black takes back like this
Yes.
with the d pawn, and then the knight returns to c6, because this could be me getting in trouble, right? No, maybe not. Maybe even this is possible. I thought g4, but I kind of have the same line. Yeah.
Wait, can I try to trap the queen? Or maybe not.
Oh, yeah, maybe you take f3 for knight f3, h3, g3. Oof, confusing.
No, I was thinking. Okay, sorry. After that queen c7, you can play knight e6 back and then move g4 so that bishop cannot take on f4.
Takes here, check. Yeah, by the way, like knight g8 is there. I understand it, but I didn't take it seriously. Maybe I should take it seriously. Dunno. And then some g4 nonetheless. Right, but if king h7 here, knight e6.
And you have a tempo of rook a6 too if you want. I don't know whether it's
Yeah, but now
good,
g4,
but g4
white's gonna take twice. After all, like g4 does not equal a checkmate, right? So it's only like achieves g4, but doesn't mean that he wins immediately. Yeah, like strangely, maybe black in fact has to switch to some positional compensation to get to d4, develop the bishop finally. All this black's like somewhat artificial attack looks very speculative, to be honest.
Yeah. Oof. And
yeah, same situation. Move around, like move 22, white down to 10 minutes. White down to 10 minutes, but in this case, unlike in Salimova's game, in this case white is better, for sure.
And in Salimova's game, Bibisara
Something changed.
took the pawn on b2.
Yeah, we absolutely have to check it, because knight takes b2 was played, and apparently it was a mistake. At least the evaluation bar after knight e4. So knight e4, you know what? There was, like, I'm just following the evaluation bar here. After knight e4, there was a move which was good for black, but it was not Or was it? Oh no, wait a second. It was a glitch. Never trust evaluation bar, guys. Trust the commentators.
But we only analyzed knight d5 after knight
Yeah,
takes
we thought of
b2.
knight d5. She went knight e4, rook c1, and b6. b6 to stop knight c5.
I like king g1 here. Sorry, king f1, not g1.
Why would he go there?
I want to play g4, and probably depends on where the rook, where the knight goes. I can play queen h7 maybe, and also, yeah, moving the king out of the way. Though now I'm sure it's not a good move, because probably after king f1 there's rook c8, and then you're just trying to exchange this rook.
Like, we probably should go the other way, like what black wants, right? And if you give black time, rook c8 is very appealing. Again, okay, so what I would do is white, I would try to be as quick as possible in this position. So while black still has the knight on b2 and like pieces all over the place, and maybe if something works, it could be like throwing the more and more pieces into a center, like go knight d4, some rook c7 I would consider, don't know. Like you want a g4, can you go like queen h2 g4? I know it's terribly artificial to go queen h2, but I like it kind of better with my king on g2 if I can go this. Same rook c8.
Yeah,
right,
rook
same
c8. Yeah, I was thinking probably
So
what should we
maybe
do
knight,
to
maybe knight
stop it?
d4 is maybe knight d4 is the move. Yeah, well, the problem with knight d4, among other things, I can actually take and go here. And it looks scary, but also rook c8, next move. It's very hard to find a good moment to play g4, right? This is something that we would like to do, to go g4.
Right away?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I would like to go right away if you promise not to give me a check on f4. But there is always, like, this check on f4 is very annoying, right? And I was thinking, like, some stuff like that, but it's too much. I do have a check on h8, but...
And Salimova
I don't
played
believe
queen
in white
h4.
Salimova played queen h4, yeah, which makes sense. So lifting the queen up.
So what's the idea? If rook c8 comes,
Rook c8, I'm guessing
something
stuff
like g5?
like this
Yeah.
could be there.
and
And after queen d7, let's say you trade, and for the time being... What? Ah, no. Queen h4 apparently is a mistake. Evaluation bar went down. Don't know why. The queen h4
And rook
evaluation bar
c8.
doesn't like it. I guess rook c8 looks very natural. Knight g5, trade on c8. I'm not sure. Maybe just centralizing, like queen e4 or queen b4 with some queen b5 tricks.
that works.
Kind of the knight on b2 is still not ideal. That's...
Can you force with queen c4? And oh, then the queen has to be... No, you have queen d2 at least. But I mean, queen c4, I think it's the move.
Queen c4 is a good move, yeah. I'm not happy with queen b4, to be honest. Can I go bishop d4? I'm blundering something according to evaluation bar, but I don't see
I like
what,
queen
to be honest.
c2 in this position.
Yeah. I didn't realize that g7 was not hanging. You can just go queen c2. And they said white's supposed to have an advantage. So Assaubayeva is better with black? Ah no, wait, but Goryachkina is better with... Yeah, I was thinking like at some point it looked like in every game black was slightly better. No, it's not the case anymore. All good. Queen h4. Which one do you think will be first game to finish?
Oh, that's...
Is it this one? Is it...
That's a tough question, but probably I don't know. It looks like it's going to be Munguntuul versus Tsolakidou because we are seeing an opposite colored bishop there. But
You're not allowed to offer a draw, though.
you're not allowed to
right?
overdraw. But also, I mean, still, objectively, black is better because of
Black
the
is
bishop.
slightly better, but
But
like if you
maybe
wanted
not
a
enough
draw,
to win, yeah?
if you wanted a draw with white, to be honest, like you don't have to, but I think if you wanted to go rook h1, even a pawn down, it could be a draw. But yeah, that's a little bit of too much risk.
Probably before you do that, try to
Yeah.
activate the bishop first, like bishop
Absolutely.
b3, bishop e6.
Yeah, that should be
yeah,
a relatively easy draw.
So I guess
And
that's gonna be our first game to finish. But still, I mean, they have to make 40
they have to make
move
40 moves.
to overdraw or anything to do with draw offer.
Speaking of 40 moves, we had a couple of breaks, and now we are staying on till all the games reach move 40.
Exactly,
right?
because
so there'll be no time trouble in any of the games where we go for our next break, if there will be any break. There can be a rare case when none of the games passes move 40, which I don't think will happen today, because
And
we have like Tan Zhongyi against Elisabeth Paehtz, which is move 30, and all the pieces are still there. So this is, if anything, I'm thinking this could be the longest game. By the way, there are some changes after
Which one?
h6 in Tan Zhongyi against Paehtz. After h6, Tan went to e3, bishop e8, bishop b6, and bishop on a5. And bishop on a5 is an annoying piece. So here, knight to d4, knight to c5, bishop a2, knight a4, rook e2, knight b6, opting to go knight to c4.
yeah, interesting. When the knight goes to c4, I still like black's position, to be honest. Again, I love the fact that the bishop on g7 is a strong bishop, and as long as you don't lose control over the c file, I think black should be better.
But wait a second. But maybe that's exactly what's happening, because after knight c4 there is rook c2. Right? Is that right? Not clear. It's very tricky. Well, let's shut the discussion because b3 was played. No knight c4 for you, says Tan Zhongyi. So this poor knight, it's been, if we are trying to recreate this knight's destiny, it's been to h5, went back, went to d7, went to c5 and a4 and b6, and now it's about to go back to d7 and maybe make its appearance on c5 again. So it's running in circles. And the question is, can white prove that while this knight is running in circles, white improved her position? Because
Knight
bishop on a,
d7.
I like the bishop on a5.
Yeah, you're
Wait a
right.
second. Knight d7.
Knight d7.
Is it played?
Yeah, it is played.
Knight d7. I was thinking knight c6,
Okay, probably.
and somehow prove that you don't have to leave from c6, which might be hard to prove, to be honest.
What about knight e5? You're just trying to
e5.
challenge this knight.
I guess something like that. And again, I do not fully believe that this works,
Rook
but it
b8.
might. Yeah, rook b8 f4. That's exactly what I was what I was planning. And to be perfectly honest, I'm guessing this should be playable for black.
Yeah.
So
I
an exchange
think
for
so
one pawn,
too.
but such a powerful bishop. And
Powerful
also this
bishop,
one is
yeah.
very stupid, yes.
Yeah. Now we're looking like almost a typical sacrifice on the dragon. Yeah.
Yeah, the exchange sacrifice. Well, the thing is, I did not mention it previously, but the exchange sacrifice is in the air, of course, in this position. Because both sides have their problematic pieces. For white, it's definitely the light square bishop. And it's very hard to tell. Let's pretend you have unlimited time with white, but yeah, you cannot jump over your pieces, right? Because otherwise you would say, I want the bishop
Yes,
on
of
c6.
course.
You have unlimited time. It's very hard to imagine, like, where this bishop can go. Like, it somehow has to go like b1, d3, e2, intending to go to g4, and then black goes h5, one move, and say,
It's not objectively
It's
possible.
it's not a great bishop on a2. All I'm saying. Yeah. Knight d7 back is played. Yeah, knight d7 back is played. On the other hand, like knight's appearance on c5, if it happens, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world for white.
Or maybe knight doesn't actually aim to go to c5, or maybe just wait and then, okay, what else can black do in this position? I mean, also for white, I'm so itchy to get the bishop on a2 to play, but there's still no better
Maybe you
square.
don't have to. Maybe you don't have to, strangely. Now I'm thinking, as long as I keep the bishop on a5, black cannot kind of redouble. I don't know, I've just invented a new chess term. So you were doubled on the file, and then you were forced to undouble, and then now you have to redouble on the C file. You are unable to redouble. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, native speakers will laugh at me. Anyway, all I'm saying, it's hard to reclaim the C file. So I'm suggesting a very slowish plan to go f3, defend, double on the second, like go rook d1 to d2, and maybe if I can do all that, maybe it works. I don't know. The f pawn moved, but it moved
To
two squares up.
Yeah, this is the thing with Tan Zhongyi. She always moves fast, and especially when she knows that her opponent is,
Approaching that kind of
having some time trouble.
shaky.
Yeah, and especially if the position is not in any risk for her to do anything, she would try to play such a move like f4, because this also questions the opponent, like, hey, I might actually attack the center, but I might not, But this is always a very useful move to make anyway.
Yeah, well, f4 is a good move because it also like keeps my sort of more positional idea still. Well, it is on the board, like to bring the king to e3, and now the deviation bar says it's roughly equal, but my God, it is unpleasant to play for black in a time trouble.
What about g5 here?
Yeah, that's exactly the question I was asking myself. Can I go knight c6 nonetheless?
And
Now
jump
hitting this
the knight
one.
somewhere?
Do
I
you
don't know.
jump or are you gonna king f8? Because I wasn't
That's
sure.
possible too.
Because they say knight c5, maybe it's a time that I go e5 and I start kind of opening the position up, and
That's true.
it's getting
Yeah.
crazier and crazier.
Yeah. But if king f8...
Yeah. So g5, knight c6, king f8. Maybe I still have this one. Or
there's a funny line, bishop d8. What do you think?
Yeah, bishop d8 attacking this. I go here, and
And then
you
maybe
go
e5
like,
now, yeah?
you go e5 anyway. It's quite annoying.
Yeah,
e5, and then you're
opens up
threatening
the
like
center.
they take on e7.
Exactly.
If black takes twice, we probably have to illustrate like there are various tricks like b4, and then this bishop which was sleeping, all of a sudden it comes back to life with great effect. It gets to d5.
There's a move, knight f6. Elisabeth chose to play knight f6 after f4.
Alright, so we are back there, and the move was knight to f6. But after knight f6, can or should
we play b4? Yeah.
b4? Yes.
Now e5 is
exactly.
coming.
e5 is coming, and the bishop is no longer dead.
Yes.
And that there could be some even like pawn sacrifice with
Exactly,
knight
knight
c6,
c6.
and then e5. Yeah, I feel like it turns Tan Zhongyi's way.
I think this is pretty much a critical position, but Elisabeth simply doesn't have enough time to calculate everything.
Well,
She's on 3 minutes right now,
Whoa.
and she has to make another 8 moves to make to the time control.
Yeah, it's getting more and more unpleasant. Well, now it's a question for Tan, because as you said, she's a very practical player. And a move b4, it does put a lot of pressure on
Yes.
Elisabeth, but it's also very committal because you know, you kind of close your bishop on a5 and so on, and somehow if it doesn't work, maybe you miss the moment. And
Also, there's another idea that if you wanna play e5, why don't you just play knight f3 now, and then you're
f3
protecting
back.
d5 with the rook, and then e5 is coming.
then don't you have like some difficulties like managing this
Oh.
stuff, because knight h5 and then bishop c3 becomes an idea,
That's true.
and like f4 is hanging and it's unpleasant to defend.
Yeah, I
And
think the knight belongs on d4. Yeah,
Yeah,
with
I
the
guess
idea
like
c6.
if this knight leaves d4, it goes to c6.
Yes,
To
yes.
be honest, yeah. So that it's a great knight on d4, and if you want to move it, we probably want to move it to c6. Still, it's such a tricky position to play.
But if b4 with the idea of e5, what could
We
black do?
still couldn't find a good move for black, to be honest, right? Because I personally, I don't see how to. Yeah, we tried g5. It's not. Ah, wait. Can we try to do the same to annoy white, and say, you know what? How do you defend this?
Oh, she played g4.
G4
She just
to
simply
stop
knight h5 at all.
To stop knight h5, to seize even more space, because if you think of it, what does black do? So
Now the idea
now
of
it's time to go
g5.
g5. Yeah, now it's time to go g5. You need at least like one square for your pieces. Now you need to.
Okay, now I think it's a whole calculation with knight f5 or with e5. What else is there?
For now, e5 doesn't really work. Well, at least for me, it doesn't add up. Like e5, black just takes the pawn. But first, let's see if Elisabeth's gonna play g5, because we say it's natural, but like when it's your first round of a very important tournament and you're down to 3 minutes.
Oh, she's reaching for the bishop and she goes bishop d7.
And this is exactly what I was afraid of, because
Yeah, when you're so much low on time like this, you don't want to play some committal move that you're worried it might punish you in the future. So, but probably in this position, such an action is required.
Maybe she wants knight g4 though.
That's
Maybe
possible
she
too.
is planning for some tricks.
So after e5, okay, one option you can have knight d5,
Yeah,
but
you
you
can
can also
take
think of knight
d5.
g4 too, yeah?
But even this, and let's pretend for argument's sake that e6 doesn't work. So if this happens, black might be not so bad in this position. It's getting so sharp. g4, bishop d7. It's a tricky move. If I'd be playing white here, I'd probably try to once again to keep the position as is and make black like find more moves until the time control. Maybe this is where we go knight f3.
Maybe with the king first, because if anything happens
Ah, yeah,
with
king
the
f2,
g4,
we can still
then
take.
you can play knight
we can
f3.
still take. You're right. Yeah, king g2, and then we look at what black's gonna do.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, even after I was thinking of taking twice on g4, but you always have knight f3
Knight
or
f3.
knight c6 if you want to.
Yeah, in this case, because the rook is defended, in fact, knight c6 looks incredibly strong. Because who cares, right? Both rooks are not very active,
Right.
to say the least. Yeah, no, this would be just completely winning for white, in fact.
Okay, and I think this is going to be having quite a lot of actions, but also let's move on to the Salimova and Assaubayeva's
Yeah,
game.
so two games. Yeah, well, like
They are on time trouble right now. Salimova is
It's-
now on 2 minutes left.
incredible. Like all the games are reaching time trouble at the same time, which is somewhat sad for us. So queen h4 was played, rook c8, rook traded, queen g5, and queen d5, trying to dominate this knight, exclude this knight on b2 from the game. But this way, white does not win the pawn back. And in fact, maybe you just return the knight back, now that I'm thinking.
If knight c4, there's knight c5 maybe.
Yeah.
And knight goes back, yeah? And
Knight is back, yeah, and I'm saying, okay, maybe it's not the maximum
knight e4,
what I can
exchanging this
have.
knight.
Yeah, so
It should be
94,
drawish.
90. I do not fully agree with this one because it's a pawn. Why would it be? Like, I mean, you do have drawing chances, but would not say it's like drawish. I mean, slowly you get the king on g7, you activate the queen, because black has an extra pawn plus e2 is not like entirely safe. So I'm guessing it means kind of black's better game goes on. I'm not saying that black's gonna win 100% of the time, but it's one of the options. I don't know, you could make an argument for knight a4 or c3, because if the knight appears on c3, you're actually quite happy. Maybe you don't have to move the knight at all. You know what?
Just
Let's go
king
king
f8,
f8.
yeah.
Put the king on g7, and then at some point we can consider going queen c2, allow queen a8, but just king runs away, and queen on c2 will
but
be
now
attacking
bishop,
the pawns.
bishop d4.
Yes, and exactly queen to c2. Because now a check on d8 or check on a8, it's one check only. Still, like, it's super tricky, of course. I just realized I've blundered this,
No.
which is funny.
Yeah.
White's probably better or even winning all of a sudden. Has to be careful.
I like your move, knight c4. I think that's
Yeah, I guess it's like this
simple.
knight. Let's get it back. And let's see, 4 d6. All right, but Assaubayeva is the one with the time on the clock.
Yep.
While Salimova was down to 2 minutes only. What's the situation in Lagno Goryachkina? Because this is the game that can be, I wanted to say decided very quickly. It's probably decided by this point.
Oh, I'm not sure, but both of them have 8 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at the position. So c5, Goryachkina went for g4, and it's a desperate attempt to organize some sort of a breakthrough. Lagno calmly takes everything. She's pawn up, white to move. She says, you know what, there is no checkmate in chess. You can take this, you can go rook c7. You can even take this guy, I'm guessing.
But probably what she's thinking right now is to somehow include e5. I don't know whether it's a good move, although you can just keep taking everything, yeah?
Yeah, I was thinking e5. So somehow, like our, I guess, chess culture, let's call it, or understanding or whatever, we want to cut off this option.
Yeah.
Right? Like we don't like the rook from the a file joining the attack. And to be honest, like my intuition tells me that even like something like this should be winning. Like you go rook c7 and you brute force and just like take everything. Okay, let me try. And it does not drop the evaluation significantly.
And she did it. Rook c7 is on
rook
the board.
c7, yeah.
Yeah, that's very principled too, yeah? You just want to have your
very
rook on the
straightforward.
7 rank.
Yeah, no, but in a way, you know, it's like believing in oneself, because she says, like, I played all the good moves. Yes, I
Right.
understand you have some attacking chances, but if I trust myself that all the previous moves were correct, were clever, then yeah, why should I be scared? Rook c7, and then yeah, let's try rook h5. To know, can I just like take d6, and I don't have to take e7. I can go here, right? Can go here.
But I don't think there's anything wrong with taking on e7 with the queen anyway.
Yeah, but maybe that's a better move, no? Because I'm forcing
right.
I'm forcing black to do something, and after queen g8, I can.
Then now you can take, yeah?
There's this. So there's a check here.
But it's mate in 1, so rook
Right.
Oh, but
the moment you run out of
F1.
checks, yeah, like the moment black runs out of checks, white's winning. Yeah.
oh, there's a
rook
funny
e2,
line.
there
Rook
will
f1,
be
rook
rook
f1.
f1.
But if bishop e2, there might be rook f1 as well.
Bishop e2.
I don't know if it works.
King f1.
King f1, and then
Yeah, I think it's like
it should be
already
winning still for
series
white,
of desperate checks.
Yeah.
And let's not forget there is also like King G3. And now, after... No, wait a second. I was planning to take, but maybe I shouldn't. After Queen B3, King F4. I think, yeah, it actually works. I ran away.
Yeah, you did.
Unnecessary. Definitely unnecessary complications, but the feeling is almost certain white is winning. So quite a start for Kateryna Lagno if she wins against Aleksandra Goryachkina, who, as we discussed, lost quite a lot of rating recently,
Yep.
but still is one of the contenders for sure.
Yeah, one of the favorites to win the event. And let's go back to the game between Tan Zhongyi versus Elisabeth Paehtz, because Elisabeth got what she wants, that to take the pawn on G4.
Oh, wait a second.
But that is
Wait a second.
a very interesting...
Bishop D7, B4.
Yeah.
Tan, instead of playing prophylactical move, she almost invites to take. That's so cheeky. So she goes, you know what, I blundered G4, take it. And after knight G4, boom, knight C6. Intermediate move into Metze, so that now the knight on D4 is no longer hanging.
And if you take it, the
And
bishop on
actually
A2 is now alive.
Take, you attack this, the knight's hanging, and you can't even take C6 because bishop D5. I mean, taking the knight wins, but bishop
Taking the
D5
knight,
is
yeah,
even
yeah.
stronger. Yeah, so knight C6, very clever move. And now, well, Elisabeth on her last seconds, she decided to go king F8. And now we can go to this position that we discussed.
And then
which
king F2.
We thought was absolutely winning for white. Yeah, king
Yep.
F2, king E2. The knight's stable. This bishop comes to life. And, okay, I don't know. Shall we somehow illustrate the way white's supposed to be? I think one of the winning lines would
E5.
be...
I think it should be involving E5.
E5,
Yeah.
yes.
It's well protected, and then you can move your rook to the F file at some point too.
King to E4, like lift everything up. The other one I was thinking could be this and organize A4 in the right
That's
moment. That's also
really
like
nice
very
too,
promising. Anyway, all things combined feels like white in like full control over the position. Yeah, so that's the one. So what do we have? Lagno seemingly winning against Goryachkina. Then Tan Zhongyi, big advantage
Yes.
against Paehtz.
So
Divya against Humpy.
looks like it's
whoa. We didn't
drawish,
see
yeah.
it for quite a while.
I think
Some exchanges. B4 takes on B6.
Humpy defended quite nicely.
Yeah. B6, knight E3, king D7, 7. Right.
No, just if you move the queen, then knight F7 will come for sure.
Yeah, this knight potentially has
Yes.
a very nice outpost.
So white has to also be careful. But let's say, okay, if the queen stays on the H rank, sorry, on the 8th rank, because
Like queen
whenever,
F8,
like
for
something like
instance.
that,
Yeah, so there
and
is
then
no
queen
knight
A8
F7.
is the idea.
So you go here.
If you go there, so maybe
Queen
queen G8 then, so to give a tempo to H7.
So that you can take the pawn. Right.
I don't know
You go
whether.
H6.
Yeah,
let's say.
let's put it on
Yeah,
H6.
but on the other hand, like one queen alone cannot really win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need the knight, but
And
the
the
knight
moment
is
you move,
defense,
starting
the king.
moving the knight, then the black's gonna have a perpetual check. So
Yeah.
I guess once again, it's one of those like dynamically balanced position that neither side can really improve the situation. Because for black, in order to have some chances, the knight has to be on C4. Yeah.
Yep. So looks like
this
it's
looks balanced.
balanced, yeah.
Then Munguntuul and Tsolakidou, I think they are achieving this, like, or getting to this kind of drawish territory.
Yeah, looks like drawish, but they still have 5 more moves to make
well, they
before
have
the
to
overdraw.
they have to reach the time control. Yeah,
And Salimova Assaubayeva also has been simplified. The queens are no longer on the board, but Assaubayeva has a pawn advantage.
King F8, knight D4, queen C4. Queens got traded. Knight to b5, a5, and a4. Oh, wait a second. a4.
But there's knight b2? Oh
Yeah,
no,
for now,
b6 is hanging,
is
sorry.
hanging. But can you
Yeah, just
bring the
slowly
king?
move
Bring
the
the
king.
king to c6. Can you bring the king to c6? Like you go here. And what do you do with white? Because king gets to c6, knight gets to b2. It's very hard to stop. Hardly possible to stop.
That's true. I was thinking of knight c7, king d7, knight d5, but then you just play king c6.
Yeah, I thought like if I get the king on c6, I no longer need like a dart for a bishop. Yeah, you can take, you can maybe even like keep the pawn on the board, but then even like b5 and moving the a pawn fast should win for black.
Yeah. Wow, this.
Yeah, so
Are we seeing 3 decisive games at
very
least
likely,
today?
very likely. Okay, Lagno's game, unless something goes terribly wrong, has to be what the
What's happening?
Rook e2. No. I mean, I should not pay attention to evaluation bar. I mean, I like for good part of my life I've worked without it, and I should stick with the same policy because it lags a bit. And he was showing the evaluation from Salimova game, so it was like a big minus. And I remember here it has to be plus because white was winning, and then all of a sudden it shows -3, and I spot the bishop on h3, and I thought, okay, Lagno messed it up. No, nothing like that.
Rook
c7, bishop h3.
It's tricky.
Tricky, yeah, threatening, but rook e2 defense g2.
And you still have all these
You still have
initiatives,
this, like, main threat is to take on d6 and just win. And by the way, I just realized that this would have been possible, right?
Bishop g2.
You take back and queen e7, and yeah, like some rook h5. Yeah, I agree. There is still a lot of fights.
I think Lagno just wants to have a clean win, without any problem. She just solves all the problems and maintain all the initiatives.
That's what I think is the best way here.
Rook g5, rook a g5 is already on the board.
Full control over the position, but now the thing is you're gonna have the wrong battery. Just realize you have the wrong battery, so white can take g6. And like takes here, takes here, takes here, takes here, and now queen takes g2 would be a checkmate.
And whenever rook takes g2,
rook g2,
then queen d8.
Queen d8. Wait a second.
Oh, it doesn't help anything.
Yeah,
because still a mate there.
This is what I honestly argue all the time, that this move has to be possible because the queen is pinned. Then we exchange the kings and we go on. But yeah, FIDE still count this one as illegal. Yeah, of course, that's nonsense. But over here, no, maybe without this check.
But now rook g1 is coming, so knight g3?
I don't know if
Sorry,
it's
knight f3?
possible. Don't know if it's possible.
Okay, let's say I play rook. Where do I go? Rook g3?
g3 to... Yeah, but now I go there and take the knight, yeah? Because this isn't...
there's knight h2.
not rook d7, of course, but I should have captured here. Yeah, and it seems like the king is along, but the knight defends the king very. But still, I agree. Like being low on time, this is the least you want to play. Something like that, where like one move, you blunder one move and you lose. So
you just don't want to complicate the game anyway.
Absolutely. So she wants to see, as you said, like something clean. The problem here, though, is that something clean would be like returning back to c2 or something. Then it's like you're losing the momentum.
Queen h4 is on the board.
She went with queen g4 check, queen h4 check.
So I think rook h6 is a force, otherwise queen takes h3, right?
So you absolutely have to go here, and then what does white do?
Rook e7? I think that was the
rook
idea.
e7, rook h4.
Takes on g7 and takes on h3.
Takes on e7. I can still go bishop
yeah,
g2.
actually that works. bishop g2.
You can take rook g2.
No, I think
bishop
it's better
g2.
to keep the rook. I mean, just bishop g2 now. And then somehow you go for something. Like king g1 maybe, and then knight f3.
Yeah, but it's still, like it's still a technical job required, and not so many pawns left. And I would honestly much rather prefer to win it in more brutal way, because now, in fact, the evaluation bar mercilessly drops a big part of Lagno's advantage. And you're right, after queen h4, there's probably no way back for you.
Yeah, you have
So
to
you will
continue with
have
that
to go
one.
rook e7, and we might see quite a longish endgame in this game. Oh, wait a sec, it's move 31. So they still have to make it out of the time control. It's not
9
given.
moves to go, yeah.
It's
But
not given.
in this position, can we move the queen back?
I'll say it like we go f2.
Yeah, queen f2. I assume after queen f4, you want to move back to g6. Or is there any funny business with bishop g2? I don't think so.
I don't remember where we started. So maybe now you can actually like play bishop g4. And do we win a tempo this way, or what's happening?
Rook takes e7, so
Rook
she goes
takes
for this
e7,
line.
she's going for this line. Rook takes e7, black. You say it's... Why is that 0.5 only? So rook takes, I'm guessing. Do we have an... Wait a second. Is this... No, it's
rook
nonsense.
e8
Rook
at
e8
least.
wins immediately. Yeah, so I gotta take rook g7. Now
you either take on g2 or take on g7.
yeah. But is there a reason for me? Yeah, I should probably take g2, right? So you want to take with the bishop. I'm not sure if I take with the king or the rook. Sometimes I would like to, I would like knight f3 not to be a fork, and maybe I take g7 and transfer it to c7. Still, white has quite a few weaknesses here and there. He's not perfectly coordinated. It's like, yes, if you tell me the bishop's on f5, the knight's on d5, the king is safe, then of course it's an easy one position. But here black has some counterplay, some tricks. e7, rook h4, yep, rook takes g7 played, move 33. By the way, Tan Zhongyi and Elisabeth Paehtz were the first ones to reach the time control. Move 40, I don't know if we want to check their position. Okay, move 40 means the game goes on and we will be...
Yeah, and also it's been clarified that white is much better on that game. So let's stick to the one that is still under time pressure.
Yeah, because that's the only one which is tense and kind of changes the evaluation. Right, because Lagno was completely winning.
Yep.
Now, if I trust the evaluation bar, it says almost equal. Bishop g2, bishop g2. And now, well, king g7 is also like...
It's okay.
She ends up taking with the rook.
With the rook, yeah.
She ends up taking with the rook. I thought also like king g7 and swing the rook all the way to a5 could be a thing, but yeah, Goryachkina decides to take on g7 with the rook.
So probably now king g1 so that the knight can move
King
afterwards.
G1, yes, and like for instance, how easy it would be to win, let's say, a position after d5, ed5, rook d4. I will give you the passed pawn, but like the number of pawns and reducing, and at some point, this like possibility of me sacrificing, let's say, on g2 and eliminating the last pawn remaining, so it can end up being like rook and knight versus rook, or rook and bishop versus rook. Not impossible, and f5 is not forced at all. Yeah, so rook to g7, king g1 played.
Okay, so what is the idea here? That black can try to defend the position, because the eval bar says that okay, black has some chances to make a draw here.
Yeah, okay, one idea could be like d5 or f5, I don't know if it's any good.
Or maybe you shouldn't
There's
allow
like
the
rook
knight to
h3,
move,
rook
so you
h3.
play
Rook f4.
Rook f4,
Oh, rook f4
or rook
is
h3.
annoying. Rook h3 to swing to a3.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, rook
That's-
f4, I kind of like rook f4. It's still... Rook h3 is a little bit artificial, right? Rook f4 seems good. So now, if the knight was to go to f1, maybe you try to use this time to trade another set of pawns. So kind of go f5. Now, seriously, a draw here is not impossible. Like, for instance, you start believing in yourself. You
And
go
then rook
e5
e4.
and then rook e4, and I'm guessing it might as well be a draw already.
Oh, she went for d5, your idea,
Yeah.
after king g1.
So it's not a secret by this point, but I used to work with Aleksandra Goryachkina, so probably this, the mental connection and sending moves still works. The only problem is that I'm no longer sure if I'm sending good moves. It could be nonsense what I'm thinking about this d5.
But it looks really practical.
It's practically annoying for white. That much I know. Like, because you simplified and you want to establish coordination, and move like d5 forces you to once again take some forcing decisions, and it simplifies, so it serves like all the purposes at once. Now, Evolution Bar doesn't like it though, so I have to say like king f2, king f2, rook, maybe this, and then the pawn is like.
Or even like rook e8, bishop e4, these two.
I'm thinking that pawn will eventually cost black an exchange. So black's task is somehow very quickly to, well, preferably win or at least trade the a pawn.
But that's
and then
going to be very hard.
It will be very hard, yeah. So as I said, like you see, she played my idea d5, but it's not clear if the idea is any good. So we are back to Lagno having some winning chances. King f2.
King f2 is played, yeah.
Right, king f2. They're getting closer and closer to the time control. So let's move 37. Now, what do you do?
Looks pretty simple for white to... I mean, white's task is easy. You just somehow slowly get all the pieces.
If I go here...
The same, like rook e8. Can I do that? Or you want to trade the rooks?
Yeah, I was thinking I'm allowed to trade the rooks in this case, right? Because like if you trade the rooks, it makes the a2 pawn much weaker.
Okay.
So first of all, I'm not sure what she's gonna play. Yeah, but I'm thinking like I'll say this, and then you do. No, you can't do b3. Can you do b3?
Oh, she did play a5.
b3 takes like rook b7, and again, I'm probably like blundering a lot of stuff. But again, the idea what I want to achieve is like I take here, go here, and then the moment one of the minor pieces moves, take d5 and hope to survive rook and bishop against the rook. Don't know if it works. We'll see. King f2, she does play b5.
Yeah, now it's time to bring the knight. I think it's a sound idea. Just knight f1, and depends on the next move probably.
Yeah,
that goes to e3 and e5.
Offside. Yeah, knight is somewhat offside. Because one of the things that I'll have to mention that sometimes, even in a position like this, especially if we pretend that my rook is already on a3, so I'm threatening to move the b pawn, and the a2 is targeted. Even these things are sometimes a draw, and sometimes, even if it's not a draw, like practically, it's very hard to win. All right.
Rook b2. Interesting.
So she did play rook b2.
Yeah, after b5. So you just wanna, but you cannot really take on
Can
b5.
you go b4?
Because there's rook d2.
Can you go b4? Because I'm thinking after
King e3, rook takes g2, and then rook
e3,
d5.
I was thinking it could be that rook g2, rook g2, rook d5. However, this is the moment where I regret having the king on h8. Like with my king somewhere on e6, I would be almost sure that this is a draw. But okay, not sure that it's a draw, but I would bet on black having like really good drawish chances. With king on h8, it's like I'll somehow get checkmated even if I exchange the last pawn.
Yeah, so
Rook
rook a7
e2.
has been played.
Rook a7.
So black wants to double up the rook on the a file and get to
Yeah, get to the a pawn.
the a pawn.
Get to the a pawn, and it could be that now white has a winning sequence.
Knight f1.
However, she played knight f1.
Yes, knight f1 is on the board.
Knight f1.
So if you double up the rooks on the a file, then you take on b5 then.
Then you take on b5.
But
and
then
after
check on
this
a2.
check,
Where does it go?
where the king's going.
King f3 is only move because otherwise rook
No, wait,
g7.
king f3, rook a3.
Ah.
And it will all depend on the evaluation of this one, which is probably winning because the king is
It's
terrible.
cut, yeah.
The king is terrible.
Rook a4 is already played and they are now on move 39. So one move to go to the time
rook
control.
a7, knight f1, rook a4, and the evaluation boss is 0.4.
Okay. But this is also okay. I thought it was a very critical moment, but I think rook takes b5 is very automatic. Yeah, there's nothing else to do in this position.
Like if you don't take on b5, you are not the strongest side anymore, right?
All right, and then
So
now you think.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
but aren't you like forced to go for? Sorry, king f3, right?
Also king g1
King g1.
because rook g7 knight e3 is there.
Rook e2.
Or even maybe I can play. Can I?
Yeah, you're gonna go rook b.
Rook b2. Sorry, rook b3. Or a move like rook b8, rook e8. Also, no, rook e8. There is rook takes g2, so it doesn't work.
No, I feel like this is just a draw in some way. Lagno, she looks somewhat disappointed. She did take on b5, and Goryachkina, I'm almost sure she will take. Yeah, she does take on a2.
And then king f3 was played very quickly.
Move 41 already.
But she just moved it to. I mean, very quickly there. She has more time 41 on the clock now. So okay, let's switch to the one that's still under. Actually, almost everyone
reached the time control. It was kind of. It was
let's quickly move to Divya
so
versus Koneru.
Everywhere.
No, Divya versus Koneru because Koneru has to make the last move, and that might be
really?
that might be critical in this position.
Something has So they've traded the queens. Black has to find.
So Divya just made the 40th move, and now Koneru has to make it in under 48 seconds.
I don't know. I have a different clock time, like 3 minutes something. So
mine is 38.
No, if it's somewhat lagging, or By the way, I just realized something. You know what? Back to Lagno's game. I'm such a putzer after knight f3. Why do I take the knight? I should absolutely take the bishop, and it's such an easy draw.
Right.
Yeah, so it is just a draw.
Mm-hmm.
It is just a draw. Goryachkina escapes. I'm sorry, but I had to get this out of the way.
Right, so they're probably drawn, and Koneru just played her move, c5. I think my time is correct, more accurate than the one that you're showing.
So this one's a bit loggy.
So c5 is on the board right now. I mean, this knight's endgame with the pawns, they're very tricky. I mean, it could be drawish, but what's after c5 now?
Almost like should be drawish, but because neither side seemingly can
attack
can
any other
activate.
pawn.
Yeah, like if anything, like if black gets the king to d5, gets couple of tempi and gets the king to d5, black could be kind of interested to go on, right? If you just, let's say, play a3,
king c6,
king c6, king d5. Still hard to make progress, but at some point it could be like white starts getting into a bit of a zugzwang even.
Yeah. All right, and we can circle back to this game later, but you are right. Goryachkina just played rook takes g2, and I think we're going to see the end of the game.
Yeah, so let's quickly update on the other ones.
That one, yes.
Here.
Rook takes g2 has been played, king takes g2 and rook takes e3. And I think after a few moves, I think they're going to shake hands.
It's a big miss.
That's a big miss, yeah.
Kateryna Lagno.
Yeah.
She has all the reasons to be disappointed. But on the other hand, it was tricky. It was a time trouble, this moment where she was apparently winning with queen d6. That's our speculation, or maybe some other move. But playing queen h4 and taking on e7 ended up not being enough.
I think she overlooked the idea of d5. I think it was a very good idea, and then tried to. Oh, they just agreed for draw. So apparently on the last move that Goryachkina did, there was a draw offer, and Lagno accepted it. And yep, so we have our first result.
That's a first result.
Our first result.
That's a surprise.
For the first round.
Yes. That was a long wait for the first result, because usually you would expect at least one game to be finished before move 40.
And this is close to 4 hours of playing, and then we had our first result. I think it was quite expected to make a draw, but I didn't expect that it was going to be this type of a game.
Yeah, of course, like if you tell me it will be a draw, and you tell me the opening is Giuoco piano, I expect, like, they traded everything, they're both classical players, they know. Now, Lagno was winning, like +4, +5 at some point.
It was quite significant.
So it was a very serious comeback.
Yeah, and let's quickly update ourselves on Tan Zhongyi versus Paehtz.
Everything.
Yes.
Okay, so Tan Zhongyi with Paehtz.
So nothing much has been happening.
I'm surprised that, you know what, it's computer evaluation of this position,
really?
Because it only gives +1 or 0.9. Maybe it's, the, how do you call it, the evaluation bar, maybe it's not very reliable, maybe it should not be trusted. But I would expect this to be much better for white.
Especially the rook on b7 cannot really move.
Rook on b7 cannot
Even
move.
if you move it to d7, then what's next, yeah?
Wait a second. But what happened to our beautiful plan of going e5? Why didn't we go
Because
e5?
there's g5. If e5 now...
we could still go e5, yeah? Because this is not the pawn we are worried about, to be honest. Like, I mean, we can just, like, take here.
Enough to take it?
Just king f3, whatever. You said it yourself, the rook on b7 is not working, so the moment I get this guy to, say, e4 or f5, what should be winning, and I feel like rook e8, I didn't calculate a single line, of course, but I feel like even something like this, white should not be scared, because he's about to trap this rook.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Well... So looks like Tan Zhongyi is totally in the lead here.
Well, she's in control, but she still needs to convert it. So it's not the end yet. E6. Hang on a second.
Rook d1 back.
D1 or C1?
Sorry, it's bishop. Sorry, the bishop goes to d1.
Yeah, bishop to d1, bishop to g4.
Sense,
so it was the plan.
Yep.
So the rook is arrested on.
Oh, and we have our first decisive result. It's between Salimova versus Assaubayeva.
Yeah, Assaubayeva wins. Not the way that we were expecting.
Nope. But apparently, before Black wins the second pawn, Salimova resigned.
So she ran forward with the pawns to try to block the bishop. E6, E5, bishop E7, C6, bishop D4. They made such a lot of moves. They played such a lot of moves. Knight to c3, king back to c6, knight e4, bishop e7, and she resigned. Yeah, because a4 pawn is getting lost. Because in case of knight c3, there is bishop b4.
Yeah.
So Assaubayeva wins with black. Currently is the sole leader of the tournament.
Yep.
This game over here. This game over here. I'm surprised, but it's still on. I mean, not the one on your camera view. I'm sorry, I'm talking to myself a lot. Not the one on your camera view, but Munguntuul against Tsolakidou.
I don't have my earphone.
Pardon?
I don't have my earphone, but
You absolutely should.
it's off somewhere. So
Right, so after Rook h8.
okay, I need someone to type the
Yeah,
message.
well, it's a little bit clumsy over there, but from what I realized, Kateryna Lagno, despite she did not win the game, will join us in the studio
Oh,
in a
okay.
few minutes.
Sure.
And I'm not yet sure what the setup's gonna be.
Okay, but I think it is the right moment to take our break while we are arranging for the interview, is it?
Yeah, I guess it's a clever thing to do, right? It's a clever thing to do. We will take a very short break because we didn't take some for quite a while.
Oh,
And
we're just going to
will
arrange
be-
it now for Kateryna to be with us right now.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. And let's see the game, and then we can put it on the screen, and then Katya can take my seat, and then you can talk over the game.
All right, so we are back with, I don't know, first interview of today, I want to say, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Very kind of you. It looked like a very, very convincing game, the way you outplayed Goryachkina, and it's just like this last slip at the very end
Yes, but
didn't allow you to take the full points. And maybe some remarks about,
yes, let's go
you know,
through
the
game.
very early. Of course, I'm not asking what was prepared, what was not prepared. Just to point out for our viewers, by the way, they don't see the board yet. I just realized.
First of all, I don't play Italian.
You don't play. Yeah, you play the Ruy Lopez mostly, or D4, of course. Like everyone nowadays plays both E4 and D4. So Italian was the first surprise. H3, as far as I know, is a very rare line. Or
It
maybe,
is.
maybe. Yeah,
But I will not go into
Anyway,
details.
of course, no. I'm
Well, I don't
professional
know
host.
about
I'm not asking.
yes about this plan Bishop
This
A7.
looked surprising, yeah. Knight H5, Queen F6, or it's.
Well, if you play Knight H5, you're obliged to play already Queen F6. So it was the part of the plan that she was playing for. And Knight E3. Okay, if she plays here, the point is if she plays Knight E4, then I can play Knight D5. And if she takes, I take with a pawn, and there is a difference that you
No
yes,
Knight
not
E7.
Knight E7 because Bishop G5.
Because Bishop G5.
Yes, and not Knight A5 because the pawn is on A5 and
So
not
usually
on A6.
you would have the pawn on A6, right? And the knight would go to A5, and white is white. Bishop is getting exchanged, and sometimes white even plays these lines, but it's completely different. And here it would be like knight has to go to B8, you go
then
D4,
D4,
and it's
yes,
like
I'm
complete
better.
domination.
Yes, better.
Yeah, that should be relatively easy to go.
So that's why she took on E3.
She ended up capturing.
Yes, I took with the bishop.
Yep.
Looks normal.
And then something strange happened because, like, first of all, my feeling about this game, it changed all the time. I think, okay, two bishops, white's better. Then I see this plan with, in fact, like G5, and I thought, no, it can be something like this
Yes,
G5.
it looks
Queen D6.
scaring, yes.
Yep.
But
I think you found like brilliant way.
okay, Rook C1 with the idea to like one day to play Bishop F1 and to push C4 C5.
To push C4 C5. Knight
Yes.
E7.
I don't know.
This was the moment, like, I was a bit surprised with B4. We were thinking maybe Bishop F1 and still like push the C pawn forward, but it worked out for you very
But
well. In this.
I'm not sure because she could play
After B4.
A4.
Oh, B4 A4.
No. Instead of
Knight E7, she could play A4.
Yes, I was not sure because
I'd say if we do the same and
then
she's just not moving the knight.
No,
right?
she can, and then she can play Knight E7, and then if I push C4, there is B6.
So
Okay.
just kind of not allowing you to.
But maybe still like I have C5 and just to sacrifice a pawn. I don't know. I can take D6 now first.
Yeah, you
D6,
can take
C7.
D6.
Well, it's
yeah,
very
you can take
complicated game.
F4 and,
Yeah. But it looks good for me. Yeah?
It does, yeah. Like the only thing I wasn't sure, like, but usually that's strange about these positions. Like, again, maybe that's my very amateurish understanding, but like it looks like Black plays the King's Indian, but also he can never play F5.
Yes, without a bishop
whenever
on
it's-
G7, it never.
Whenever you
yeah.
like play F5, you pretend to open the position. You are the one getting checkmated.
Yes, well, that's what I saw during the game. So that's why she played F6.
Yeah, she played F6.
Well, I
she's
don't know.
trying
Maybe
to-
she could do something
She could
else.
probably do something better, but
Queen H6 was just with the idea to play G4,
mhm,
and well, just to protect the knight.
yes.
And that's why I played King H1, with the idea if you play G4, I can play G3, and you.
This one.
Yes, well, nothing to calculate. And then she, well, I was surprised that she
She
do-
done something very artificial, right?
I can even play G4. I don't know.
Close
Well,
everything
yeah.
and slowly win
And
on
then
the other
I
wing.
play C5.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe C5 was also working for me, but G4, I think it just there is. I don't know. There is no
like,
attack.
like no counterplay.
Yes, and then I I still want to play c5.
Yeah, your opponent. Yeah, maybe it was like considering that you were getting a bit low on time, or later on in this game. Yeah, maybe there was more practical decision.
No, but I thought we will make many moves after c5 and g4.
Yeah, no,
and
but you're absolutely right. I think you were still like completely winning. All of this was correct. Okay.
I don't know, maybe rook c7 or it's the same. Okay, maybe
it's the same. Rook a5, rook c7, bishop h3.
Okay, she could play something like rook h5, but I don't think it works for her. I take
we
d6.
Take.
Rook,
that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, rook h6, rook e7.
You can give it.
Queen g8.
Yeah.
I would play
rook e7.
Rook e7,
yeah,
rook
I'll just
h2.
follow your line. Yeah, rook h2.
King g1.
King g1.
Okay, queen g8. Only move, I think. And no threats, yeah? Like, I think, well...
Yeah, no.
my move to play, but I was not sure how should I protect my king with bishop f3. It's winning, but you should be precise with white. Maybe queen g3 just to...
Yeah.
No, there is rook h1, queen a2, yeah? There are some threats.
Yeah, maybe there's still... Yeah, I understand. Like, with 2 minutes, and...
Yeah,
you want to be secure. You know your position is, like, should be winning, and you look for, like, more secure lines.
But she
ended up playing bishop h3.
Okay, rook e2,
rook
I think
e2,
is correct.
Rook g5, and
yes,
the
and
only
here I was like...
Kind of the only guess that I had, again, I have no idea if it's correct, but like to take with the queen on d6, but maybe rook takes, right?
Yes, you
because
can.
Originally, that's the line that I've already shown on here. I don't know if you... It's very hard to move pieces here. Like rook takes, and surprisingly, it's either blundering something very big, which is like not impossible. No, I think we started with a check. Yeah, we have to start with a check.
Okay, queen
no,
g8.
This is nonsense. No, guess queen g8.
Queen g8, I protect everything.
Queen g8 and you protect everything.
No,
you cannot go queen g8.
Why not?
Because queen takes g8 and you have too many things to
oh
save.
My God. Oh, yes.
Yes. So that
okay,
was
then,
it. You go to
yes,
h7
hopeless,
and then... No, it's not like hopeless because there is still a check. And then we go knight f3, strangely enough. Then we go knight f3 and there is no checkmate and e7 is hanging.
Yeah,
but it is tricky. Like it's very possible to blunder. And
no, here it's not.
Yeah. And at the end,
no, but
she got lucky in a bit as well, right?
Yes, but I could play like, okay, queen h4. I just forgot that she can take bishop g2.
So you just thought you will have like...
I could take b7.
And now she cannot take g2.
I don't know, because if she takes twice,
there
then
will be,
queen h4 and rook
b8. Okay.
Well, and then, I don't know, then it should be equal, yes? Because...
Oh, you mean later on?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, like... For us mortals, I think we can say that it's rather a fair result at the end. White has chances, some chances still, but I don't know where they are. Like, looking at the evaluation bar, it says 0.2, 0.3, but...
And before? Plus 3?
Somewhere around here, before giving a check, it's 4.8.
Oh my God!
It was winning. It's okay. I don't want to rub it in. Few questions. You've played in Kazakhstan before. I know you did. The most successful event in Kazakhstan from previous ones. Rapid Championships, maybe.
We won.
The team.
This
August,
yes,
2024.
This August.
Kateryna was a part of the winning team in Rapids.
Yes.
Yep.
And also I can mention some team competition. We played here many tournaments, and also I won a Grand Prix in Astana.
Oh, yeah.
In 2022, I think, or 2023.
You see, so it's not the country to blame, and it's only one first round, so do not get upset.
I'm not.
Everything's gonna be all right. 8 more rounds to go. Thanks for joining, and we will be back with Irene in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, and that was the interview with Kateryna Lagno. Although she didn't win the game despite the winning position, but she was very kind of to give us the interview and shared her insights as well on her game. And meanwhile, the standings of the tournament so far, we already have 3 games ended with 2 draws and 1 win. So there's another draw. That's by Divya versus Koneru. That's after some exchange on the C5. They just agreed to make a draw.
Yeah, there's one more move was played after.
One more move was played after the time
seen.
Control. Yes.
Yeah,
and then 2 games left, and we thought the game between Munguntuul versus Tsolakidou was going to be the first one to finish, but turns out they're still playing. And then probably we're expecting a decisive result on the game between Tan Zhongyi versus Elisabeth Paehtz.
So that's the one on our screen. Tan Zhongyi facing Elisabeth Paehtz. So what happens here? Well, I think it was a long time since we've seen something like that, and apparently Black established some sort of a defense. So Black did not fall apart, just hovering around and pretending that it's a fortress. This one is an interesting moment. After rook e2, like going rook f8 seems very passive. That Black's problem is that he cannot ever trade the rooks because the other rook is getting trapped after bishop c8.
Right. And yeah, this is something that I also noticed about Elisabeth, that she is a real fighter. So she's being very stubborn on this game, and then I think it's becoming a bit fruitful now because, well, the evaluation isn't really siding white too much. Black still has some hope here.
So Black kind of tries to claim, from what I understand, it is sort of a fortress, this one, so she'll keep hovering with the rook, like on the 8th rank, pretty much doing nothing. She says, like, yes, my rook on b7 is trapped, but in order to keep it trapped, like, your bishop on a5 is locked, and also the knight on c6, if you think of it,
right,
it has 0 moves.
Yeah, the knight cannot go anywhere.
So you can say go rook d2 in order to go knight d4, but the moment you go knight d4, you free the rook, and the game becomes like three results game. So it could be that there is no clear way for white to make any progress.
Rook h7 has just been played, giving a check, so king g8 probably is the move. Yes, and Elisabeth just played king g8. Yeah, I agree. It looks some sort of like a fortress. Rook h6 is there, attacking the f6 bishop, but then king g7 is there. And now is Tan thinking to play... Oh, hang on. What is that?
Yeah, I was thinking, like, just to illustrate, so that if you manage to extract the bishop from here and say go king g5, bishop f6, maybe you still get some winning chances. The problem with this line is that, of course,
you just take,
like, captures and again
e7.
has rook e7, and it's Black who is much better, of course, because now the knight is stuck and Black still has 2 connected passed pawns. So any type of ideas like that simply does not work.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what does, to be honest. What does work here? The rook is active, but it's also stuck on h7. Can you, like, go king h5? Yeah, I mean, you can get the king on h6, but it doesn't do anything.
Right. But, I mean...
goes back to h6.
White is not committed to do anything yet. I mean, she can always go back to h7 and then play some other moves again, like rook h1. Pretty much not doing anything because also Black has no moves.
But the tricky part is that at some point, in order to win,
you have to do something.
Yeah, like you have to do something. You can hover around, like waiting for your opponent to blunder, but Elisabeth seemingly is not interested in blundering anything. Yeah, like rook h2 in order to play a4, in order to play rook a2. I was thinking maybe this can be a thing, but then I realized, like, let's say Black says pass. a4 is met with ba4, rook a2, and you get rook b5, and again this rook starts
Or even
crawling out of its cage.
Or even better, maybe rook h8, then rook h4.
Rook h8, rook h4, yeah, rook h8, rook h4. So
I think that rook cannot leave the h file, the white's rook, because otherwise there is rook h8 coming.
yeah, but then white doesn't have an active plan, it seems. It will be a miss by Tan Zhongyi if she doesn't convert this one. At some point we thought it was like very close to a win.
I thought it was very clear on how to win, but turns out it's not as clear as we thought. So
once again, like I have a strong suspicion that the fact that she took on g5 so quickly might have been, you know, because I still believe that e5 and captures f6 and go king f3, you would get the same position but an improved version, because black's pawns are isolated and you have some, yeah, once again, like you never know, maybe this is still enough for a fortress and you just hover with the rook on the e file. Anyway, this moment is gone. This is the position we have. This is the position we have, and
yeah, white has to do something with the rook. If not h7, then move the rook back to the back rank.
Yeah, like
there's nothing much.
Almost like I have a feeling that I don't think she considers repeating yet, but on the other hand, yeah, so black can never trade the rooks. Can never go, say, can never lift the rook from here because bishop c8.
Yeah.
Can just like sit and wait, or maybe go king
just
g8.
king g8, king
king
g7.
g8, king g7.
Just wait, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. There's actually not much to do. Yeah, like maybe I can go like in a slower way, rook a2, and go a4. But you're right. This is the moment I go rook h8 and rook h4. If this happens, then yeah, rook b5 attacking d5, and it's pretty much playing with fire for white. White shouldn't do this. So there is this game, and there is still ongoing
the Munguntuul
Tsolakidou,
yeah, where black is trying to get some sort of advantage in this game.
So
where
opposite colored bishops, and the bishop was on e5.
Yeah.
And that's.
And now I think she's trying. Well, now the root of the pawn chain is on the dark square, so black is trying to get some advantage out of it somehow. Well, it's still.
She went a4, b4.
Be careful not to play king c4. There's bishop e2.
c4, bishop e2.
Bishop e2, and then you lose with this, I don't know, some sort of pin, because your rook cannot really be protected, I guess.
I mean, the rook technically can be protected,
but rook
then
f3,
rook d3
or rook e3.
or f3, yeah, is a checkmate with discovered check. Wait a second. So this happened: king b6, king to f2, rook e7, bishop e2, and Vliation bar all of a sudden doesn't like it for white at all.
I think you have to insert a3 at some point, maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe you can...
a3 for white or a3 for black?
For black.
Yeah, but does it change?
But it doesn't really make any sense there. You can
much?
put the bishop on b3, so...
Yeah.
Okay, so what does black do in this position? Rook h7? Trying to get...
Rook h7 is a possibility. Goes here. And let's just say king. No, that's nonsense, right? I was thinking something like that: king c7, then go rook d7, and somehow win a pawn.
Yeah.
But you can even stop rook
bishop
d7 if you
g4
want.
should be fine.
No, should be a draw. Strangely, I mean, I'm surprised at computer's evaluation, which is like a minus 1.7. So there is apparently something
F5?
that I'm missing. And if white takes,
no, that also doesn't make sense at all. Okay, what could it be then? move the bishop somewhere, but the bishop looks really good on e5.
Yeah, you'll play bishop f3. It's too artificial.
Or is it something like king c7 and then rook d7? You're just trying to exchange the rook.
Like then you have all the reasons to start with rook h7 first. Wait, why did the king go to f3? Yeah, you have all the reason to start by going rook h7. Oh, she just played the move,
Rook
and
c7.
that was rook c7. Rook c, not rook d7, Miro. Rook c7.
With the idea of c5.
With the idea of c5, and to take with the rook
yeah.
and win the c3 pawn. Now it becomes clear. Okay. So now it becomes clear. White is still in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the pawn on the pawn on c3 will be the target of attack there. Is there any way to... There's nothing to stop it, but is there any way to anticipate it? Perhaps like rook d8, c3 falls. And the king is not in time because you have also to protect g3.
Yeah, there's also this stupid weakness.
Yeah.
So say if you wait... Let's first just check, like if you wait, c5, pawn takes, rook takes, rook d5 I would be thinking, rook d5.
I'd be happy to take the c3 with the rook, and then after rook b5, just king c6 or king c7.
There's one thing. The
king
other
c6.
thing, interestingly, how drawish is... Okay, this one is drawish, right? d6 and d7.
And then you have and then you have to play b4, but then d7.
Before I thought maybe you force this one to
That's true.
move.
Hang
and
on,
wait
b3.
the
There's b3, yeah.
I know, maybe you go d7. Yeah, you're right. You go d7, you go
bishop
here.
b5, yes. And you should
b3 though. Takes.
No, a3.
I know, a3 again. I keep blundering this. Yeah, b3. You have to go a3,
yeah,
but
a3.
then b2, then black should be somehow winning too many pawns. Oof. After 5 or whatever it was, 4.5 hours, you see. I mean, it's hard for us, but it's even hard for them to navigate this one. All we are saying is that c5 is a very serious practical threat.
Exactly.
Which one has to react somehow. Maybe you go king e1, c5, and king d2, right at the end.
I think.
King e1. Now we change their mind, right? And go to h7, and we penetrate with the rook.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. I think Stavroula here demonstrates really. I think really nicely to the young viewers, especially that. The opposite colored bishops are not always drawish, you know, especially if you have a more dominating bishop like what she has in this game, and then you could totally keep playing on and then keep pressuring your opponent.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, White somehow like allowed more and more chances. b3, there was no need to play back then. It's almost like a feeling that Munguntuul was not sure how exactly her setup has to look, and then at some point she allowed like too many things. Like if you have to go rook d3, it's probably like things went wrong. a4, b4, yep. Now it is quite unpleasant to defend this one. Tan Zhongyi Paehtz, maybe?
Yeah, let's go there. There's no more...
Nothing
yeah,
changed.
there's no improvement or anything.
Changed.
Yeah, Black will just keep playing this king g7, king g8.
Wait a second. Rook h5, king g8. Is it the moment where you have to go for it?
And then you have to take?
Maybe that's the moment where you go for it.
But now I have f6. And now the rook on b7 somehow...
comes to life.
Yeah. And you cannot take it, I think. Can you? Rook f7? No, rook f... You know, rook f7 is correct.
King e6.
Yeah, rook
right,
f7 has to be the move.
King g5.
And then At the very least, I can move rook e1, for example. Oh, no,
Yeah,
bishop
Bishop
e6.
e6 is...
So king
trick.
h8. What about king h8?
I don't know. I was just like planning to play this position.
Check, rook g8. And then, oh, I cannot play there. Wow, okay. Now rook bishop f6 is coming.
Yeah. No, I mean, it could still be a draw like this, for example, but it's already, it's already scary.
Yeah,
It's already scary. And maybe it's no longer
I don't think
a
it's
draw.
drawish.
Maybe it's no longer a draw because the king is so active.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyway.
Yeah, this is actually the moment. Yeah, will rook take on g5? I think that's your only chance.
That's what I'm
Otherwise-
saying. So that because white was looking for a way to kind of break through, and maybe it's your chance. It's not like white is winning with rook g5, but maybe it's your chance. And therefore, I'm thinking maybe a somewhat dislike king g8, because after, say, rook f8, it wouldn't make any... Yeah, there won't be any point in doing this whatsoever, because then just f6 and like you get to e8, the other rook joins the action and so on. So king g8, maybe it's a chance for Tan Zhongyi to capture on g5, because otherwise, yeah, you squeeze the maximum activity out of your pieces. Okay,
And she took it. She took it.
Yeah, because this one's not moving, the knight to 6 not
Yep.
moving. You need more targets, you need more pieces to join. Rook g5, Elisabeth takes, king g5.
And if you don't play f6, king f6 is just almost GG.
Yeah, this is bishop d8 as well, right? 'Cause
Yeah, but I mean, you just want to squeeze the opponent's king first. Okay, if king g7, and I think
that's what I'm thinking is a good move.
Bishop
King-
d8.
Bishop d8, we take on d8, of course. We go rook e7, and I guess this could be still a draw because the knight is not great. The knight's not great on d8. Knight c6 allows rook e3. Otherwise, I'm sorry. Otherwise, black is planning to.
but that's
maybe-
okay, right? Or maybe not. They are the pawn falls on a3.
It's not like only the pawn falls. You can say maybe I win the a6 back or something. It's just like, again, same as in Lagno Goryachkina.
Yes, yes.
Less number of pawns, and at some point you exchange everything. So white would kind of like to win d6, but it's no longer possible. And as much as we got excited about this exchange sacrifice on g5, computer says now it's absolutely equal. And it's a funny material as well. 3 minor pieces against 2
Two
rooks.
rooks, yes. With a pawn up for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very curious idea. And meanwhile, on the other game, Munguntuul played king e1.
King
So
e1.
shall we see rook
allow
h7
it-
in
oh,
this game?
that's yeah.
That was the
according to
move,
evaluation
yeah.
bar, it dropped
dropped a lot,
significantly.
yeah.
So that probably means rook h7.
Because the
just
g3
works.
pawn might fall, and she did it. Rook h7 just happened on the board. So if not the g3 pawn, then the rook might enter the back ring via h1.
Yeah, a pawn is in
It's-
danger, right?
yeah,
like
it
rook
is.
h1, rook a1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Munguntuul falling apart. And it will be, interestingly, another relatively young player, or kind of first Grand
First
Prix
timer,
cycle
yeah.
for her, who starts with the win and also with the black pieces.
But
same as Assaubayeva.
Stavroula got the 3rd place in the last leg of the
Yeah, no, of course.
Women
of course.
Grand Prix. So she's
She's
yeah,
a powerful player.
yeah. I think this is going to be unexpectedly a decisive game, while the other one, Tan Zhongyi versus Paehtz,
Could be
could
a
be a
draw.
draw,
Yeah, on
yes.
contrary, we decided at some point to declare it. Yeah, okay, Tan Zhongyi should convert this one, but no.
King d2 has been played, and okay, rook h7, king d2. Now black has all the good options. Are you going to go for the g3 pawn, or are you going to go just rook h1? I think that's also very possible.
So many options indeed.
Because the idea is if you play, let's say, rook h3, although I don't think that's the best move on this position. You provoke g4, but then you always have this bishop f4 at some point too.
Yeah.
So even this idea is fine, but I think rook h2 or rook h1 should be stronger. Maybe rook h1.
You should probably just, do it in a straightforward way. To go here, rook a1 is a threat.
So if you want to stop it by playing bishop there, now you can play even, or rook g1, that's also fine. Rook check h2 is nice too.
This. No, I thought it's almost like a forced win. Maybe I'm delusional. So this, give a check. Bishop e2 is a must, otherwise the pawn drops. So bishop here. Now you go g2. Now you go check.
Yep.
Now you go check.
If only the pawn. Oh no, okay.
And
Rook
then,
c1.
Yeah, like you can go rook c1, e1, or rook a1 and e1.
Oh, there's a nice idea. Rook c1. King here. Okay. If a3 and you take, rook b1. Only if you take. And then bishop c1 is coming with a checkmate.
But you're right. No, that's a brilliant idea. Wait a second. It actually works. So it's here, here, here. You force g4. You go here. It's a long line, but it also works. And it could be that this is the way you win, because it's a check.
Even if king b3.
If you take, it's king b1. It's king b3. You still have a check.
Still have a check, yeah.
And after this,
you win a2 and
you go rook b2,
anyway,
and you win a2. So this longish line with a3 at the end seemingly wins for Stavroula. And I guess white shouldn't go for it, but then what do you do? A loss of any of these pawns, if you drop c3, if you drop g3, pretty much immediately loses.
Rook h1 and bishop d1 already played.
Yep.
And now rook h1 check.
Yeah. Rook h1, bishop to d1.
Yep.
And you can shift the moves order. You can go here first. Then go here. Go here. From now on, no, wait, it's not forced. I can go to e1. So that after a check on g1... no, never mind. I was planning to block, but then g4 falls.
G4 falls,
Same terrible position, but also pawn down, and bishop comes back, and the g-pawn starts running. No, it's hopeless. It's hopeless. I'm surprised, but not that white lost this position, but how easy white lost this position. Because it seemed to be like a draw even like some 5 moves ago. It could be... Yeah, again, like maybe one really has to start like taking it, whatever.
Probably black shouldn't allow all the pawn to be moving so advanced like that. At some point, maybe white has to be brave enough to push her own pawns.
Yeah, so bishop to d1. Okay, black still needs to find your beautiful idea with a3. So otherwise, yeah, white's still in trouble, but maybe it's not as easy.
Yeah, but rook h2, rook g1, they look very natural. You just have to calculate all the concrete continuation after that.
This and this. Yeah. Is this an idea? Like takes here to kind of lock the rook?
I don't think so. You can play a3 and then rook b2. Hang on. Also, you can play c5. You can start pushing this pawn. Or probably a3 first so that your rook is not trapped, and then c5 is always coming.
c5's okay. You go here, and after this move you'll have rook c3. Right, and even if they take first, you still have rook c3 or rook c3, king b4, and it shows how dominant this bishop on e5 is. Yeah, so it's hopeless. That's pretty much lights out. And it could be that Paetz's game against Tan Zhongyi is getting interesting again.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, let's check. Knight gets back to d4. I don't know what it is. Hang on a second. We were here.
So bishop g4. I think that was the whole idea, to allow knight d4, knight f5. Maybe that was the point. But then.
Yeah, wait a second. Something's off with the widget. No, nothing works. Great.
Okay, we have it.
Yeah, I guess. Rook e8, rook h7, blah blah blah. King g8, sacrifice on g5. Now black went king g7, bishop g4, and to get the knight on f5.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. And rook h8, knight d4, king f8. So now, what is the plan? She's planning to block. Oh, sorry. Perhaps she's planning to block with the rook, or defend with the rook after knight f5, rook d7, I guess.
No, I think if knight f5 there is rook g8, so the king has to actually move back, not to f6.
But it's okay, no?
And then, yeah, once the king moves
How do you
back,
defend this guy? Rook g6, maybe.
rook g6, yeah.
G6, fair enough. King f8.
What about, is bishop c8 a move here?
c8.
c8. And then rook e7 and knight f5. And okay, probably the rooks are getting
Yeah,
active
you're
now.
helping the rooks to get out. I was thinking bishop d8 to contrary kind of keep the rook locked and maybe get the bishop on f6. And there's still potential for white to win. That's my feeling. Because if white picks up d6 pawn, then it's still going to be serious. So now after king f8, yeah, bishop d8 feels like a move to try.
Then rook g8 check, king moves, and then king e8.
Yeah. But at least my feeling is like my achievement that I've managed to kind of extract the bishop from a5 to back to life.
But now rook c7.
And the rook, I will come back to c6. So, well, at least, again, maybe it's still not enough resources. I don't know. Maybe it's still not enough resources to win, but at least remember that the bishop was stuck on a5. Now white somehow managed to get it back to life, and some say bishop g3, king f3, attacking d6 could be a plan. But overall, and yeah, she does go bishop d8. Overall, the feeling is it is so hard nowadays to play professional chess because the games are so intense. It's a lot of stuff you have to calculate. People refuse to fall apart. You get a winning position or close to winning position, and everyone knows how to fight, how to put problems. Yeah. So again, one has to understand the difference. Like sitting at home with your own engine, you see, okay, this is not a great move, but try to compete. Like when clock is ticking, you know, all pressure on you, you know, like your supporters watching your games, and it's a lot of stuff at stake. There's money, there is like Grand Prix points, there is ultimately qualification for the Candidates tournament. Yeah, not easy at all. Bishop d8. Moves are coming
it's
up.
bishop d8 and then king.
Bishop d8.
Sorry, bishop d8 and then rook g8
and
check.
Check,
yes, and
king
then king f4. Yeah, looks like white is still dominating, but if Elisabeth found the right way to defend this position, I mean, because developer says that it's equal, but okay, in this type of position, it's really hard to
equal is
trust
like
it.
the least appealing evaluation. Like if you would say, like, come up with the number. Yeah, like to say that it's like completely even 0-0-0, it probably means like computer doesn't know what to say. I thought f5, opening the path for the rook.
But
Oh,
just
no,
bishop f5.
I'm freestyling by this point. You go here, rook
Oh my
goes
gosh,
here,
and then it's a
and
checkmate
96 is a
somehow.
check. It's, yeah, of course, nonsense variation, but we'll see. Yeah. Rook to g8.
Bishop d8
Ah,
first.
wait. Somehow our... No, it does update. All good, all good. All good. So, 8 minutes for Elisabeth Paehtz and 16 for Tan Zhongyi. This will be the longest game of the round.
I think so
I'm
too.
guessing
Yes, I think
it
so
will
too.
be the longest game of the round. Because Stavroula, I think she found the way.
Yeah, she played rook g1, and yeah, for white, whether you like it or not, I think you have to give up one of the pawns, and it means, you know, the position starts falling apart. I mean, it already fell apart now, but
Yeah. Okay, what happens if I do this? Rook f3.
probably just what happened if I just move the king around? I mean, I'm just being very patient.
Yeah, because white is so paralyzed,
Yeah.
right?
And then I just want
Yeah,
to
you go to
take
e7.
bishop g3, not the rook. Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought like you could probably win by entering some sort of complications, like take g3, go bishop f4 check, and so. But there is no need. You're
Yeah.
absolutely right, because white's completely tied down. White's completely tied down. You don't need to. And by the way, it could be
It could be g4 as well.
could be
Yeah.
g4 and then check on g2, and yeah, it looks so hopeless, to be honest. And Munguntuul is down to less than 3 minutes. Has to decide on.
Munguntuul is actually a minute and 30
even lag.
seconds.
So that's, again, my applet has a bit of a lag compared to the other ones.
Yep.
To the blue board, or whatever you call it.
Yep. Well,
And
this
again,
is,
the
this-
winning line, for those of you guys who missed it, was found by Irene. Rook check. Was
Bishop
it rook check?
e2.
Yeah. So we tried this, but then without the a2
Yeah.
pawn, it's bad. So bishop e2, we give a check on f4, and we give a check on the first rank, and we give another check. So too many checks in a row, and then we give another one, and we say, you know what, bishop c1 is coming.
Yeah, you have to give up your rook for...
Yeah, you have to go rook d1,
to stop
bishop
that.
c1,
And
and
then-
all the problems remain, like weak pawns and so on. Yeah, black should win without much of an effort here.
But I don't think the game will go to that variation.
Why is it? Why did play some? No.
No.
No, she's literally on seconds then.
She is on the 20 seconds left now, and then she just moved something. What is that?
She
A3.
has played A3.
So she gave up one of the pawns eventually, right? And now bishop
Wow.
g3, I think it's just...
A3.
That's it.
Honestly, right, you pick it up, you go back, and I suspect, like, under some circumstance, you'd be ready to trade the rooks because you got yourself another weakness on A3, and in some cases you'll pick it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So after A3, like, the pawn on A2 was vulnerable, but guess what? On A3, it's not safer at all.
So bishop takes g3 already played. It's very expected then.
Yeah.
And then move the bishop back to f4, maybe give a check, or e5.
I guess you go to E5, you get the pawn on G3, and then you see.
c4. So this is...
So it's like the last desperate
Yeah.
attempt to go for counterplay.
Black can choose not to react, but also I don't think it really matters if black takes on c4. It's just... Or give a check first.
I think check
Bishop
makes a lot of
f4, rook
sense.
g2 is there.
Or you can be very cynical. You can go to E5 and just start pushing it. Maybe that's an attempt that White's hoping for in bishop E2, and at least like to attack the pawn. I won't be surprised if like moving the g-pawn forward just wins, but
Yeah.
again, this is something you want to avoid. You want to be kind of as precise as possible, and that's why I think the move you are suggesting, yeah, like this uplet getting stuck on me for whatever reason.
Yeah, can we move it?
No. It reaches some.
Yeah,
So the thing is,
Stavroula took the pawn, so after c4.
Ah, she did take
and then
the
rook
pawn.
d7 played.
Rook d7.
But this looks like almost game over, no? Like, what is the idea of rook d7? Okay, just moving away.
To take on a4, right?
Bishop e5 looks good. We play c3 next with a check. Even taking on d1 should be winning, right? In this position. I know.
This is a dangerous thought.
It's not necessary, I know, but it should be winning. Rook d1, king d1, and then bishop e5, put the pawn on c3, and then you come with king, I don't know, b5, c4, and then push the other pawn as well.
Yeah, well, like,
but
why would
this
you
is
do
totally
it?
unnecessary.
Why would you do it?
Why
Yeah.
would you do it, right?
pc4, rook d7 is already played,
Yeah,
right?
rook d7 is already played.
No, I think you go bishop f4. And I don't see where the king goes to c3. No, wait. No. I'm slightly losing my mind. Rook d7, bishop e5. You said, yeah, bishop e5. If this,
Just push c3. Give a check first.
this is possible.
Anything works. Anything works.
c3,
Rook a1 works.
g4, g3, right?
Yeah. Or rook g2 also works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should be.
Yeah,
Should
too
be,
many
for sure.
winning moves there.
Too many things. Too many things, and also Munguntuul is in a constant time trouble, and that's impossible to survive.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think her last few moves is just gonna be desperado.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's update ourselves on the game between Tan Zhongyi versus Paehtz.
Yeah, let's go back to Tan Zhongyi Paehtz.
Looks like black
Looks like
feels a bit severe
something
there.
is brewing.
I know.
So this happened. King e8,
Knight
knight to
c6.
c6. So, which means the rook is about to get trapped with bishop c8.
Right. f5. So Elisabeth decided to free the rook. And
f5.
so I don't think you can take it with the
Wait
king
a
because rook
second.
f7.
Yeah.
So if you want to take it, you take it with the bishop, but there's also another idea to play bishop h5. For what? I don't know. Probably it's best to actually take on f5 with the bishop anyway.
It's like almost like a study-like position.
Exactly, yeah.
Bishop h5.
Oh, bishop h5 was
Bishop
played.
h5, yeah. King d7
And then bishop
some bishop
move somewhere.
f6, and then I don't know, bishop f7, bishop e6.
Yeah. And somehow the king is mated.
Yeah, and it looks nice. We are kind of restricting the rooks and everything, but you cannot really checkmate the king with three pieces. It's too much. Yeah, they're always going to be the square. So my feeling is like it can last almost forever, right? White can come up like with new ideas, new moves, but
I have a feeling that since Elisabeth is now down to 3 minutes actually on the clock, at some point she might do some blunder because this position is very dangerous for black. Okay,
yeah.
king d7,
King d7.
and now where does the bishop on d8 go? I like bishop f6.
Yeah, it's. I don't know, like if bishop f6 or bishop g5 are, but what's more precise? Is it too much of a difference? What I know, I don't want to go to a5 anymore. Like it's done its job on a5. It's not much to do there. So I'm guessing, yeah, like bishop f6 or bishop g5. This rook, for how many moves it's on b7? It's incredible.
Where was the last time it was?
Yeah.
on b7?
That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. So
Okay.
the rook went on b7. I don't see it. Bishop d1. No.
Bishop f6 was played, by the way. And now where is the...
Like on move 26 or something.
Move 26, and we are now move 64.
Yeah.
So it's like almost 40 moves being there.
Right, and for the rook, you know,
For
in
the
the
rook.
endgame, it's almost unheard of. Because these are like very mobile pieces usually.
But it was really hard to get the rook out anyway, so...
Yeah.
Alright, bishop f6, and
Bishop f6.
the rook on b7 and the king on d7 somehow should shuffle up.
Yeah.
But that's not... There's
You're
no
right,
easy
like,
way to do it.
If you get the king on b7 and rook out, then black's not worse at all. So black has a problem only because of the rook on b7 not being in the game.
Yeah. Okay, bishop f7 goes to e6 as one plan there. But now what is the...
Ah yes, it's first
It's
black to
it's
move.
black's to move now, yeah. But
Black to
what
move.
what should be the move here? It's
Can you
it's
go
very
rook
hard.
f8?
Okay, fate maybe now you can take on f5.
Yeah, and my plan was to go here and, I'm sorry, to swing the rook to, like, say, somewhere,
King
h7.
e6.
Ah, yeah, this one I completely forgotten. Yeah, you go in
Yeah, you just go in. Knight e7's coming.
here. Still tricky. To be honest, it's still tricky. Because now, let's say you go, let's pretend,
yeah.
no, bishop g6 or
There's
g4.
knight e7. There's always knight e7.
Maybe
If
g6. Yeah, we're thinking, like,
Rook-
this one?
rook a3 then.
Okay, 3, and at some point I'm even ready to, let's say, sacrifice, go king c7, take a3.
Yeah, white has to be careful to win it cleanly. Yeah. Okay. So
Anyway, gets chances, you're right, gets chances, and then combined with the fact that Elisabeth's slow on time, gets low on time, it can,
yeah, Elisabeth is
can
now
mean something.
a minute and 15 seconds. Yeah, this is a tough
Still no-
situation to be.
Still no move from Elisabeth. Yep.
Still no move. Yeah.
And yeah, something I perhaps would like to add, that for computer, it's easy to do nothing if white cannot make progress. But for us humans, like, imagine your rook is stuck on b7 40 moves. You look for the ways to kind of to improve the situation, which sometimes makes it counterproductive.
Yeah.
You just had to shuffle maybe with the king, and that would be a draw. But yeah, it's in a human nature to activate the pieces and so on. So 40 seconds left. Yeah, the zoom in on the clock.
Yeah, I think if we ask Elisabeth about the evaluation of this position, she wouldn't believe that it's actually roughly equal. I think both of the players wouldn't believe that it was equal. I think both of the players believe that white is actually almost winning here.
Let's see, maybe we get a chance. However, yeah, for the first round, it is already quite a long round, and
almost 5
you
hours
never know.
now.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe we just have to leave players alone. Let's see. Both games are still in progress. I'm just like taking a peek at this one, the other one, Munguntuul against Tsolakidou, and there black is completely winning.
Yeah, G3 just played in this
Yeah,
position.
but not much to discuss.
Rook G7 just played also. I think if black wants, black can play f5, but there should be a better way to deal this position. Like c3. I think you cannot really refuse this temptation. C3.
Yes, the
Sorry, not
move
c3
the
immediately.
rook,
Move
yeah,
the rook
move the
first.
rook and
Yeah.
c3 and
Or rook a3 first, or doesn't matter. Rook e3.
anything. Yeah,
Anything.
but okay. Here I know I've been there. I messed up like absolutely winning positions. I know it's a very dangerous thing to say, but anything wins. Here, anything wins.
Even taking on d1.
Should be.
Yeah, should be winning too.
Should be winning. It's again not advisable, but should be winning.
Oh, why not? Actually, it's very pretty straightforward. Like takes on d1 and then king b5 and take another pawn.
And then again, you have to go all the way
All the
here
way
to
to
take
the other
another
side,
pawn.
yeah,
And why
yeah,
do you
yeah.
need this? Yeah, like
You're
go
making-
rook a3, win in a couple of moves.
But Miro,
Yeah.
if you can go for harder way, why do the easy way?
Yeah, fair enough. No, but seriously, like Rook A3, I think wins in the next couple of moves because you are threatening G2 and Rook A2 trick.
Yeah.
Not to mention that, yeah, like you can connect all the pawns and right. Even a bit surprised this one's still kind of still goes
ongoing.
on, but yeah.
And what just happened? There's some move there, or maybe she was just writing the score sheet, or she was just writing.
At move 62.
62.
So they've got an additional score sheets and you have to fill them in. Like so usually the standard score sheets they have 60 moves.
Bishop F4 was just played. I
Bishop
think that's
F4.
the straightforward way to play
in
Rook
order
D2.
to go to D2.
Exactly. Okay, Rook G4.
G4.
Okay, you can play Rook D2. Yeah. Where does the king go? Doesn't matter because you can take D1.
Has to go to E1.
Then Rook F2 is there, and then you play G2.
Maybe go G2.
Or even G2 immediately too. Yeah.
Go G2 immediately. It's just like.
Yeah, I think we can wait a little bit on this game because I think
it can be
a resignation
done
soon.
any time soon. Of course, Stavroula wants to make sure she doesn't kind of mess it up. It's almost impossible, but you know, when you have the time, you know your position is winning, you are kind of being extra cautious. There is no additional points in chess for winning quickly, right?
That's right.
So, yeah.
And while we're waiting on this, well, tomorrow we have quite a matchup. We'll have Goryachkina versus Assaubayeva. It's going to be interesting, right? And Tsolakidou will play against Salimova. So Salimova naturally would like to bounce back from the loss that she suffered today. And
But she'll have the black pieces there. Right?
yeah. And Paehtz Elisabeth will be playing against Munguntuul. Assuming Munguntuul loses this one and then Tan Zhongyi won the other one. So these two players will have to try to emerge themselves from the losses. And then we'll have Koneru Humpy versus Tan Zhongyi, and the last matchup will be Lagno versus Divya. So it is also going to be interesting. And we have another decisive result there.
Yeah, the line that we had on analysis board has just happened, and after Rook D1, Stavroula gets a handshake from her opponent, meaning she has won a game. So 2 games won with blacks so far.
Wow, that's
and Tan Zhongyi is still playing against Elisabeth Paehtz.
And looks like
something has happened.
Yeah, looks like
Rook B8.
now it's getting easier for black. Okay, let's take a look what
Bishop
Keep going.
G6, Rook A8. The engine likes it for white because guess what? More pieces, more dudes, more better. Bishop F5. Bishop F5 is on the board. No, wait.
King C7. It was King C7.
No, we are.
Oh, sorry.
I'm somewhat behind on the analysis. So this happened, and Bishop F5, King C7, and King G5.
King G5. Yeah.
So it's 3 versus 3 with a rook and rook against 2 minor pieces. And apparently there was a better line for white, but we will not stop and find it. It's just that at some point the evaluation bar was claiming like a bigger advantage, and now it's dropped to 0.4. It's
in this position?
Yeah, this position it's 0.4, so not much. In a way, similar scenario to Lagno Goryachkina. Okay, in Tan Zhongyi's case, she was not as winning. Her position was not as winning as Lagno's position, but at some point we were almost sure she's going to win. And then defense with the rook against 2 minor pieces. Well, already worked for Goryachkina. I'm not sure if it's going to work for Elisabeth Paehtz. Now, again, something happened because the evaluation bar goes crazy after Rook G8 check, and I suspect it's because the king goes in. King F6, and if you go after this pawn, I suspect this is what happens.
And then takes
and
on
then
A3.
You go knight here, and you give a check, and you take this one, and I guess this should be winning.
But can I try to get to the b4 pawn? Let's say I play rook a4, yes?
Yeah.
King,
Check.
king b6,
Oh, just a second. Check. King b6. Okay, takes.
takes b4.
King e7.
Okay, can I
D
try
pawn.
to stop
Oh,
it?
you mean like
Yeah,
to
and then
play
just
to play
yeah, this
to
type of
check
moves.
knight and bishop checkmate? That'd be interesting. Yeah,
With the 2 pawns, can you stop it?
I guess. Again, like don't ask me if it happens. We'll see it on, but it'll be exciting to watch. But it's like it's been 5 hours.
Yeah,
It's
knight
been 5
d4. Knight
hours.
d4 has been played, by the way. Yeah, I think she goes for
So she
this.
did go in right after this check. She did go in. Rook g3. She's done knight d4 immediately.
Yeah, knight d4 immediately. I guess what she
That's probably the same
wants
thing, yeah?
is... Yeah, I think so. Yeah, king e7 is just a different order of
King
moves.
e7, different moves order. So here, can I be? No, there's no way I'm somehow smarter than just taking d6 pawn. Yeah, I have
Yeah, I
to
think
do,
you have to play
do
knight
it.
d6,
Have to
king
do it.
b6,
King
yeah.
b6, king d6.
Takes. If king e7, then you move rook b2.
Yeah, king e7 again. I was looking for some study-like ways of dominating the rook. Now I have to go here. Rook b2, d6, rook d2, d7.
Okay, now let's move the pawn. Which one? a5 or b4? I don't know. Let's say b4. Or a5, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's say I just go forward. Rook takes and the king takes.
Okay, let's keep moving the pawns. I'm not sure which one, but just pick.
Yeah. Might,
Yeah,
as,
because
well,
the
might
king-
as well be a draw.
Yeah,
the
because
king
the
is
king is
extremely
Too
far.
far away from the pawns, yeah.
The king is extremely fine. This is where you actually kind of have to have some sort of access to the database, the table base, because figuring out
And
this
she did
kind of
it. Rook
positions.
a4 is on the board,
Rook
knight
a4 is on
e6.
the board.
I think they're gonna go for this line, Miro. King
Yes.
b6, yes, and
They will.
king takes, and then rook takes b4, yes. So we are seeing the variation.
So Elizabeth is getting a little bit more time on the clock.
Exactly. Actually, she has 2 minutes and 29 seconds now.
So now the question is, and by the way, like even our supposedly live board is somewhat lagging behind compared to the position on the screen, right on the camera view. I'm thinking, could it be that I am not playing king e7 but doing something else? No, that'd be too much.
I think you have to make way, yeah, of the pawn. If king e5 with the idea of knight d4, this is interesting actually. But I think you can go the other way, like rook h4 and then rook h8.
But then my king is much closer, right? I'm threatening d7.
Or maybe I can play king
King
c6
c6.
now.
I was thinking about it. No, wait,
You
but I
cannot
have
play
to check
bishop
you
e4, yeah.
take.
And also knight d4, I take also the knight.
Yeah. I wanted to say that, okay, here it's dangerous and maybe the pawn's promoting, but of course after bishop e4 you would just take on e4 and that would be the end of this game. Yeah, rook e4, king d6, just a draw. So maybe I should not be fooled by this evaluation bar. Maybe black just holds.
Oh, I wasn't even looking at the bar. So
I have no choice but to look at the bar, and it is confusing.
yep. So the position is up to rook takes b4. This is the current position.
All that has happened.
Yeah. So Tan Zhongyi is still thinking where to move the king because of course she has to try to promote the pawn. Or is there any other way? Because if you move the knight, rook d4 comes easily.
It's too slow. Yeah, like also it's not clear what you want. You want to
Yeah.
go check from d7. It blocks your own pawn. Yeah, king e7 is.
Yeah. So probably king e7 or king e5 that she's thinking right now.
Yeah, king e7 again. Now if black doesn't play rook b2.
And not d7. What about like knight f4, let's say, to... No, not d6, I mean. Or maybe, hang on. No, this is right. This is right. You wanna play knight d3 now, yeah.
Or rather bishop d3.
Or bishop
maybe.
d3, yeah, either way. Then you're forced
But
to...
it's like it's hard, no? It's like if I play this bishop d3, rook h2. Oh, then you do this.
And rook h8.
This.
Bishop
and
g6.
This.
And then you have to go the other way.
Running. It's crazy, isn't it?
Okay, but at least there's rook b7 coming up. So if you want to avoid that, no, you cannot.
I think
really
it's all
avoid that.
nonsense.
Yeah, I think it should be
like
defendable.
white should get no. I have no idea if it's defendable. I mean, our attempts to kind of interpose something. I mean, white has to go d7, promote, and then if somehow by some mystical way he stops the pawns, he wins. Otherwise it's just a draw.
Right. And
So
well,
she-
Tan Zhongyi still has time to think. Yeah, she has
Right.
about 9 minutes right now on the clock. Yeah, this is the last game of the first round of the second leg in this woman
So
Grand Prix.
already a first round, we have. I mean, first of all, like all games passing the time.
Oh my
control.
gosh, all
That is
games,
what we
yeah.
have to prepare for.
Yeah.
All the games passing the time control, and also a very, very long games. So King e7.
King e7 is already played, yes. So yeah, in stopping the pawns, either you go to h file, but I
Okay.
don't see a way. Probably
Let me
just rook
see.
b2.
So this one, if I go d7, what evaluation bar has to tell me? a5, d8. I'm borrowing the evaluation bar from this. So d8 is, yeah. Rook takes, and the king takes, I'm guessing.
Okay, rook b2. Yeah. I think we're still on the right track. Yeah.
I still have no understanding whatsoever how to... Oh, you know what? On the other hand, like, let's imagine something like this happens. How do you continue? Because sometimes it's actually tricky.
Wow,
Like a
it's
king a5. I mean, it starts to be like very much
Yeah.
study-like.
king f5, king b4, a3. Is white on time to stopping the pawns?
You never know. And first things first, like, you never know if it's objectively possible to stop the pawn, and also considering that Elisabeth is, they're both tired and
Yeah.
Elisabeth low on time. If there is a way, let's say, for her to make a draw, and she might miss it.
Knight f4 is, by the way, on the board.
Knight f4.
Yeah, so she didn't go for d7.
Knight f4. What's knight f4?
Yeah, the same thing. Bishop d3 or knight d3, yeah?
But wait a sec. Well, we can always go rook d4 now.
That's
Oh, it
true.
doesn't help. You go.
Oh, but at least now the king is
d7.
on the 7th rank. Oh, but you don't have to take it
I don't
immediately.
have to take. Yeah, I've avoided this bishop d3 thing.
Okay, so you just push the pawns.
I push the pawn, and
Yeah,
maybe
that's-
then bishop d3? I don't understand it. Okay, I'll probably return it back here.
And I think she's gonna go for rook d4.
Remember, the other line we were looking at was rook h2. Rook d4. Yeah.
Yeah, I think but rook d4 is a better move than rook h2. It's
Oh, no, wait.
simple.
Knight f4, rook d4. Yeah. Rook d4.
Yeah, I think d7 is going to happen now. And then black will play either a5 or
a5 or
b4.
b4, like push one of the pawns.
Yep,
Yeah, by the way, to mention king c7 is not great because knight e6 check.
yep.
Say a5. Wait a second.
No, it's a check.
Yes, I know.
Oh, but knight e6.
Knight e6, yeah.
Ooh, fancy.
It is.
It is so
Yeah, but
fancy.
it could be Because now I do threaten knight d5
Yeah.
check.
And now the pieces are centralized and getting closer to the pawns, and
So
also
that's
the
what I'm
king.
saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
bishop-
what I'm saying. It could be that in this line you have to find this,
Wow. Yeah.
which
Bishop
is-
e4 is really a good
which
move.
is tricky. And if she, again, I mean, I do not accept any responsibilities. Like if I'm claiming that white winning after this, well, I have a feeling that if white wins, it has to be some like super smart nonsense like that. So bishop e4, once again, a study-like move. The point being, yes, you blundered the blunder, the bishop with a check, but then after knight e6, there is no way black stops the pawn. Yeah, because this check doesn't really help. King c7, you're back
King
to
e7 again.
So rook to d2.
And I think she's reaching for a5 right now. She hasn't moved it, but I think she's going to play.
Yeah, but on the other hand, what do you do, right?
Yeah.
Your options are take on d7 at once, which is like strange. I mean, you can probably do it in less fancy way. You can go bishop e6 instead of bishop
Yeah.
e4. It could be the same thing. It could be the same thing.
I have a feeling that's gonna bishop e6. It looks more natural.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to show off exactly. a5. So wait a second, bishop e6.
You have
But
to
wait
take.
a second. Aren't you like easily winning then? Yeah, I'm flip-flopping all the time. Like I'm saying, like it should be a draw. Now I'm saying like it's easily winning. The point for me thinking it's easily winning. What do we play here? As black. What do we
King
play
c5?
here? King c5. Okay, and then it's a check,
Okay, king c4
and then it's a check.
and king d.
You either gotta attack the knight or
Yeah, or king c5 again. Let's say.
King c5, but that I thought to tell you that you can't move.
a4.
a4 check again.
c4?
Yeah. Knight c1.
And then I think I have to play.
I have no idea, but that's like very easy. Very easy to. We probably both misplayed it already, and I'm
Yeah.
still not sure
Okay,
what the
a3?
result is. Yeah, a3 king goes
b4.
b4, but this is.
Oh, but then you stopped it, yeah? Bishop.
I'm not
Bishop
sure.
e6.
I know this is how you stop it.
No, but then king g.
This is how you stop it. b3, I have a check.
Ah.
b3, I have a check because there is a study, like not exactly like this, but this method is. And if king b3, then wait, then you give a check.
Yeah, and then
like
knight takes
this.
b4.
If king goes here, it's still not the end because like you have to be on time there. And I know. Wait, maybe last move is idiotic. Maybe I just can go knight c1, right?
Yeah, just stop
And then
it.
take everything with the bishop. So it's not impossible that she will find all this,
Yep.
and then we will witness a checkmate with knight and bishop.
Yeah.
How about an easy round one for commentators, mere 150 moves? Ooh, bishop e6 is on the board.
Yeah, and then Elisabeth forced
Move
to take
80,
the
by
pawn.
the way. Move 80.
They're gonna have to have another score sheet, I guess.
The third one, you mean.
Exactly.
Do we have another break? Because usually after the, no, okay, we cannot
Just
allow
keep on
ourselves.
here.
We cannot
Yeah.
allow ourselves to get a break
Yeah.
because the game is going with, with some pace at least. But really surprising, right? I
Really
mean,
surprising
you would
first
not
day.
expect it. Like you would not expect it to go that long and also to change that many times. The evaluation to change that many times, and which makes me think, like if we go back to the position where it was still fair square. So here, Compy was saying that this is equal. And I guess it was equal because black was supposed to wait on the f-file and nothing would happen. Right? Because let's say you can try to do something like this, but I'm sorry, not f4 of course, but like rook f3 and bishop f5 to kind of sneak in with the king. But you are then just like 10 tempi down compared to the game variation, right? And you're probably like not winning at all, because among other things I can attack the knight and take the knight and exchange the last pawn with a5. Yeah, so this move is kind of, you know, one of the reasons Elisabeth might lose the game.
But it was also the hardest thing to do in chess, yeah? Just wait.
Yeah,
Because
and again, I'm saying might lose. I will not be surprised if it's just a like dead draw position and we just like somehow I force you to play silly moves for black and that's why we won. But yeah.
Yeah.
So
bishop takes?
no, she took with
the bishop.
king.
No, with the bishop, yeah. And then a6. Sorry. And then
bishop takes.
a4 and then
a4.
King e6.
King e6. And this is very similar to the line that we had. Elisabeth went king
c5, I guess.
King c5.
Oh, by the way, the king is somehow already on
King e5.
And now king
and
c4.
King c4.
Yes.
But the trick is, it's not even clear what's the next move.
I think you have to play a3, no? I don't think you have any moves there.
So you go here.
Okay, king e4 and then a3. And a2 is not actually
a2 is
a
not
threat
a
because
threat
there's bishop
yet,
e6.
but king c3 is
King c3.
perhaps a threat because no longer b5 can be taken. So you can pretend like go here. That's still tricky. Knight e2.
Knight e2, yeah.
That's still tricky. Now maybe king b3, right? King b3.
Bishop d3, I think. But bishop d3, king
Oh,
b2,
e6,
yeah?
you mean?
Sorry,
Bishop
e6, sorry. Bishop e6, king b2.
b2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if white's not winning, it's possibly, I mean, okay, of course, there could be, one of the reasons could be that the position was drawn.
Yeah.
And the other reason could be that maybe you were supposed to, like, I don't know, give a couple of checks and, you know, in some tricky ways like they do in the studies. Or let's pretend, like, for instance, wait, she went king e6. I don't understand. Why not king d6?
That's also a very curious thing.
No, I think something must have been wrong. Yeah, I was manually entering. Yeah, of course it was king c5. And here, she went king e6. And remember what I did? I went
knight d3,
check,
give a check.
and a check. And after king c5.
And now I think you did king e6 now.
Now let's say I did king e6 again. But how did I trick you? And I went like king f5 or something. Yeah.
Probably.
I went king f5. After that, I went check and like knight c1, some nonsense like this, which might still be possible. Like if we compare, so this was the line that we had in our analysis board. This is the line we have in the game. Bishop e6 check.
I think the king will go to
Bishop
c3.
e6 check. Yeah, very tempted to go to c3 b2. I think that if there is anything...
Knight d5 check. That is clever. Knight can stop it on b4.
And the knight stop it from b4, so you just go king d4, a3, knight b4,
and
game
c5
over.
On,
Game
yes,
over, right?
Yes. Wow. Okay, she found it.
That's incredible technique.
But let's say,
Tan
okay,
Zhongyi.
king b3 doesn't really help, yeah? I mean, on the current position. Okay, let's go. This one, king c3, and then after knight d5, king b3 doesn't really help, being on this diagonal.
I guess you just go here.
Yeah, just king d4, it doesn't change.
a3, and
so
you go
much.
here, and knight
same
b4. You
thing.
insist on putting the knight on b4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I say. So how did it happen? So check. Again, king c3, knight d5 is already here, right? It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible.
Right. What a defense. I mean, she found all this winning line. It's amazing.
It's not the end, though. There will be... a checkmate with knight and bishop.
King c4 back.
King c4 back.
So not allowing the other king to enter.
Shouldering.
Yeah. Because I was also thinking the same thing with king b3, but I think king c4 is a better
if
move.
I just go. If I just go.
a3.
Yeah, and I go again.
To
Here.
d6. But where's
e3? It's e3, d2.
But now I play a2 because where does your knight go? I will count.
F4,
Knight f4. Sorry.
f4. Just take it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I shouldn't do
not
that.
a2. Not a2.
So I should probably go what, b4?
b4, but then king d2.
Okay.
And this is it. Like knight d3 double check, right? I mean, this should be it. I don't know. It's like if this is not it, then I don't know what is.
Knight c7 check, by the way.
Knight c7 is clever. Also tying the king down to the b5 pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, and now the king is just going to come closer to the pawns.
Moreover, if the king c5, like, look at the harmony of white pieces. I mean, you can do this, right?
But
Knight
still,
d4.
king c5.
Knight d3.
And then king d4 and yeah.
And king d4 and everything is super stopped.
Right.
Impressive.
Yeah.
So she did play knight c7 already. Yeah, it's game.
Oops. I thought I have my water in the glass. Yeah, but what a game. And then
No, that's super impressive technique, yes. And Elisabeth goes king c3, which pretty much means she surrenders both pawns, right?
yeah.
Check here.
But
yeah.
no, just king d4 and knight c3.
Yeah. So you just go here, a3, knight c3, just in time. And then we will witness the knight and bishop checkmate technique
Right.
for another half hour.
Oh, king c3 is already played, by the way, in this position.
Yeah. King c3 is played. It's just like, yeah, the applet is lagging. Cannot help this one.
Yeah, Tan is just being careful now, not to move immediately. I mean, she has time. Takes there.
Why wouldn't you take is the question.
Yeah, she took it.
Maybe 5. Yeah. I guess the moment it becomes knight and bishop, there's no way, no reason to commentate, to have analysis board or whatever.
No,
yeah,
just
we have
watch
to
the
watch
game.
that from the camera view and so
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
And then whether it's
Yes.
gonna be like the W method or some other thing, because well, the king is going comfortably already in the corner very soon.
Yeah, it's kind of a wrong corner, but,
yeah.
also like that's what you're supposed to know, the W thing.
And once the A pawn is gone, they can start counting for 50 moves. But of course, Tan will make it happen before the 50th move.
Yeah, I somehow trust in Tan's ability of winning this one.
But you have to keep going until the end anyway.
What a game. Well, it depends, like if I think you test your opponent for few moves, but if what your opponent does makes sense and he or she does it, let's see,
But
conveniently.
But there's this famous game, yeah, between Ushanina and Giria.
Ushanina couldn't check.
Couldn't convert, yeah, and then it was draw
Well, yeah,
for
and
50
I
moves.
remember. I think there were some like witty comments on the internet, like people on the internet are mean, but then it's much later, it's not so long ago. I remember in the rapid chess though, Boris Gelfand, he did manage to checkmate, but it took him like close to
50 moves.
40 plus moves. Yeah,
I
yeah.
see.
So it was and like when you're short on time, when you have to play fast, when you're tired after a long game, it's not the same as you're in,
Yeah. Okay, what is the quickest way here? Probably knight a2, king b2, and then bishop b3, and then you get the pawn
Yeah, maybe
on the third move.
Oh, she
Okay,
goes
all
knight
this
b5.
one. Yeah, this is faster.
Knight b5.
And then you're gonna get the pawn on the next move.
King b2 is strange though. Why don't you go king d3?
And
You're kind
then
of keeping
get
the
away,
pawn
yeah.
alive or something.
Mm-hmm.
Pawn's dead anyway. Yeah, and now you've just created this W thing. King a1, hoping for king c3. Nicely done. Yeah.
Or king b3.
King b3 is a stalemate. King c3 is a stalemate. Yeah, but all I know, you have to put the knight on c2. Knight on c2.
Do you think Elisabeth will test Tan on this endgame?
We are about to find out.
I think might as well, right? You already played for what? More than 5 hours? 5.5 hours? So might as well just continue till the end.
I've been tested once as a grandmaster. Well, knight c4 is something, to be honest, something surprising to see.
No, it's okay. Like king c3 now, and then we're gonna get this W.
Yeah, but you're wasting time now. No, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, she wants king c3, but it's a wrong corner, right? So
Yeah,
we all know
you're
you're supposed to guard the king in the opposite corner.
Right.
Okay, now you go knight a3 and knight c2, and that's it. Or knight e3, knight c2, or knight whatever you can. Yeah. Okay, we can wait a little bit. So once I got tested as a grandmaster versus grandmaster, I got tested in a classical game, like knight and bishop, but for 5-10 moves, and then my opponent resigned. Yeah, because it was clear that I knew what I was doing. Yeah, it was rook and bishop against the rook. It's like the Philidor position, rook and bishop against the rook. One actually can get confused.
Do you think we will have that position in this tournament? I have a feeling we might actually.
We might.
It's not that uncommon. It's something that possibly can happen. Oh, okay. So,
right, so now
she's gonna bring it to a8 then. I thought it's gonna be to h1.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, but some people and it's not about like strangely like because. You know, sometimes people talk about like a woman chess and so on and so on. No, it's just some people, they played, like they really need the board to be in this. Like I can make it to an A8
side,
corner
right.
or not H1 corner. And I've seen it like in many times at different level of players. Like for some it doesn't matter at all.
Yep.
Like, okay, it's just like flip it 90 degrees, whatever. So now the method is king c4, black king almost escapes, but not really.
And then knight
to b5.
b5. Oh, I almost say e7. It looks like from this side it was
you can
e7.
go. I know, not e7. E7 is impossible.
Yeah. No. I mean, from this side it looks like it was e7. But yeah, of course, the board is.
So now, it gives you this illusion that king is running away. But
so knight b5.
Knight b5 and bishop
and then king c6.
Bishop f5,
and then bishop.
And you
f5.
create once again a very nice fence on the way of this king, and it's arrested. And bishop f5 played a tempo. And this is where, I mean, somewhere around this point, my opponent resigned. When I've shown this, I know this. Yeah. So Elisabeth, of course, like after such a long and in a way painful game, she will continue on. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Elisabeth had a good chance in the opening towards the middle game, but somehow Tan Zhongyi created like a really good.
At some point, we thought black was better.
Yeah, at some point.
And maybe she was. Maybe she was, but
I totally believe she was better actually. Okay, now Tan Zhongyi is pausing a bit. Bishop d7 is the move.
Right. Or e4 as well, I think. E4 you can do.
Yeah, bishop e4 as well.
Bishop e4, bishop d7, both work.
Because the king goes to b6. If the king goes to b7, then bishop d7 is the move.
Right. So for those of you guys who are watching, and maybe it's hard to follow what like we are talking notation and stuff, but the idea here is the checkmate is only possible in a corner of a bit of a color of a bishop, right? So in a light corner in this case, black king had to be escorted into a1. Yeah, this is non-conventional. This is something, yeah, but it works. Knight to d5, right?
Okay.
It's sort of another method.
Oh, you're right.
I guess it's some sort of another method, even though, yeah, king b7 now.
It's less common method, yeah.
Less common for sure. Now you just go king b5 and that's it, right?
Yeah.
And she's very confident with this one.
Oh, and there you go. We have a resignation from Elisabeth Paehtz. That's making this
number 107.
107. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. That's making this is the third decisive game of the day, and two other draws actually. They are quite close to decisive as well, right? The other two draws we have Lagno Goryachkina and Divya Koneru, even though
it was a well played game.
It was well played. Like both of the players had their initiative. So I mean, today I couldn't expect for actually a better day for the first round.
Oh, well, it was a tough day for us. It was a tough day for the players, but a lot of exciting chess was played.
Yep.
And I think it'll be a bold prediction, but I want to say that we will keep the number of decisive games above 50% till the end of the tournament. Yes, it's a lot of fight.
And we have the results, and on the first board we have a draw between Kateryna Lagno versus Aleksandra Goryachkina, and also another draw between Divya Deshmukh versus Humpy, and the three other boards, they're decisive. Tan Zhongyi just won a beautiful game against Elisabeth Paehtz, who actually had a chance in the opening and towards the middle game, but managed to fail in the end. And then we have another decisive result there between Batkhuyag Munguntuul versus Stavroula, and this game was actually almost ended with a draw. We thought it's gonna be the first one to finish, but turns out Stavroula managed to win in the opposite colored bishop endgame.
Sharp
and
game
then
for Salimova in Assaubayeva.
And Bibisara Assaubayeva was very sharp today, playing against Salimova, converted nicely in the endgame and almost actually won 2 pawns, but Salimova resigned before it happened.
So 2 wins for black, then a grindy win for Tan Zhongyi, 3 leaders, and tomorrow's a new day.
Tomorrow is a new day, and we will have a lot of exciting battles coming ahead too. So stay tuned on our YouTube channel, because tomorrow at the same place, same time, we'll be continue with round number 2. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.